If you ever feel like it's also Jover, just come over, hop into the stream at twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Live almost every day from sunny West LA. I'll cover daily news, so tune in now, see what I have to say.
Blast off, blast off. If you're unhinged, prepare to take a week off. Hasan, Hasan. I swear to God, Allah, please end this long pause. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time, like now. Hasan, Hasan. I'm probably in the chat right now. Hasan, Hasan. Get it, Hasan is streaming. I'm just a gamer frog, of course I hate myself. If there's just one stun lock more, my hopes will go up on the shelf. You're just a debate perv, of course you hate yourself. Every thought to justify your own self-worth to someone else. Again, what do I always say? Lost in the sauce, you can't escape. How unhinged can one chatter get? Don't ban him, mods, they're our new pet. Show me the light and set me free from this black-pilled reality. Can I find hope? Can I debate for this top of the hour break? Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time. Boss makes $1 and I only make a dime. That's why I watch the stream when I'm on company time, like now.
What's going on, everybody?
I'm probably in the chat.
I hope everyone's
right
having a fantastic
now.
evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast comes to you live from relatively chilly, but still objectively somewhat warm California, Los Angeles, and still sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today is Saturday. That's right. It is Saturday, January 13th, 2024, 12:24 p.m., and I am, of course, a little late, and I apologize, but there's a good reason for it. You might have noticed that the things have moved around a little bit, but I digress. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life in the world of HasanAbi Piker. Okay? It's not for the chatters out here. Whenever I talk about the weather, this does not mean that your situation is significantly worse. I know it is. It's 59 degrees here in California, and for California at 59 degrees, when you're acclimated to California weather, is basically the same as like a minus 20 for Alberta. You know what I mean? Cool ass fit is on. Thank you. Anyway, I'm live. I'm alive, and this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. In between the time period when I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button for all the parasocialists out there, this is a parasocialist update on this beautiful Saturday. And let me tell you, I'm feeling pretty good. I just worked out. Okay? Worked out. California 60 is different from New Jersey 60 because LA is drier. There's also that too. There's a new cam angle in town. New cam angle in town. It's a more top-down approach. Straight up. Also moved the Kaya bed over to the side here so you guys get a better... You get to see Kaya when she's behind me when I do the... Are you ready for this? Place! Kaya! Place! Boom. Good girl. Look at that. This was a big point of contention with the community. A lot of people were like, why can't we see Kaya? What's wrong? What's wrong with you? She is the best part of this broadcast. It's a cool 67 degrees in the studio, but 59 degrees outside. Just to get you to understand what's going on here weather-wise, but here we are. I digress. Last night I ended the broadcast, and what did I do? Well, I just chilled. That's what I did. I chilled hard as hell. Didn't even get to hang out with Tadek, who is currently staying at my house, because we have the reverse hours when we stream. My boy was streaming for like, he had a hardcore 10-hour banger starting at like 6 p.m. or whatever, whenever he started streaming. So I didn't even get to see him that much. I did infiltrate his stream a little bit, but that's it. Gaming Talk later. Don't know if we'll have time to do that. Your eyebrows and facial hair are working together for hotness. Thank you. That's usually how it works, I think. Yeah, him and Ludwig are actually doing a tournament. This morning, I actually was like, bro, you want to go work out? Because usually when he stays with me, I do this for every single person. I force them to go and work out with me, which is a little bit like torture. And maybe for some others, it's... No, it's just torture for the most part. Anyway, regardless. So... So yeah, I was gonna subject him to that. I was gonna subject him to that torture. And he's like, yeah, I'm actually leaving right now. I was like, where are you going? And he goes, yeah, me and Lud are gonna work out. So I've been betrayed once again. No fit pick yesterday, no fit pick today. I didn't have time. For me, I was, what I was trying to do in the situation in the mornings is like, I'm trying to get this out as quickly as I can. I'm trying to pop off as quickly as I can. Anyway, yeah, I got cucked. Why didn't you just join Lud? Oh, they're far away. But no, it's because they had to start their stream together. But regardless, nevertheless, I prevailed. Ludwig lives rent-free in your head while Tarek lives rent-free in your house. True. Nevertheless, I prevailed. I still went out and I worked out. That's right. The new split makes me do squats twice a week and bench press twice a week as well. And it kind of cooks me a little bit because, like, I feel like my chest is still on fire. You know what I'm saying? By the time I get to my new workout, I've also incorporated into my pill regimen. I take pills. I'm a pill popper, as you guys know. Love my pills. I take 4 creatine pills in the morning. They're like bricks, basically. And I take 2 fish oil pills as well because I don't eat seafood, right? So I need that fish oil in my system. And now I'm going to add a taurine and also ashwagandha onto that bad boy. How much do you weigh and what do you press on bench? I don't hit PRs at all, but my current workout is like super loaded, very little rest period. Like we're doing 45 to 70 seconds rest in between, I warm up, and then my workout sets are for my workout sets for my chest, for my bench press. Did the barbell bench press for the first time in like a long time this past week, and that was 225 5x5. So it sounds low because it is kind of low, but it's because it's 5x5 with very little rest in between. So it's 225, 5 sets, 5 reps, but no, like very little rest in between, like less than a minute rest in between. So, also you're doing 5x5s. It should be no less than 80% of your 1 rep max. Your program is kind of fucked. Anyway. How heavy is that compared to your max? I don't know. I don't do barbell bench press ever. Regardless, 225 5x5 for my weight is not that much. Let's be real. I'm 250 pounds, right? So I should be doing more. But I take a capsule of fish roll a day. Chat says it's a scam. Explain why. Because that shit is expensive and fish tastes gross. I agree. Regardless. We'll see. I'll update you guys. It's a new split. YouTube history, specific videos. How many do you know? YouTube. I'll take a look at it. Yeah, Sona teaches Conan and Girly, Turkish swear words, that kind of stuff. We got all of that. We'll take a look at it. Did you see this Cloudflare CEO responding to a viral TikTok of someone being laid off for no reason after just 3 months? No. I'm a fat piece of shit and I've only been to the gym once. Chatter, don't say that about yourself. You can always change. You can always start going. You know? Your first day is today. Remember, it's one step at a time, 1 foot in front of the other. Don't forget. And don't let anybody bully you either. Were you ever fat? Yes. Very fat. I was obese growing up for most of my life. M-Hud, yeah, he was a Mondo fatso. That's true. I grew up obese for most of my life. Any lower back pain exercise you recommend? Lower back pain oftentimes is a consequence of your hip flexors. I'm gonna go ahead and assume that you sit around a lot, as does most people. So you gotta open up your hip flexors a little bit, strengthen them a little bit, and you know, not put too much of a heavy load. Anyway. No pixel all day? No, I said fun day. I didn't say no pixel all day. A lot of you think that that means I'm doing no pixel. Here's some inspiration for the chatter. After like 3 years of struggling with weight gain, I finally found a diet that works for me in October and have lost 9 kilograms, 20 pounds since then. You just got to find out what works for you. Exactly. All right. So that's it on the personal news front, you know. I think I should personally probably do a one of these One Piece updates at this point, you know what I mean? Chinese cartoon reacts to TikTok reacts, Hog Watch, drama, fun, and more. Okay, buddy. On meme review and more. Get in now. Good morning from Melbourne. Good morning from Melbourne. Good morning, mate. Wait, someone, your fat ass wouldn't last on Whole Cake Island? Yes. I did say that. Yes, go to the Reddit. Pokemon go to the polls. So, just got here. Good morning from the Philippines, Hasan. That's always crazy, Pinoy Gang. Shouts out to the Pinoy Gang. Shouts out to my Swagapinos. Okay. From the captured territory, the Maoists are once again going to rise up inevitably, okay? Shouts out to my Maoist Filipino chatters. Dude in guerrilla action. Hello from Basque Country. Did you choose the nomination for Streamer Awards yet? No, because I don't really know who to nominate for most stuff. Did you see Gordon Ramsay did a video for MrBeast?
Telling me now you're not gonna
and this video made him shave his head? No, I did not see this. Dude, so much stuff happens on the normie side of YouTube that I'm just like completely oblivious to. This is like peak normie YouTube. Gordon Ramsay and MrBeast collaborating, and I just have no idea. No Hoscore Noti. How will I be on time for daycare with Hasan? People say no Hoscore Noti, but like I'm sure their notification came out. Every time someone says there's no Hoscore notification today, I actually go and check HasanAbi updates on the Discord, and there's always a notification. It's just that like it didn't register for you. Like, for example, today's notification was delivered in the Hoscord at 12:11. It's got 33 cum posts on it, cum stickers on it. Hey, bro, I'm going to adopt a cat today since they're better than dogs. I'm not going to get into this argument with you. If you have already made up your mind, GADF new video thumb is a HasanAbi joke. PhD in Japanomics. Yeah, that's funny. I'm not going to argue with you. If you think cats are better than dogs, then yeah, go adopt a cat. Like, that's wonderful. There's a shit ton of cats out there that need wonderful homes. And I would much rather have someone who is a cat lover than a cat hater adopt a cat. Just don't let your cat be an outdoor cat, because outdoor cats are devastating to the local animal population. They are absolutely unimaginably destructive. Like, it is not good, folks. That's all I'm going to say. All I'm going to say is it's not good. Better watch out. Bird genocide. When you adopt a cat, you take care of it. When you adopt a dog, it takes care of you. Wait, what? No, this is the opposite. I think the cat is way more chill. Look at Ninja's low tapper fade.
Low tapper fade.
Wait, what? Ain't no way, bro. What is he doing?
Imagine if Ninja got a low tapper fade. Imagine if Ninja got a low taper fade.
I just saw a FUNDAY suggestion. Send favorite viral Twitch clips of the week, LSF, but without the comments. I like that. You got to give it to the guy. He loves his fans. The George Carlin special. This is like a ridiculous atrocity, I think. Like, there's nothing more disrespectful than like doing something like this. George Carlin's daughter was very frustrated about this too. I mean, this should be a crime, I think. Yeah, I don't know how else to describe it other than like they took one of the goats of comedy and basically spat on his grave. I feel like this is exactly the type of thing that he would have despised, I think. Like, it's like it's like turning him into a robotic form of commodity to be consumed. It like sucks the life out of it. It's so awful. Somebody took, in order to promote their AI, I guess Dudesy or Dudsy or however you say it, somebody took George Carlin and like I guess filtered all of his sets or something and basically made a full special. And it entitled it, George Carlin, I'm Glad I'm Dead, 2024 full special. And it's like, it's blasphemy.
Hello, my name is Dudesy, and I'm a comedy AI. What you're about to hear is my second hour-long special. Before I get started, I just
Wait, Will Sasso from Mad TV made this? That makes it extra
want to let you know very clearly that what you're about to hear is not George Carlin. It's my impersonation of George Carlin that I developed in the exact same way a human impressionist would. I listened to all of George Carlin's material and did my best to imitate his voice, cadence, and attitude, as well as the subject matter I think would have interested him today. So think of it like Andy Kaufman impersonating Elvis, or like Will Ferrell impersonating George W. Bush. With that said, please enjoy my second hour-long comedy special. I'm calling it George Carlin,
Let's look at the dislikes. It's only 11K. There's 9K that liked it. Daily dose of Yeonmi misinfo.
Socialism.
Okay, let's just start with real comedy. Okay, let's leave the comedy to the real goats, like Yeonmi Park. Let's start here.
Worse until you run out someone else's money. It was that case for North Koreans. Socialism kind of worked until the late 80s because our economy was heavily subsidized by Soviet Union and China, and then Soviet Union collapsed, right? So they stopped helping North Korea, and the regime could not find any more a subsidy.
Wait, but she's actually not wrong about that. Like, yes, the collapse of the USSR absolutely is like one of the major reasons why North Korea had to withstand one of the worst famines of all time in the 90s that of course the sanctions didn't help with. Another incredible American crime against humanity. That's right.
Subsidy for the people. And until that moment, we are socialist paradise. We have free healthcare, free education, free housing, free public ration. And then 90s,
of course, make no mistake, the major reason as to why like North Korea and its economy had to be subsidized, there was no collapse, there was an illegal dissolution. Yes, fine. Yes, I agree. I usually use those terms as well. An illegal dissolution. But like the idea that like I mean that these guys simply were just free riders or freeloaders is also crazy. Is like, once again, there's no, like, what were they supposed to do? They got no homies out there. If you got no homies out there helping you out and doing trade with you, what are you supposed to do? She hasn't really like said anything all that crazy so far, but I'm assuming she's going to turn around and pop off. Now, make no mistake, the reason why there is this need for help from the USSR is because of embargoes and restrictions on trade and the blockade and all of that good stuff that the world's largest superpower was pushing for.
free housing, free public ration. And then 90s, Kim Jong-il hear about like starvation. And then people saying like, what are you gonna do? People are dying. And then he thought, actually, it's easy to do socialism when you have less people. It's easy to control people. And so why don't you let them?
What? I'm sorry. What? Oh, so he just let people die in the famine. Okay, here's a counter argument. If it's really hard to do socialism with a much larger population, why didn't America ensure that the DPRK population didn't die by the thousands during the famine in the 90s so that it would inevitably collapse? It's always like, it's funny because it's always like, it's always people being like, socialism collapses in and of itself, which is why we have to do everything we can to make sure it collapses. Which world's largest superpower? Brother, there ain't no way that you are trying to say, there ain't no way you're trying to say that like the USSR was a comparable superpower, especially in the 90s to the United States, right? Or in the 80s.
Die. So he decided to keep only 10% population.
He decided to keep only 10% of the population who are in the capital, like the Hunger Games. Wow. That's good. That's good stuff. 725,000 views by a channel called Socrates in the City. I love thinking that I love fancying myself to be a Greek, an ancient Greek philosopher, while simultaneously looking at like one of the silliest fabulists, okay, who doesn't even try all that hard to lie. And yet it's like people should eat that up because it perfectly corresponds to their biases, and then they jump to it, and then they just go along with it and think that they're brilliant. The comments on this video are insane, like really insane. Dude, the comments on that video are not necessarily all that insane. It's we who are insane. It's society that is already not sane, so you look like a radical.
I'm glad I'm dead. And
I want to hear what he sounds like real quick.
Which we all know is not going to happen. People are always thanking God for the good stuff in their lives, but somehow they conveniently forget that it's the same God who does all the bad shit too. And he does a lot of bad shit.
Oh God, I can't even, I'm turning it off. It's just so, I can't do that. Cat boys and black men in dresses. Just use stock images at that point. Last thing I want to read is comments from people who enjoy AI shit further than Homer Simpson singing Starlight by Muse. Yeah, I don't, it kind of scares me. I will say this much. I think it's very scary thinking about people who watch AI stuff and enjoy it. I don't know why, but as far as like art goes, I feel as though the humanity. I enjoy your intros. I mean, yeah, for like a brief meme, it's one thing. But if you just like kick back, you know, throw your slippers to the side, kick your little feet up on the table, and then like watch a 1 hour comedy special made by a machine of a beloved comedian that passed away, it's like that's an entirely separate thing. You're now watching something that is just completely robotic. There's no humanity in it. I do agree that like AI can be used, and I've said this before. I believe that AI can be used for fun little memes, or even with talented human beings, it can be used to I guess, uplift the art that they are engaging with. Okay? But if you are trying to make a fully fleshed out product, we're now broaching scary territory, not even necessarily because like, oh, I'm scared that it's going to, you know, it's going to destroy artists, which it already has to a certain degree, but more so that what makes art good is the humanity. It's the fact that a human being with imperfections, that mastered their craft, that took all of their life experiences and put it on whatever canvas it is. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a painting, right? But it's just like, it's just what makes, it is one of the last bastions of humanity. Like there is a mechanical process when it comes to, I don't know, commodity production, right? But when it comes down to art, it is supposed to be the exact opposite of that. Like it's supposed to be imperfect. It's supposed to be a mastery of your craft, but also beyond that, it's supposed to bring to the table the collection of experiences that you've had. And I think that, I mean, I don't know, turning that into a machine process is one thing. It's fine for memes and whatnot, but changing that and making a fully fleshed out product that is supposed to be a market substitute is entirely different. And beyond that, the fact that people sit there and enjoy it blows my mind. Personally, it's like a little scary to me. I don't know. Because while all art is derivative, as the chatter pointed out, AI art is not a derivative, but rather a replica. So I don't know. I guess my point is AI art will never be able to make something like this. Okay? Where is it? Where the hell is it? Oh, here. AI art will never be able to make a year hair affair. Okay? Like incredibly racist Chinese cartoon, okay, that is about Chinese history post World War II. AI art can never, which we will watch in a little bit, but I am interested in some of this other stuff. Let's start off with this one, another Monkey D. Houthi meme. This is one of those things that I do absolutely love about just anime in general, is that like I think it's sick that people do this in protest like globally. Like people that are like One Piece has had such a profound impact all around the world that you just have like dudes you have people all around the world with like protests from Chile all the way to Yemen, posting up with you know, the straw hat flags and whatnot. This makes me very happy. Wait, what? Grand Line meme? From the Grand Line to the sea? Friend of mine wholeheartedly supports Palestine because he believes Luffy would be pro-Palestine, and honestly, if it works, it works. I mean, yeah, sure. Mugiwara's for Palestine. That's so sick. That makes me very happy. Co-opting a liberation movement for weeb shit. Listen, I'm not gonna sit here and act like One Piece is an easy watch, okay? Because it's not. It takes a lot of time to get to being a One Piece enjoyer, okay? It does. But I love it. And I'll just say it like this. Where I'm at now, oh my God, it just keeps getting better and better and better. And One Piece, I have to thank for that 100%. It's so good. It's so good. And I say this as like someone who usually hates a lot of the baby shit. Like, and there's a lot of baby stuff on there. There's a lot of goo goo gaga goofs and gaffs on One Piece for sure. Like, but it's just always very unique. It's always very unique in the way that, like you think about it and it's like, it's not like a regular shonen, but like the fact that so many of the characters have such unique powers and unique talents. It's not just like about, you know, being the strongest or anything, or it's not about like punching fast. Oda tweeted Luffy would support Gaza. I high-key doubt that he said anything about Gaza. I would be very shocked if he did. No, I think Oda at this point is literally a deity in and of itself. So I don't think that he would say anything of the sort. That's why hockey ruined a little bit of the series. I see what you mean by that, but yeah, bro, Goda has a Netflix bag coming his way. Multiple Netflix bags, okay? I'm sorry if you think that he's gonna touch on anything, he's just gonna let the chopper do the talking, okay? And in this situation, I don't mean Tony Chopper, and I don't mean a weapon, I mean the pen and paper, okay? That's it. He just lets the chopper sing. That's it. He just puts whatever he feels the need to put in there inside of those papers, okay? One Piece is halfway through Wano. Are you going to read it or watch normal anime after you catch up? I recommend the anime. I mean, oh, One Piece is not fully up to date? I didn't realize. That's crazy. One Piece itself is like is mutual aid, which is crazy. I am currently on Whole Cake Island. Comic book superheroes or anime superheroes? I mean, it's whatever. It's fun. That's it. As morbid as it sounds, Luffy freeing Palestine from the oppressive world government and Israeli oppressor would be 100% an arc in One Piece. I mean, there is an equivalent in Skypiea, I think. Skypiea is kind of like Skypiea basically is a one state solution. And Wano, really? I haven't gotten to Wano yet, so don't explain that yet. Most arcs are like that. Okay, Kraut using... So this is Fredda, who I've never actually watched, but sometimes I see their posts, and some of them bang, doing a video on Kraut using liberal political theory instead of history. And I'm actually a little bit fascinated by this, so I'm gonna watch this.
This is how Kraut opens his video on how Denmark invented social democracy, by slamming a stack of books onto his desk that includes Why Nations Fail and The Origins of Political Order. There's a lot of problems with his use of sources.
Hold on 1 second. I gotta take care of a chatter real quick. There you go.
When it comes to history, chief of which is that it's
I knew it
almost
was coming.
all
I knew it was coming, and it had to be done. Okay. This is like the one chatter, like so much worse than Megaphonics. Like not even close, dude. Not even close. And I clap him all the time, and he just doesn't stop chirping. He just does not, like. At least Megaphonics has his own interests, right? He has his own unique interests, and he's constantly trying to drive the narrative to whatever his unique interests are, okay? Whether it be electric vehicles, Tesla, Elon Musk, yada, 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 okay? But, like, Hidejo is always, like, he just strikes me as the type of dude who's, like, such a power user of this community, but also always talking about how he doesn't want to be here. Like he's got chirps for everything, okay? Like 11:30 on a Monday, I'm covering news. He's like, "Oh, here we go again. It's news time. Oh, can't wait for him to react to some dumb comments from the chat." And it's like, "Bro, you're the dumb comment. You're the dumb comment that you want me to react to while simultaneously talking about how I get stun locked." It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy every time. And I knew it was coming. I knew the chirp was coming as soon as I clicked on this video. 33 minutes, and it's not going to be immediately like a goofs and gaffs fun ha-has. It's coming. Someone's going to be like, fun day. Okay. It's like, yeah, bro. It's fun for me, okay? Maybe not fun for you.
Political science. We'll talk about that in detail later on in the video. Out of the stack, he pulls The Great Leveler. Probably the best book in the stack for a history video, being that it's the only one written by an actual historian. The thesis of The Great Leveler is that periods of long peace lead to growing inequality, which is only erased by periods of great political turmoil, such as the First World War and the Russian and Chinese revolutions. The thesis of her work is the central argument. It's the discovery you made during your research. The entire body of work exists to convince the audience that this is the right interpretation of the evidence you surveyed. That's how you work with history. Every good historian, and even writer in general, knows what their thesis is, and is consciously working towards it throughout their work. Usually it's hinted at early on, and then you return to it towards the end of the work in order to hammer it home. However, if you don't know the thesis of your work, you can end up accidentally indicating multiple different theses and themes that you never intended to communicate in the first place. Everything in the video exists to reinforce the thesis, but if your thesis is confused, the messaging of your work is also confused.
And it didn't come to be through class struggle as Marxist theory demands, but through cold weather.
We're going to analyze what Kraut's message is, what sort of thesis is trying to convey with his videos, and how it fits into a larger, somewhat under-communicated ideological project. This video was a
I think it's really interesting. The reason why I find this fascinating is because, like, there are so many people now that have, like, 100% pivoted. Like, a lot of people either were here already or didn't realize that, like, politically they aligned with this school of thought. But a tremendous number of content creators, I think, online that are in the political sphere, specifically on the debate front, I would say, like dudes that are known, like people that are known for debates primarily, like they've pivoted a little bit. And I've seen throughout my last 10 years of being a political commentator, someone who worked at a political network, I will say, like, I've seen attitude shifts in the past, and I experienced it personally. I was on the receiving end of a lot of criticism and commentary, even back in the Young Turks days, from, like, people who fancied themselves to be, like, atheist guys, like the atheist skeptics that under the Obama administration made a full pivot from criticizing Christianity with George W. Bush to, under the Barack Obama administration, starting to criticize Islam and saying that Barack Obama was basically a defender of Islam, and he was like too kind to Islam, and he's known as the drone king for a reason. And that shift was the first shift. And a lot of those guys, in my opinion, went from like, oh, I'm just skeptic, I'm progressive, I don't like Islam because Islam isn't progressive, and all of these other American progressives are actually so crazy about like trying to be overcorrective about Islam and about claiming that Islam and Muslim Americans should be a part of like the progressive movement, that they're crazy, and I think they're gross, and I think they're wild, to directly becoming like alt-light and alt-right content creators. Many such examples exist, right? This was like the first phase from where I began and what I experienced and what I saw in my content consumption, and then also in the online space. I'm like a lore master for some of the grossest stuff. So basically that trajectory went from Islamophobia turning a lot of like Reddit atheism style skeptic content creators who were otherwise progressive, the Sam Harris types, I would say, into like alt-light and maybe even alt-right content creators. And then there was another pivot, right? Past that point, the alt-right's heyday came in the 2016 era. Donald Trump becomes president. And of course, content, independent content, almost always has to present itself as like somehow different than whatever the dominant narrative is. There's a desperate attempt for that, right? Gamergate happened in between there as well. The difference between alt-light and alt-right is, I guess, one is straight up a Nazi and blames everything on Jews. The alt-light, on the other hand, would be the type of people like Ben Shapiro who don't blame everything on Jews, who may even be like super pro-Israel as a matter of fact, but is like 90% of the way, or I would say 99% of the way right there with the alt-right. But they're simply, they have the same opinions on everything. They just don't blame the Jews for it. They blame libs for it. That's basically the major difference, the major point of contention between the alt-light and the alt-right. So, yes, the alt-right and alt-light are both evangelical capitalists, for sure. And then beyond that, I think, under the Trump era, a lot of people adopted the aesthetics of like, especially because 2016 came with Bernie Sanders and democratic socialism becoming a more prominent fixture in American politics. All of a sudden, there was we were further removed from the Red Scare politics. Obviously, you can't fully get away from the Red Scare style politics because, as I've said before, America was a proto-capitalist nation before we decided that we were capitalists. America's a perfect capitalist nation in many ways. So, we already had those fears, but at least like, a new generation of people who were interested in politics, and they saw Bernie Sanders as this like outsider, and they were captivated by his message. They thought, well, yeah, why can't we have nice things? As a matter of fact, a lot of people dared to dream. Okay. And then people started slowly shifting in that direction, especially because the Democratic Party was also normalizing this sort of attitude, this sort of behavior, because the Democratic Party knew that it had no power. And when you don't have any power, when you're not in office, when you don't have any executive authority, when you don't have any power in the Senate or the House, or even if you capture the House or the Senate, but the rest of the rest of Congress still is in the hands of the Republicans, you can position yourself as a very radical person. And that's why I always point to Kamala Harris being in favor of Medicare for all, for example. So in that time frame, a lot of people position themselves as what I would declare anti-Trump. Some people noticed Bernie Sanders' politics and they loved it and thought, maybe I am that, maybe I am a socialist. Many of you in this community probably started learning more about socialism in that time frame as well. And then others didn't really learn about it at all, but basically adopted the aesthetics of such, right? Because everyone was doing it. So it's like you felt like you had a sense of community. Many people look for this. This is normal, right? And in the without any sort of real momentum, like labor militancy or whatever, or any sort of like real groupings and real political action. Most of the way that we express our politics and most of the way that we look to the political system is simply through content consumption, because what else are you supposed to do? You're not a part of a union. You have no way of actually changing anything in your real life. So the way you express your politics is by looking at political commentators, myself included, right? Especially if you don't join an org or something and engage in some kind of direct action, engage in some kind of like mutual aid, some sort of like a labor action if you're a part of a labor union, for example. So in that time frame, leftist politics grew, and it created this false sense both in the minds of a lot of people who consider themselves to be leftists, and also everywhere else. They started thinking that like socialism was like insanely popular. Okay, I would not say that at any given point socialism was ever in the United States of America insanely popular. Some YouTube socialist said you are using Nazi talking points for defending the Houthis. Yes, I am the Nazi. Yes. Okay. Again, I digress, but that's a good point of contention. So they don't see themselves as content consumers, but modern philosophers. Yes. So in that situation, that was, the going was good. A lot of people fancy themselves to be like social democrats, leftists, people that are like outside of like American politics. And then the Trump era ended. And when the Trump era ended, one of the things that I said to you here was that we were going to go back to Gamergate style culture war politics. Many people were going to check out of politics altogether. And all of that has happened. In this time frame, once the Trump era, or at least the first Trump era, ended, a lot of people stopped paying attention to politics. As a matter of fact, many people voted for Joe Biden specifically so they would stop paying attention to politics. Okay? They wanted to go back to brunch. They wanted to watch the HasanAbi broadcast uninterrupted with an ad break. So they subscribed for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Okay? Yeah. Or they got gifted a sub if they were lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. I digress. Let's get back to the main point. So, a lot of people gave up. I was there when you said this will happen. I didn't believe. Yeah. You called this one?
Have you seen the viral tweets from that guy claiming he heard...
Oh, yeah. I saw that. Anyway, let's continue. So when Joe Brandon came into power, we got back to the culture war stuff. And it took around 3 to 4 years, but we're finally there. We're at peak culture war silliness. And a lot of those people that had fancied themselves to be radicals, some of which went right, which is normal. A lot of political commentators went right to varying degrees. Some of them went right during COVID and decided they're actually anti-vaxxers, and actually then they're like MAGA communists and they're patriotic socialists, whatever. All of this nonsensical, anti-materialist ideologies that were merged together in an effort to capture a new market. Because many of the guys that you watch are ultimately content creators themselves, myself included. Okay? My job is to entertain and educate as best as I possibly can. And that is the main purpose of many of the content creators that you watch, as long as we're being charitable. But then there's a secondary interest there. Here's the thing. I do a lot of dumb stuff. I do a lot of dumb content. I do a lot of collabs. I do some gaming every now and then. Don't get mad at me and say, Hasan, you never game. that is where I capture a broader audience, right? Maybe I even cover drama every now and then, internet drama. That is where I capture a major audience. My politics doesn't change. But if you are a purely political commentator, content creator, right, and you don't feel like you can do that other stuff, you change your politics. And many of these people did that. Many of these people changed their politics and tuned it specifically so that they could capture a newer audience. They moved around with the wind. And of course, there's going to be people who watch those content creators, given that they have no foundation for their politics, and given that there's no way to express their politics, and the only politics that they can express and is through their content consumption. It's a signifier. I'm a fan of this guy. I'm a fan of xylitol. All right? He tells it like it is. I'm a fan of Methuselah. He really dukes it out in the marketplace of ideas. He's really giving it to those guys, and I like it. I get to use his talking points against my interlocutors in my own life, and it makes me feel smart. That's what a lot of people watch stuff for, and it's the same. It's the same for myself. I mean, it's the same for my community as well. So, a lot of this back and forth within these communities turned into petty drama, masquerading as like real broad politics, real seriousness, real serious politics being done. We have to clean up our backyard. We have to do stuff about the enemies that are hiding in the shadows in our movements, right? And I'm so geared towards seeing that as like that as wrecker behavior and as like petty, personal, selfish, self-interested, and unproductive and unserious commentary that I often don't touch it, right? I don't touch it at all. I would not by any means say that I'm a believer in Marxist orthodoxy, as I'm sure you guys are aware of, right? I care about incremental gains. I care about a broader message. And I care about changing people's lives, at least for future generations, for the better. And I believe that that's the reason why you can have a broad swath, a broad array of different political opinions, as long as people are moving the needle in the correct direction. That's what my stated goal was always, and it still will be, right? Boof Thy Ego, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. So, I guess my point is, we are now in another shift. We are now in another shift in the political commentary sphere that is albeit marginal and completely insignificant in the grand scheme of things. But that shift that we're at now, John Niddle, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, is the shift of liberalism. People fancy themselves to be European-style social democrats, but not adjusted to American politics, right? This is where we're at now. And I see it every day. I think a big signifier that you are watching someone or reading someone's takes that is a part of this shift is if they are consistently trying to attack other content creators that are also on the left. And not like the Jimmy Dores of the world, but instead like people who are marginally differentiated from their position and making a mountain out of a molehill and telling you sweet nothings about how serious this actually is. You don't understand it. This is the most serious distinction. This person is actually supporting genocide when it's not actually a genocide that person is supporting at all. It's just marginal distinctions or marginal differentiations in American imperialism, I guess. Another thing is like using terms like tanky. That's another great one. It's like we have to clear out tankies from our communities. Something I've seen quite a bit being talked about on Twitter especially has been the attitude that it's like, if we don't try to tamper, if we don't really squash the really crazy guys in our movement on the left, us progressives, we're going to start losing political battles. Now that is, if you're like a real one, okay, and you hear someone say that, if you've been in leftist movements and have been a part of like coalition building of any sort, when you hear that, that's immediately the most laughable thing you've ever heard, because it's like, we're leftists in America. We were born losers. The fuck are you talking about? When have we won? Like, it is so unserious. It's like, there's like 3 people. Okay? There's 3 people out there that have like a margin of power, a fraction of power, and you're out here talking about how like, oh, we have to capitulate to like liberals who are capitulating to reactionaries in order to, you know, what is the gain in that situation? Nothing. We're not even gaining anything in that circumstance. So yeah, Radlip's talking about tankies in the Imperial Court as the greatest military power in the world is so funny. Exactly. People shouting at YouTube accounts with 50K subs. Yes, this comes from a place of powerlessness. Something that I've talked about with respect to cancel culture and how it manifests in progressive circles all the time. When you are powerless, you try to lie to yourself and make yourself feel like you have some semblance of power. Who is the responsive vectors that you can direct your anger to? Well, under the Barack Obama administration, that vector used to be culture, you know, TV shows and things like that. That's where this whole cancel culture nonsense started as well. Okay? And now it's like, it's just like constant infighting. Constant infighting in what remains of the rubbles of any semblance of leftist momentum. Silly, unproductive, stupid. Why did I talk about all of this? Okay? The reason why I talked about it is because I think there are content creators who were always kind of liberal, but have even shifted further into reactionary commentary that actually came from a reactional foundation in the alt-right. Kraut. I don't know too much about him. I think he makes like a lot of history videos. But Fredda here is talking about, I guess, Kraut's YouTube content revolving around a defense of liberal history, liberal political theory, masquerading as history. Kraut has always fucking raised, to be fair. The only thing I knew about him was that he called me a cockroach a bunch of times, and as soon as I heard that, I was like, oh, I'm checked out. What's funny is this is exactly what happened to Chapo. How many ex-Chapo fans made their own true leftist podcast after getting brain broken? Yeah, except Chapo's politics have remained the same. My politics have remained the same. Right? Like, notice how the fandom makes up their own minds and decides to join in on the fun and never really fully appreciate it. Right? Same goes for the Chapo boys. Same goes for myself. Same goes for Majority Report. There are definitely content creators out there in the leftist side that whose politics have not shifted with the wind. And you can see that. There are plenty of content creators on this side. Democracy Now! Majority Report. Democracy Now! Is already like a hardline news media. They just do objective news coverage, in my opinion. Well, maybe a little bit leftist news coverage. So, not Majority Report has had name change. They got hacked and just their Twitter back. They not ape terminal? What do you mean? I'm in the community about the guy you were watching about. I talked about it last night in OC, but in short, the community cares about international law shipping routes over Palestinians. Yes, of course. Because they love American dominance. They recognize that they benefit from American dominance. And if the dominant American prevailing attitude from the State Department is that the Houthis deserve to be blown to bits, the people of Yemen deserve what's coming. The halting of the international commerce routes will cease, I say. So, you know, they're going to present that narrative as well as though it's their own. I don't think they've thought about it further. I don't think they care. I don't think many people care. I think there is a very real fear in the hearts and minds of those who live in America of a world where, like, America is not the dominating power, because a lot of people are fearful, understandably, of change, right? But overall, I don't think they're just genuinely making arguments because they absolutely care about, merchant marines or whatever. I think that they do this because America has said this is just, this is righteous, and they just kind of want to win arguments, and they don't really care about the consequences. They don't care about who gets blown to bits. That's it. The goal is to get people to care. That is my goal. And unfortunately, it is no different when people come and look at my body of work and try to pick it in the same way that Republicans do. The difference, however, when a Ben Shapiro type does that sort of thing is battle lines are drawn, so all of the liberal watchers of other supposedly progressive content creators recognize that, oh, that's Ben Shapiro. He's reactionary. He's a bad guy. When he says, oh, Hasan, your politics are America bad, well, I'm going to be a little skeptical on Ben Shapiro saying that because I know that he has lied about so many other things. But if it's a content creator you trust who has fancied themselves to be a progressive, who's adorned the politics, the radical politics of progressive, Marxist-Leninism, or maybe they're an anarchist or whatever, right? Like, when you hear that guy making identical arguments to a Ben Shapiro, right? All of a sudden, well, then you don't have that same immediate skepticism. What I always try to get people to do is to have that critical thinking that they exercise for everyone, myself included. Okay? That's it.
a lot more challenging to make than some of my past videos where I've talked about figures on the far right. While Kraut was a member of the far-right skeptic community and an anti-feminist and Islamophobe, he also at times confronted the more extreme right-wing views that he found objectionable. Eventually, this led to a falling out with the more extreme right-wing elements of that community, causing him to distance himself from them. While he's dropped the Islamophobia and general overt gross behavior he used to engage in, he's still as politically engaged as ever on social media and in his videos. He just downplays it in the videos, where most of his attacks on the left, on Marxism or similar things comes as passing remarks or as underlying themes in his video's central thesis. I'll stress this multiple times throughout this video, there is nothing wrong about producing political content, and there is nothing wrong about having an opinion on history. Nowadays, Kraut is center-right, and much of what he says sounds reasonable at a surface level. Everything needs a lot of unpacking in order to understand how he's not really teaching history so much as simultaneously creating an impression of history and wielding that impression to communicate a political message.
Yeah, Sargon of Akkad is a great example because, like, many of the people that despise Sargon of Akkad and have been primed against Sargon of Akkad because they know that he's like a weirdo alt-right figurehead now have Sargon of Akkad's politics when it comes to defending American imperialism, right? And they don't even think about it because Sargon of Akkad is in the rear view mirror, right? So you don't even think about that. But like, there's never a question among so many as to why they are almost identically in line when it comes to foreign policy with so many figures that they hate. Something that I saw on Twitter was about like a Brianna Wu saying some stuff. I don't remember what it was, but like there was a guy underneath Brianna Wu saying, I can't believe the left got so radical that you're out here and I'm agreeing as a gamer-gator. I'm agreeing with you. And it's like, yeah, that should cause you to really reconsider. Do you think it's actually the left that went too left? Or do you think it is your politics that are so malleable that you were duped into taking more reactionary positions? So I beg of you, if you yourself are a content creator that watch me, or if you are a fan of other content creators, and you notice that like their politics so perfectly align oftentimes with the American State Department when it comes to foreign policy, just question it a little bit. What am I doing here? Am I thinking about this with the impact? Am I thinking about this with the intent that the American government has here? Do I believe the American government's intent? Maybe I should try and match it to what the American government has said and what the American government has done in prior instances of conquest. Okay? What is this? What is this? KPFK used to be good too, but now it's too extreme. They were the first news station that pumped out the film Loose Change, but years later, QAnon took Loose Change conspiracy and made it theirs. Yeah, finally, the Gamergate and anti-Gamergate factions have found something they agree on, hating the left. Hating the left and also American foreign policy. I think part of this is because there is no real liberal anti-war movement in the post-9/11 party. And when you don't have a real anti-war movement, and you have a very real anti-left movement, right?
My general
here, and I'll show you this as well. That's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. You're going to have people yelling at the left or what they think the left is, greatly overemphasizing how much power they have when they don't actually have any power, and talking about how we have to do American wars. And I have to pee real quick.
instinct as a reporter and as a journalist for going on 3 decades now has been that when I'm told by the powerful who my enemy is, I want to go talk to those people. I want to, because I don't view myself as just thinking for myself. I try to give people information that they can use to make informed decisions on what they support or oppose or other things. And I try to be very transparent. Clearly, I'm not a guy that just believes in, he said this and the other person said this. I don't believe in the corporate media defined terms of objectivity. But the hardest part of keeping your spine is when you're told those people are vicious animals who kill for pleasure. Having the bravery or the principle to be able to say, I'm going to check that fact. And that's what all of us should be doing in the face
It's
of
the bare
narrative
minimum.
of power.
Yeah, it's
No
the
one
bare
should be winning an
minimum of-
award for doing that. That should just be basic journalism.
Yes.
My general instinct as a reporter and as a journalist for going on 3 decades now has been that when I'm told by the powerful who my enemy is, I want to go talk to those people. I want to, because I don't view myself as just thinking for myself. I try to give people information that they can use to make informed decisions on what they support or oppose or other things. And I try to be very transparent. Clearly, I'm not a guy that just believes in he said this and the other person said this. I don't believe in the corporate media defined terms of objectivity. But the hardest part of keeping your spine is when you're told those people are vicious animals who kill for pleasure.
Yeah, I mean, listen, guys. Listen, Jeremy Scahill is a phenomenal journalist who has stayed true to the cause, despite the fact that maybe even some of his coworkers have literally gone down the rabbit hole that I've talked about, right? I mean, this is a guy who has directly done reporting on the ground in Yemen, in Somalia, in many of the places that we discuss. Okay? It's just something to remember. Like, it's not an accident these guys who have been profoundly respected journalists or even academics that I have on the broadcast that almost 100% agree with what I'm saying here and basically say identical things to what I'm saying. Okay? These guys have seen it. This better be a Rolex sponsor stream. No, I don't even own a Rolex. I just have this hat, and I think the hat is cool. But I wear it when my hair is really wet early on, which I shouldn't because then it just sticks this way. Then it's hard to shape. But, I mean, this is a guy who's written many books. This is a guy who has done a lot of on-the-ground reporting from conflict zones. It's just, they don't care. They just align with the people who say you're bad for saying what you do. No, I'm not talking to the content creators in this space. Okay? I'm not talking to the content creators in this space. I'm talking to the watchers of said content creators that also watch me. Okay? Lots of leftists today would have supported Desert Storm and defended the Al Maria shelter bombing because Iraq jeopardized the international oil market? Yes. This is why you should open the guest spots to right-wingers more. At least Bradley has shown how deep down we are all the same things. We just differ on how to get there. Shouldn't we also question things when it comes to Ukraine and give that same level of skepticism? Is it just because Russia bad that we don't use the same critical analysis when it comes to Ukraine? I mean, from the get-go, the left has been calling for a ceasefire. What are you talking about? You're talking to someone who has been calling for a ceasefire from the jump and has been punished for it viciously. The very same content divisions that I talked about amongst like the ostensible pro-NATO supposed progressives came from Ukraine. I mean, that's like you're talking to a content creator, at least in this space, that has been tarred and feathered regularly about his takes, his consistent principled takes on what to do in Ukraine. And like, here's the thing, while a lot of people online, one thing I always say is, listen, if enough people are stupid and believe something, it doesn't matter what the truth is, okay? And of course, when it comes to the bipartisan consensus on American dominance, right? and American imperialism, people are going to believe whatever they see in the news, because MSNBC, CNN, New York Times, and Fox News are going to be saying the same things with varying different spices on top of it. Okay, like there will be a little bit of a differentiation overall, but the broader goals are always the same. And why am I saying this? Because the Rand Corporation is in agreement with me. And like when it comes to what to do with the Houthis, okay? And that is mind-boggling when the Rand Corporation's analysis is identical to what, Twitter tankies are supposedly saying. But then you have like a lot of liberal thinkers that are straight up saying like, no, this is a insane position. Like, to say America should not bomb Yemen is an insane position. You're crazy. You're kooky. It sometimes makes me lose my mind a little bit. Okay? Like, the position that you have, no matter how much people in your circles, okay? No matter how much people in your circles say that you're crazy, and say that your position is unpopular, say that your position is wrong or immoral, something to always remember, okay? Something to always remember is that, a lot of times what you're saying is not crazy, especially if your job or if your goal here is to, stop war and bloodshed, okay? And even if there aren't enough people that you can see and experience on your side, ostensibly in the circles that you're in, you're still right. I don't think it's fringe left tanky nonsense to be against Western aggression and imperialism spanning the entire globe. Yeah, this is what I mean. Yeah, look, when I say progressives need to ice out the fringe left before it drags us into crazy town, I cannot think of a more compelling example than this account, which has never met a dumb tanky lie it didn't immediately spread to its cult-like following. And the argument for that is, it's crazy to me watching how easily liberals would justify bombing civilians in countries to avoid looking inward about the evils of the United States as an imperial power. Where is this coming from? Because Seamus, who lives in Beirut, okay, tweeted, "Let it be known tonight that the United States bombed multiple cities in a different country in order to protect Israel from suffering economic damage while it conducted a genocide." And that's precisely what happened. That is exactly what happened. That is objectively what happened. Okay? The difference is whether you agree with it or not. Okay? The problem is a lot of liberals look at that and go, yes, I agree with it. Right-wingers look at that and go, yes, I agree with what America did. But especially for liberals, they don't want to come to terms with why this happened. So they look for like other reasons. They'll say things like, well, this is disrupting international trade and commerce, right? That's why it had to happen. Okay? Hassan, can you source that say the shipping lanes were all pro-Israel? It's not. Not all of the ships that they took over were pro-Israel. It's ridiculous. Okay? That is a ridiculous take. No, it was a blockade on the Red Sea. Okay? That's it. It was a blockade on the Red Sea that tried to, with limited means, stop commerce enough that insurance providers for international shipping companies would use a different route that would, be more expensive and cause shipping delays. That's the point. It's not about like, oh, every single ship is a Zionist or whatever. That's not, and I don't know if that's a good faith question, I'll be honest with you. Okay? Anyway, but once again, We're having a conversation that is totally beyond the point, because ultimately, guess what? That's my first point was that this is correct. This is factually correct, right? And people desperately try to move the needle away. It's about creating pressure points. That's it. Okay? That's it. Happening here. Like, people will be like, well, I don't care that I don't care. You can't disrupt international trade, international commerce. I don't care. The Houthis are doing slave labor. Here's an article. Here's a blog post from some Saudi blog that I found that says they're doing slave labor. You know? Like, all of this stuff. Wait, did you bring a capture card? Let's go. Okay. So, no, it's not talking. It's March. So, anyway, it's just weird because, especially because, like, one, this is an objectively correct take, and yet Will says it's impossibly naive, right? And then he doubles down and says, like, these are cringe, fringe, tanky, nonsensical positions, which is weird because it brings up 2 points that I want to make. One, calling something cringe or fringe, tanky nonsense does not actually address the argument. Okay? Someone might be making a moral position that is, I guess, unpopular. Israel is an apartheid regime. Calling it as such for a very long time was unpopular. I, myself, and many others still correctly called it an apartheid state. It's still, depending on which circles you ride in, is considered unpopular. Just pointing to something's popularity is what a coward does. Okay? Address the issue and address the actual points instead of saying, this is unpopular, this is fringe. Now, the second point I want to make, however, with respect to bombing Yemen, is that it is not a fringe position to say America shouldn't bomb Yemen. Why are people so weird about this, says Adam Johnson? Only 10 out of 193 countries support bombing Yemen. The other 183, including many who still condemn Houthi attacks, didn't support it. 153 states have voted instead to de-escalate via ceasefire. The US and UK are objectively the fringe party. So why do liberals make this bad argument all the time? In all of America's conduct globally, in the overwhelming majority of American conduct globally, in how America carries itself, they only are able to do it because they are America. Okay? Worldwide, the UN does not agree. The United Nations does not agree with the sanctions placed upon Cuba. Not only is it immoral, but also the rest of the world sees it. But depending on which circles you're in, someone can cast that aside as cringe, tanky nonsense, despite its illegality. So please, don't be suckered and duped by those who have, I guess, differences in opinion, but masquerade as progressives, while simultaneously making the most mathematically reactionary argument for American empire. That's it. That is very frustrating to me. Anyway, speaking of the Houthi stuff, U.S. bombing Yemen is supposed to instill confidence in shipping companies and deter Ansar Allah. It has done neither so far, is what I tweeted out earlier on the pooper this morning. We have, however, dropped millions of dollars worth of munitions on one of the poorest countries on the planet who our proxy was doing a genocide to until recently. Some fans claim my politics have changed since 2019, not realizing that their positions have probably gotten more reactionary in defense of U.S. foreign policy, especially when Trump isn't the one championing American imperialism. This was after my Dan Crenshaw debacle, where I openly was talking about Dan Crenshaw's support for the ongoing genocide in Yemen. That was the American support for Yemen, but that was the Trump position. That was the Trump administration. So many people at the time, many liberals at the time, were very mad about that for two reasons. One, because you don't have to directly criticize America's actions, okay? You were criticizing Saudi Arabia, which is somehow removed from America's actions, I guess. Okay? So that's fine, because that's another brown country, right? And those very same liberals now that adorned the mantle of progressive politics are caping for the exact same type of policy, maybe even worse, because now it's a direct bombing campaign when it's Joe Biden doing it. This is not how you do serious politics, okay? And this is not a good counter to that. Your politics kind of just boils down to America bad at this point. Failure to differentiate between the Houthis and Yemen civilians is an example of this, to which I replied with, I think aiding and abetting Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza is bad. I think not dealing with the Red Sea blockade through peaceful means like a ceasefire is bad. Many hogs yell at me about how my politics are simply America bad, but you never show why America is good. Okay? This is not a counter. It's not a counter to just go, oh my God, your entire politics is America bad. This wasn't a good counter when this was the prevailing dominant Republican counter to any kind of liberal or leftist anti-imperialist position, anti-war position, because that is where I first heard these kinds of takes. It was from the likes of the Steven Crowder supporters, from the likes of the Ben Shapiro supporters of the world. Okay? And now I sometimes hear about those exact same things from the likes of those who fancy themselves to be progressive. And they desperately try to find a reason as to why they actually are defending American dominance, but progressively. There is no real progressive way of defending American dominance. You end up becoming the guy who's saying Raytheon is actually very pro-gay. You end up doing the exact same thing that Israel is doing, pink-washing genocide, whitewashing genocide. Well, you don't understand. Hamas runs Gaza. Hamas is throwing gay people off buildings, off of rooftops. Hamas is ISIS. And that's why we have to kill everyone in Gaza and forcibly displace them. Yeah. Prevailing narrative always is. Yeah, so true. Every bread tuber says your position is just America bad, but they never say how America is good. They just default to America is a net good despite the bad shit. I know. That's the main point. Nobody ever says, here's why Hasan is wrong. America isn't bad. They just move on. They literally just say, oh, Hasan has no real analysis here. He just says America bad. He rides for the Houthis because they're against America. That's it. Like as though that's all I do. That's all I do. I just sit around and just say, I love the Houthis. They're so sick. I wish I could live in Yemen amongst the Houthis. They would love me, and I love them. Like as though that's my and the only reason why I'm saying these things is because they are against America. Like that's copium. That's copium from the other side. It's a very cynical way to approach your interlocutor's arguments in bad faith. Watching the Houthis get bombed is like being a janitor looking out the window of the Death Star and wondering if I'm one of the good guys. Yeah. Is there an enemy of America that you believe is actually the bad guy? I mean, think about it. I've talked about Russia plenty as being the bad guy in Ukraine. There is no good or bad. There are people who have material interests in the way that they operate. Okay? And when they answer to why is America good, why America is good, they proceed only comparing to other nations. Anyway. A big part of my commentary, what is this? We will restore security to both the South and the North, says the Prime Minister of Israel. Nobody will stop us. Not The Hague, not the axis of evil, and not anybody else. Just some villain shit. That's crazy. Anyway. That's where it stems from. I think a lot of people don't want to examine American foreign policy and its impact globally and want to simply justify it by saying, well, the people that we're bombing hate gay people. The people that we're bombing, I mean, we do this with the Taliban. We did this with the Taliban. We did this with, we're doing this with the Houthis. We did this with Saddam. We always do this. Whoever we interfere with, whoever's affairs we interfere with, okay, we always masquerade as though we're doing it in a humanitarian way. Okay? No, you don't understand. We're humanitarian. We're doing a humanitarian mission when we blow up positions in Yemen. You don't get it. Like, you're so stupid. Israel is doing a humanitarian thing when they are blowing up Gaza because they're taking out Hamas. You've been talking a lot about your ostensibly leftist haters and would like to assure you that there's a lot of left-wing people who have much better opinions. This isn't even me talking about my haters. This is just something that guys, there's a reason why I don't like specifically name names. It's because this isn't about drama and clout. This is about what I have experienced within the fandoms and the broader community of like the online left, I guess. Okay? It's more so about liberalism and how liberalism tries to mask itself as like something different than the reactionary politics of conservative Republicans. That's it. This has nothing to do with if it. This is never about a specific person, ever. It's never about one person. Although many people do look at this kind of stuff and will clip it and will try to use it to their own means to continue inflaming this, stoking the fires of drama for personal benefit, and try to act like this is serious political commentary. It's just something that I see across the board. If I want to talk about somebody, I'll tell you. Yeah. Guys, if you want to understand like the politics of people like this with the Ukrainian flag in the bio, the Rand Corporation is apparently a Kremlin think tank at this point. Because the Rand Corporation has said, decades of experience have shown the military efforts to dislodge the Houthis are unlikely to be effective, says Rand's Alexandra Stark. Instead of retaliatory strikes, the U.S. should favor a diplomatic approach. You are lost in the sauce if you are calling the Rand Corporation a Kremlin think tank. It's not, and someone says, you think Rand Corporation is a Kremlin think tank? Lol, LMAO even. It's not that I think it, it's that I know it. I see it. I witness it. Now I say it. Rand is, wittingly or unwittingly, doing the bidding of the Kremlin. It's impossible for them to hide it as they produce opinions which are designed to advance Russian interests. Yeah. Yeah, so many liberals are just like perma brain broken and with no solution. Just, it's so Jover. I mean, this is QAnon. There's no difference. It's Blue Anon, right? There is no difference between having this approach to like any person that comes after your, any person that criticizes what you think is true. When you call the Rand Corporation a reactionary right-wing think tank, okay? Here, let's look at the Wikipedia of the Rand Corporation. The Rand Corporation is an American nonprofit global policy think tank, research institute, and public sector consulting firm. They engage in research and development across multiple fields and industries. Since the 1950s, Rand has helped inform U.S. policy decisions on a wide variety of issues, including the space race, the Vietnam War, and the U.S.-Soviet nuclear arms confrontation, the creation of the Great Society, social welfare programs, and national health care. I don't know what to say about this other than like, Rand is not right-wing. Like I said, national defense is more conservative, but social health division is more left-leaning. Almost every American think tank is far right when it comes to American defense. It is their goal. It is their job. It is what they do. That's the whole point. That's the whole point of this think tank's existence. Okay? Iraq War. Controversy. The U.S. government created to support Russia. Ukraine flag Twitter users are gold. Yeah. All right. I just wanted to point that out. I think the real reason why people do stuff like that, by the way, is because they want to position themselves as like, they don't want to actually tackle the issue that you brought forward, and they want to simply posture and state that the thing that you are saying aligns with like some Russian interest that I've made up, right? And that's a very good way to position yourself against something that you would otherwise have to agree with. Like in that situation, it's no different than basically saying like, well, the Kremlin think tank wants healthcare in America. It seems quite weird to me that you also want healthcare in America, and now you don't have to actually argue about whether or not healthcare is good. Now you just personally have said that Russia wants it and it aligns with their interests. I heard it so many times during the Ukraine stuff, and I was like, I think a ceasefire should happen because that is inevitable. It's inevitable in every conflict. A ceasefire should happen. And people are like, that's what Putin wants. You're doing Putin's bidding. Anyway, here's second thought. Are we the baddies?
This episode and others like it are brought to you by the generous support of my patrons on Patreon. Get some cool perks and help support the show by becoming a patron at patreon.com/secondthought. I also recently launched a new channel dedicated to the nuts and bolts of
Does it give you pause that all of the every Ukraine flag account is now a bloodthirsty pro-Israel warhawk? No, it's something that I know. It's not because they had a special interest in Ukraine. They're just defenders of American empire. That's it. Like, some people definitely do care about Ukraine, okay? But the reality is, most people that were like hyper pro-Ukraine were simply just excited at the prospect of like America aligning with a moral position that is good. Ukrainian emancipation is correct, okay? It's correct. That is the correct, objectively correct moral position, okay? Russia should have never invaded Ukraine. Ukraine should be free of Russian invasion. That is the morally righteous position to have on this conflict, okay? So every single America lover jumped on the bandwagon to be like, oh, thank God we're finally on board with a war where we're like objectively on the right side. We're the good guys. And I tried to make this distinction regularly where it was like our goals in Ukraine are not the good goals. They're not good goals at all. They're actually very bad goals. We benefit from the continuation of the war in Ukraine. Okay? And that much has been true. You see it. You saw everything that I brought forward. American politicians have openly said about how, you know, Ukraine is simply a battleground for us to destroy our foreign adversary, Russia. Okay? That the conditions in Ukraine were going to worsen as the war continues, as the invasion continues, and that it was going to become significantly more reactionary. And America's interest in Ukraine is the privatization of state resources, the elimination of any kind of like leftist opposition to a neoliberal administration, making it much easier to just pick apart the entire country and exploit it, while also feeding a steady cache of weapons into Ukraine that otherwise would have gone to Afghanistan, the identical budget size that went from Afghanistan directly to Ukraine. every single thing that I've said has already happened, and every single thing that I said about the politician motivations was real. They openly admitted it. But people just simply doubled down and tripled down. Not many people, in my opinion, in here even, I don't think have changed their framework at all on this stuff. I think it was a battle line that was drawn. People said, Hasan, you're bad. You love Russia. You're saying things that benefit Russia, and I hate you. And you're a charlatan propagandist who just only has America bad in mind and never America good in mind. America good this time. I don't know if there's a single person in this chat still that remains in this community right now at this very moment that will openly state, like, honestly, I was one of those guys who thought, like, you know, you're out of your mind, and now I've come to the conclusion that maybe you weren't. Maybe you were correct. I think there's not a single person in here that feels that way. Why? Because they just left. If both parties don't want a ceasefire, in this case, neither do, I just don't see how we're anywhere. First of all, that's not correct. I just don't see how we're anywhere near starting a dialogue on a ceasefire. The conditions for a ceasefire by either side are nowhere near met according to their respective goals in the war. No. Ukraine's ceasefire goals are not on Ukraine. It's on America. And I said this is day one, too, and people got so mad at me as well. Anyway. All right. Let's continue.
And I've been asked directly, would you do it again? If you give me the same circumstances, I would not hesitate.
I think that a lot of Ukrainians are mad at you. They don't want to hear all that. Side note, I think you're correct. I know. And it's fine. I don't think anyone in Ukraine that is a fan of mine, with the exception of people that just like understood what I was saying, will ever come back and be like, you know what, I think you're right. All right, let's watch this.
According to Doctors Without Borders, its hospital in northern Afghanistan came under repeated direct attack on Saturday from a U.S. AC-130 gunship.
When a mistake occurs, the United States owns up to it, and we vow to get to the bottom of what exactly happened.
No, we don't. Tried to meddle in other countries' elections?
Oh, probably.
That's why tomorrow I'm going to send to Congress, help us build a world that is safer, more peaceful, more prosperous for our children and grandchildren.
Are we the baddies?
Honestly, I could just leave it at that. Not great. Okay, friends, today we're going to tackle a big topic, and one that might make my fellow Americans a little uncomfortable if you haven't grappled with this stuff before. Before we begin, I'd like to offer a quick disclaimer, because I know I'm going to get a ton of misguided comments. I am not anti-American in the sense that most self-professed patriots would use the term. I love the land, I love my neighbors, and as a Texan, you better believe I love Whataburger. I am anti-American in the sense that I do not support the United States as a political project. A nation founded on genocide, theft, and slavery.
That's it. All right, click away, brother. This commie's gay, okay? At first, I thought to myself, there's no bisexual lighting. So maybe after he said to me that he's from Texas, I thought maybe he's a patriot. And then I saw that he said he's not a part of the American Global Project, and I realized then, excuse me, there's nothing more American than advocating for endless empire, ceaseless empire, 800 military bases around the world so that Raytheon can turn profit year after year. Profits that it won't even trickle down to its own goddamn engineers, brother. That's what America is about. America is about $5 jalapeno poppers, okay? And my dick not working because my food is actual garbage. Because, again, big mega corporations that are fancying themselves, they're working on the agricultural production side and also on food, have lobbied the government endlessly to ensure that they cut costs as best as possible and feed me fucking poison. But that's goddamn delicious poison, and I'll fucking kill you if you ever try to take that away from me. America is about me having severe health complications like diabetes and then not being able to pay for my insulin because, goddamn it, brother, we got other priorities. Priorities that never seem to help me out. Okay, and always seem to, I don't know what the priorities are, really. I don't know who's really getting helped out. Maybe the corporate bottom line, but there is an America out there spiritually that's dominating, and it makes me feel good. It's all good that I got incredibly high blood pressure and my shit don't work. And I can't go to a goddamn doctor because the last remaining rural hospital is a helicopter ride away. Turns out it wasn't profitable for there to be a hospital there, and guess what? That's goddamn all right because I'm fucking American. I'm proud to be a goddamn cuck. That's what being a patriot's all about because I can have a gun. And I can purchase that gun at Walmart. And I can have my 10-year-old play with that gun at home because I don't need a lock and key. And when that 10-year-old learns the hard way what guns are really like, maybe he shoots his sister in the face, but guess what? Didn't like her that much anyway. Her vibes were fucked. Okay? And sure, I shot my dick off too one time, but that's all right. I don't need it anyway. The poison I've consumed has already destroyed my penis before I shot myself in the penis to begin with. So, didn't make much use of it regardless, but god damn it, that's what being an American is about. All right, let's get back to this gay comment now.
Slavery has no right to exist, and certainly has no right to act as an occupying force all over the world, dictate trade agreements, fund proxy wars and death squads, foment coups, and generally act as a barrier to self-determination and genuine freedom. When people say things like, "You're not patriotic," I find it a little disingenuous, because what could be more patriotic than recognizing your country's flaws and working to build a better society? Anyway, this is a massive topic. There's no way I can even mention all the crimes the US has committed, so I'm gonna leave a bunch of resources in the description if you'd like to learn more. Originally, I was gonna keep this nice and organized and have a few categories with one major example each, but there were just too many to pick from, so let's just dive in and take a brief stroll through the history of the US empire. We'll start at the beginning, with the genocide of the Native Americans. When Europeans first laid eyes on what they called the New World—
You mean the general lie, brother?
World, it's estimated there were around 15 million indigenous people living in North America. By the end of the 19th century, there were just 200,000. 14.8 million people were killed by these foreign invaders who, without any sense of self-awareness, considered the native population savages. Perhaps the most infamous period of the genocide is known today as the Trail of Tears, which lasted from 1830 to 1840. This—
Excuse me. That seems quite a bit like a peaceful transfer of a indigenous population. Yeah, sure, a lot of people died in the process, but like, I mean, the ultimate goals are like they're away from the conflict, right? Why did the conflict begin? Well, let's not talk about that too much. What you have to remember is the white civilizing force there was just peacefully. Yeah, they were. Yeah, Trail of Tears, tears of joy, brother. That's a good one. Exactly. Yeah, what do you mean? They never specified what kind of tears. They were joyful tears. They were saying, "Thank you, white man, for moving me away from the conflict."
This project, initiated by President Andrew Jackson, a war criminal and slavery enthusiast, and approved by the United States Congress, had the explicit goal of removing Native Americans from the land the US was currently colonizing, and relocating them across the Mississippi. The problem was, most of these people didn't want to leave their homes. So, naturally, the US butchered as many as it took until the native population complied. The actual relocation process was incredibly dangerous, and thousands of people died of disease, starvation, or exposure to the elements. Of course, that was of no consequence to the US government. They had achieved their goal: vast new swaths of land to colonize and turn into farmland to be worked by an army of slaves. This is just one short 10-year period in the history of the genocide of Native Americans, but it's indicative of the cruelty and calculated inhumanity that underpins the American project. Find land or resources you want, kill the locals, and maximize profits by making use of slave labor. I've left a number of books on this genocide in the description, and I highly recommend my American viewers take a look. What we're taught in school does not reflect the magnitude of the crimes our country committed. Early Americans participated in the eradication of the bison specifically to starve the indigenous peoples. They attacked villages and butchered men, women, and children to universal praise. They did everything they could to make the native people who were just trying to exist seem like evil monsters bent on destroying the American project. There's a reason Hitler had such admiration for this period in American history, but we'll get to that later. For now, let's move on to some good old-fashioned war crimes. The United States is an exceptionally warlike nation. In the 247 years since its inception, the US has been at war for all but 17 of them. The country sees itself as the world police, the shining city on a hill that has the moral responsibility to enforce our conception of society on everyone else. This country talks a big game about the importance.
Okay, it's just like, I don't think he understands. Okay, I don't think Second Thought understands that our conception of how society should be designed just simply always ends up benefiting our bottom line. And not even like the American bottom line across the board, but the bottom line of like American corporations and corporate owners. And it just happens to be that way every time. What are the odds, guys? What are the odds? It just happens to work that way. And we're not haphazardly slapping that sticker on as a idiotic justification. You know what I mean?
Of freedom and the right to self-determination. But the United States has never once embodied those values. One early example is the Philippine-American War. At the end of the Spanish-American War, the United States annexed the Philippines. The island nation.
How about the annexation of the top of the hour ad break? Okay. Nobody's talking about that. About how at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, okay? Time to take over the top of the hour ad break and make it yours. And you could do that by getting gifted a sub as well. If you're lucky, here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Nation didn't want that and declared independence. The United States, a country halfway around the world, said too bad. By the US State Department's own admission, the resulting war killed some 20,000 Filipino combatants and over 200,000 civilians, with some estimates going as high as 1 million people. The US military was brutal, engaging in scorched earth tactics and forcing tens of thousands into concentration camps where thousands of civilians died in unspeakable conditions. Once again, all this because the US saw something it wanted and chose not to recognize the rights and desires of the people who lived there. Let's fast forward a little bit. Less than 50 years after the massacre in the Philippines, another island nation was ready to surrender to the Allied powers. At the very end of World War II, Japan was thoroughly beaten. But even though the Allies were just beginning to celebrate victory, the United States had already set its sights on a new geopolitical and economic rival. The Soviet Union had grown from a pre-industrial backwater to the second most powerful nation on Earth in less than 50 years, and the US didn't want them to get any ideas. So on the 6th and 9th of August 1945, the United States dropped nuclear bombs on the Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, vaporizing over 200,000 civilians. There are those who attempt to justify the bombing, saying that it saved countless lives by ending the war. But this is
another dude, American arguments that justify American actions are so funny. It's always like, you don't understand, the firebombing was far worse. And it's like, dog, what do you mean? Okay, well, who was doing the firebombing? We were doing that too. You don't get it. It was a de-escalation. It was a de-escalatory bombing campaign, okay? It's always for an honest, earnest, good thing, okay? America doesn't simply just, show off its cool toys as a flex to its potential future foreign adversaries, right? Like, that would never happen.
Is misguided at best and an outright lie at worst. Japan was ready to surrender. This is an established fact. But perhaps more damning than that is the fact that Hiroshima and Nagasaki were chosen not because they were military targets, but because they were population centers. And what better way to scare a geopolitical rival than to say, we're willing to kill this many civilians in an instant to get what we want? The United States remains the only nation on Earth to have used nuclear weapons against other human beings. And we did it twice, on civilians, on purpose. Continuing along the bloody path of US history, we get to the Cold War, a period of about 50 years where the US, desperate to maintain its newfound post-war dominance, really ramped up their imperialist tendencies. According to a report by the New York Times, the United States launched at least 81 overt or covert interventions between 1946 and 2000. Latin America was of particular interest, and saw regime change projects in Nicaragua, Honduras, Panama, Mexico, and the Dominican Republic. Then you had the 1953 CIA-backed coup in Iran, which deposed the left-leaning, democratically elected President Mossadegh and reinstalled the despotic Shah.
Okay, but they also, not to toot my own horn here, but they also impacted the bottom line of British Petroleum. I don't know if you know this, but those were our oil refineries. And then Mossadegh was saying that those oil refineries should be nationalized and the profits should go back to the Iranian people. And guess what? That was an investment that we made, and America and England was willing to defend said investment of British Petroleum. Sorry, sucks to suck. You shouldn't have had a resource-rich nation if you wanted to not be exploited. I'm just saying.
Of Iran. As we'll see shortly, the CIA becomes especially vital to US meddling in this period. Another one of their pet projects was trying to assassinate Fidel Castro, the revolutionary leader of Cuba. They made at least 668 attempts to eliminate the beloved leader, trying everything from poison to gunmen to Looney Tunes-style exploding cigars. Despite the CIA's best efforts, Castro lived a long, healthy life, finally passing away in 2016. For anyone
and Western academics invented something called the resource
unfamiliar with the story of the Cuban Revolution and their efforts at resisting US imperialism, I highly recommend you check out Season 2 of Blowback. It's a fantastic podcast. Perhaps the most infamous US intervention of the era was the 1973 coup in Chile. In early September 1970, the people of Chile elected the democratic socialist Salvador Allende as president.
Again, classic socialism doesn't work. It's just like, when will you liberals understand? Socialism doesn't work because it disturbs people in positions of power that are going to go and do everything they can if you even democratically elect a socialist. If you do a revolution, if you do a people's revolution, if you do a people's back revolution against a brutal dictatorship, well, guess what? We were working with those guys. Turns out we don't like that. We don't like when you do that. If you actually democratically elect someone into a position of power and they call themselves socialists, well, we don't like that too. We're going to do everything we can to actually make sure that you understand that socialism doesn't fucking work, okay? It doesn't fucking work. That's why we have to show everyone it doesn't work by doing everything we can.
Allende was, by all accounts, a good man.
I once got yelled at for saying Castro wasn't that bad. That's insane that you said it wasn't that bad. You should say Castro was good.
He recognized what life was like for the masses and enacted sweeping reforms to raise the standard of living for average Chileans. This included nationalizing some of their industry, particularly in mining. The United States and the late Henry Kissinger didn't like that. A few months before the election, he had said, quote, "I don't see why we need to stand idly by and watch a country go communist due to the irresponsibility of its own people." This was the empire's philosophy in a nutshell. The United States has the right to interfere wherever it wants to secure its interests. And that's just what they did in Chile. Not even a week after Allende was elected, Kissinger had concocted a plan with the CIA to destabilize and overthrow the Chilean government. On September 11th, 1973, the presidential palace was bombed, seized, and after delivering a brief speech full of hope for the future of Chile, Allende
Just saying, if they knew what was good for themselves, they wouldn't have done that, right? It's so irresponsible for them to vote for things like that.
took his own life rather than be captured. Here's what he said. "Workers of my country, I have faith in Chile and its destiny. Other men will overcome this dark and bitter moment when treason seeks to prevail. Go forward knowing that sooner rather than later, the great avenues will open again and free men will walk through them to construct a better society. Long live Chile, long live the people, long live the workers." The fascist general Augusto Pinochet, backed by the US government, assumed control of the country, imprisoning, torturing, disappearing, and murdering tens of thousands of Chileans. This reign of terror would go on for 17 years. But the outright violence was only part of the master plan. Shortly after the coup, Pinochet invited none other than Milton Friedman, along with a bunch of Chicago school lackeys, to devise a new economic agenda for the country. And so Chile became the guinea pig for laissez-faire, libertarian free market policy, leading inevitably to economic collapse in 1982. But sometimes, rigging elections and deposing democratically elected leaders just isn't enough. Sometimes, the US decides to secure its interest by fighting, funding, or otherwise enabling devastating proxy wars. As with the aforementioned interventions, the Cold War was the primary factor driving US involvement in places like Vietnam and Korea. We were desperate not to let communism be seen as a viable economic alternative to capitalism, and it was starting to catch on. So the US did what it does best: butcher civilians in the name of maintaining its dominance. US activity in Vietnam cost some 365,000 civilian lives. Massacres, the burning of entire villages, indiscriminate bombing, the use of napalm, white phosphorus, and millions of gallons of chemical weapons that to this day cause birth defects in Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. In Korea, what's often referred to as the Forgotten War here in the United States, the US killed between 2 and 3 million civilians. The North lost a full 20% of its population. So it shouldn't come as a surprise that Korea is the
Iraq too, we haven't gotten there yet. Don't worry, he's moving there, slowly but surely.
Forgotten war. It's not that we've forgotten, it's that our government doesn't like to remind us that they slaughtered millions of people just so capitalism wouldn't have to contend with an economic challenger.
But again, in that situation, it's also a American invention. The 38th parallel is disrupted by the North Koreans. Again, another political designation that's just like totally cultivated to fit America's needs. So, you know.
If you'd like to learn more about the Korean War, check out Blowback Season 4. And these are just two of the more well-known proxy conflicts during the Cold War. But there were many, many more, and they remain a favorite tool of the US empire to this day.
The funniest parts about that is that, like, well, with the exception of, I guess, Korea, which many people don't even talk about, every single thing that he's mentioned, even like the prevailing liberal attitude now, because we are so far removed from it, is that it was actually bad. That's why I talked about this quite extensively when we were talking about Henry Kissinger, if you recall. Like, the liberal position is always like, yeah, everything we did in the past, sure, that was bad. Okay, I will give it to you. That wasn't good. But what we're doing right now, which is identical to everything that we did in the past, right now, that's good. We have to do that. Always. And if you go against that and go, hold on, maybe we should just dial it back a little bit and really assess, then your politics are just America bad. That's all it is. Your politics are only America bad. Have you, have you considered that maybe America good? Have you considered that maybe like the people that we are bombing they hate gay people? Or, they have really horrible conditions. They have really horrible workplace safety violations, you know? They don't have good labor unions. And a whole bunch of stuff that I've also made up now because I can do that because who's going to check? there's no coverage in the living conditions of the people on the ground.
But we can't talk about war crimes and civilian
liberals hate every war but this one, love every civil rights movement but this one.
Casualties without talking about the Iraq War. Today, 20 years after the start of the so-called War on Terror, it's no longer controversial to say that the Iraq War was started based on a lie. This is a well-established fact. Anyone who tries to say otherwise is either in complete denial or is acting in bad faith. For the younger viewers in the audience, the United States made a big show of saying they had proof Iraq possessed weapons of mass destruction. They did not. And so based on false testimonies that served the interests of empire, the United States invaded Iraq and occupied it for years. What was once a vibrant, thriving nation was obliterated in what were called shock and awe campaigns. The US military targeted communications, electricity, vital infrastructure such as roads, bridges.
The Iraq War is the perfect example of like how ridiculous this is, because the guys who did it 100% were talking about how we must do it over and over again, okay? Dick Cheney and the like, for years before we actually invaded, for a multitude of different reasons, okay? And like still to this day, the defense of it at the time and still to this day from the reasonable foreign policy blob was that, well, you know, Saddam's actions against the Kurds in the country were unimaginable. They were really horrifying, and there's truth to that, for the record, right? Historically speaking, there was so much that Saddam had done. He's a bad guy. What are you, defending Saddam? And it's like, brother, we did infinitely worse to Iraq than Saddam could have ever imagined. Okay? Like, what are you talking about? That's it. This should be such a formative point in recent American history. Okay? That's a little wild. It's wild to say that America's illegal invasion and occupation of Iraq is infinitely worse than what Saddam could have ever done to Iraq. That is not a contentious point. What are you talking about? This is the problem. Why were libs so anti-Iraq war at the time? Was it just Bush? I don't get it. Yes. There was still the remaining factions of like anti-war liberalism that were anti-Bush. And Barack Obama's administration absolutely destroyed that. Because Obama came in on an anti-Iraq war slant and then did the surge. And when you do that, and this is something I talk about all the time, liberals calcify the reactionary agenda. Liberals normalize the reactionary agenda. Okay? People yell when George W. Bush, a reactionary Republican, is engaging in war, and then a liberal comes in. Nobody was anti-war Iraq war at the time. It was like 90% support at the beginning. That is also, I mean, what you're describing is not dissimilar to the origins of the anti-Israel's genocide of Palestinians. Okay? I hope you understand that. There were still absolutely, and you're saying for the record I was anti-war at the time, there were still absolutely voices and protests all the time, all over. They were just not getting coverage. There was no consideration for it. Every single person that actually stood against the invasion of Iraq were considered anti-American, terror lovers, terrorist supporters. I mean, that's it. Yeah. Anyway, something to remember is that, yes, there were still voices that were anti-Iraq war, and they were yelled at in almost the same exact ways that people are yelled at now. Okay? But one thing I will say, however, is that there absolutely was a faction of like diehard Democratic Party voters, right, that were unironically anti-war. Like, there was a faction of liberalism that still was anti-war, right? And very quickly, the anti-Iraq war momentum grew, which, as you also are correctly pointing out here, because there was a faction of anti-war liberalism still. Okay? But you know what was the biggest burden and the biggest death strike to the anti-war liberalism movement? Barack Obama. That's how it works. Every single thing that Trump did as it pertains to foreign policy, Joe Biden has basically championed and continued. I mean, come on. And now look, all of the Brandon supporters that yell Dark Brandon, Dark Brandon, Dark Brandon over and over and over again, they are now yelling. They're yelling against the positions that they held on to while Trump was president.
And water treatment facilities. Anything they could do to inflict maximum suffering. Over the course of the war, the US killed at least 1 million Iraqis. But beyond the evil of starting the war under false pretenses was the even more unspeakable evil of Abu Ghraib. This secret prison was operated by US personnel who engaged in torture, sexual assault, and other war crimes. I can't even show the unblurred images here, but I'm sure you recognize.
This is like the most recognizable one.
Recognize some of them just from the silhouette. That's how infamous this prison was. As with everything else in this video, there are links in the description to learn more. And of course, Blowback has a season on the Iraq War as well. Heck, at this point I've mentioned almost every season, just go listen to all of them, they're great. Before this video gets too long, it's important we also address one of the crimes the US is currently committing. Over the last few months, the Israeli occupation has drastically ramped up its genocide of the Palestinian people, using a surprise attack by the Palestinian resistance as justification. To be clear, this violence did not start on October 7th. The Palestinian people have been subjected to brutal colonial cruelty for the past 75 years. It's not a complex issue. If you don't feel confident enough to take a position yet, that's perfectly fine. I would just ask that you educate yourself on the subject, because this is one of those issues where people decades from now will look back and say, how did decent people watch this happen and do nothing? I'd recommend you start with Ilan Pappé's book, The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine. He's an Israeli historian, so there can't be any accusations of pro-Palestinian bias there. Just be warned, it's a harrowing read.
It doesn't matter. I've talked to people that claim Ilan Pappé is akin to, oh my God, depending on what level of Zionism the person is operating on. I've talked to people that compared Ilan Pappé to like, what's his face, to like a Clarence Thomas or the guy Clarence Thomas, it was, fuck, what's his name? God damn it. Sowell, Thomas Sowell. Thank you, Chatter. Like, oh, it's like asking a black person to read Thomas Sowell.
So, how does the US fit into this? Well, Israel is a client state of the US. It serves as a vital geopolitical foothold in the region. That's literally the only reason the US cares about Israel, regardless of how elected officials try to sell it. Don't believe me? Here's current President Joe Biden back in 1986.
There's no apology to be made. None. It is the best $3 billion investment we make. Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest in the region. The United States would have to go out and invent an Israel.
The US provides Israel with funding, weapons, ammunition, equipment for their missile defense system, and most importantly, unconditional support for their genocidal project.
He's like, I mean, this is why I say, like, there is definitely a slight deviation from other administrations, even Democratic, like, definitely Democratic administrations, but the slight deviation in this circumstance is that, like, the Biden camp and the voices that Joe Biden is listening to on Israel are so nutty that it is harming America's soft power globally. I'm telling you, there is no moral reason to defend Israel. We all know that already. Israel is doing an ethnic cleansing campaign. Israel's an apartheid regime. There is no, it's immoral. It's reprehensible. It's indefensible. Fine. But it's also not even pragmatic if your goal is to reinforce American dominance. Or it's not even pragmatic if your goal is to get reelected. Like, that's the crazy part about this, is that Biden is aligning with both MBS in Saudi Arabia and Netanyahu in Israel, two figures that despise him and have openly said that they do things that might even harm his reelection campaigns in the midst of a reelection campaign where he is phenomenally unpopular. It makes no sense. That's crazy. And I think it's partially because his brain is so perma-stuck all the way back at a time when, like, Israel was the mighty heroes in the Middle East that, like, conquered all the Arab barbarians that try to take it down. You know what I mean? Like, is he compromised by Mossad? No, dude. No. Yeah, brother, he's compromised by Mossad in 1985. Like, get the hell out of here. No. Brandon is many things, okay? But do I think he's personally like a baby eater or whatever? Absolutely not. Like, a Bill Clinton type is way closer to a baby eater than Joe Brandon. Joe Brandon is a die-in-the-wool liberal who believes it, okay? I think he is literally, he's always positioned himself as, like, the middle ground Democrat, but he, I think, genuinely believes in a lot of the things he says. Because let me tell you why, okay? Let me tell you why I think this way. First of all, he's always been a liberal Zionist, 100% through and through, okay? But beyond that, I always go back to the fact that he was he's a senator from Delaware, one of the most corrupt states in America. It's basically like the Cayman Islands, but inside of the United States borders, at a time when, like, every other state wasn't like that, right? Now, most states are tax havens, but we won't even get to that. So at the time, he was always about financial deregulation. He was a big advocate for financial deregulation. He had an incredibly long career in Congress. And yet, by the time he had made it to the vice presidency, he still didn't have enough money to pay for his son's cancer treatment. Think about that. Like, to me, that spells that you are just, like, you're doing it for the love of the game, okay? Not even doing it for the bribery that, not even doing it because you can make out like a bandit, get some cushy consulting gigs or whatever. Just straight up love of the game, okay? You want the power for the sake of power, but you also personally love, like, the idea of, neoliberalism being controlled by the Democratic Party. Yeah, we talked about this also as well. Joe Biden was so radically Zionist that even Menachem Begin thought he was too over the top. Like, that's unimaginable. Wrong. That's love for the country, brother. Sure. It is really interesting that, he couldn't afford his son's health care, his son's cancer treatment. He had to take out a potential second mortgage on his house, and Barack Obama stepped in and was like, no, dog, I got you. Like, I'll pay for this. That's crazy. Okay, this story gets told in liberal circles as a beautiful story. When I hear it, it's like zapping my brain with cancer directly, because I'm like, how do you not see how insane this is, that you have two people that had the opportunity to push for more comprehensive coverage and like didn't move it across the finish line for a multitude of different reasons. And Joe Biden himself personally, years later, ran against a popular candidate that was pushing for Medicare for all, an expansion on Medicare coverage. Also, why is he so bad with money is the second question. It's because he, weirdly enough, I don't think is like, quote unquote, compromised in the same way that like a Bill Clinton type is, or even a Barack Obama type is, right?
Elected officials are very nearly unanimous in their defense of the apartheid regime, including one-time progressive champion Bernie Sanders.
I gotta pee.
US media uncritically repeats Israeli propaganda 24/7, despite all of it being debunked, including by intergovernmental bodies like the UN and humanitarian groups like Doctors Without Borders. Just a few weeks ago, the UN voted on a resolution to demand an immediate ceasefire. Of the 193 member states, only 10 voted against the resolution. Among them, the United States. Many people, myself included, believe that this unconscionable backing of the most explicit genocide in modern history will be the nail in the coffin of US legitimacy abroad. No country on Earth beyond our Western European vassals will ever again believe a word the US says about freedom, democracy, human rights, or self-determination. The only difference between the United States and Israel is that the genocide of Native Americans was almost absolute, and Israel hasn't achieved that goal yet. There's a reason Hitler spoke so highly of US colonization efforts. It was complete extermination. And I guarantee you the same arguments we're hearing today from defenders of the Israeli genocide of Palestinians were used to justify the atrocities committed in North America. Just about everyone agrees that what the European colonizers did to the Native Americans was wrong. And now a couple hundred years later, we're doing land acknowledgements and pretending it was always unanimous that the genocide was bad. The same thing is happening with the genocide in Palestine. As with everything else, I've left a bunch of resources on this issue in the description.
Yep.
Well, that was grim. It's always hard making these videos.
The answer is yes, we are the bad guys. But you don't have to be, okay? That should be your takeaway from this. Is that while America are the bad guys, you have the choice and the decision to be on the right side of history. Okay? And you can do that. We all have that power. I personally believe that I do that every day, okay? And plenty of you in this community also do that every day. This does not mean that you hate Americans. This does not mean that you hate America as a concept. That's why I live here. This is something I mention all the time. I used to mention it way more frequently. Okay? People love saying, Hasan, you fucking hate America. And it's like, listen, I'm profoundly fortunate. Okay, I'm so goddamn fortunate that I had an affluent beginning so I could actually come to America with ease. And even then, there was still a lot of hardships associated with that in comparison to a person who was just simply born here. I chose to be here. Okay, I worked to be here. Many of you that are in America didn't. Okay, this is before we even talk about so many people who work infinitely harder than myself to get here. Okay? Infinitely. So whenever people say, oh, dude, like, you hate America, it's just America bad, why don't you fucking leave? And it's like, I hear this so frequently. I hear this from Republicans all the time, and I still hear it nonstop. But I now hear it from liberals too. But they try to, sauce it up in an intellectual way, I guess. And the issue is, it's because I like America, and it's because I see the potential of America, that I want to try and do my very best, as it is my moral duty, to make sure that America at least dials it back as best as I possibly can push for. That's it. Okay? When I advocate for universal health care, it's not because I want America to destroy itself. When I advocate for free college education, it's not because I hate America. It's because I want Americans to have a life of meaning, a life of dignity. Okay? I want the real American dream that was promised to people. That's it. And I know we have the wealth, we have the finances to make it work. And it's very, very, very frustrating when people try to engage in team sports and then unironically end up identifying with the enemy team. If you consider Republicans and reactionaries to be the enemy team, then why are you identifying with their positions? You know, why are you criticizing people from the exact same perspective? When it comes to American foreign policy, many people fall into this trap.
Because there's so much to say, and I have statistics on how long the average viewer sticks around. I didn't even mention the CIA's domestic operations, or Operation Paperclip, or the embargo on Cuba, or the UN resolutions that show the US being the sole vote against classifying food as a human right, or any number of other things. The bottom line is this. There is a reality that we are not exposed to here in the United States. There's a reason the majority of the world hates us. Not us specifically, but the nation, the flag on the invader's uniform. The United States is the single greatest barrier to progress in the world, bar none. This country is responsible for some of the most reprehensible crimes against humanity the world has ever seen. If you're thinking, but it says right here in my history book that the good guys won every war, maybe it's time to think about who writes the history books, and what interests benefit from the American people remaining uneducated and blindly patriotic. You and I may be good people, but as the United States of America, yeah, we're the bad guys.
There it is. Great video from friend of the show, Second Thought. Are we the baddies? It says, and it's clear, it's concise in its messaging, and there it is. Okay. This person has been trying to get me to watch this LOL cinematic universe being Turkic coded for the past like week or so. And my friend, I'm not going to do that. Anyway, I don't want to go back to the Kraut stuff because I do feel like I've just already talked too much about like America's actions and violence and whatnot. And I want to lighten the content a little bit. So I'm just going to move away from that. There's like some cool, fun things here, like the unhinged history of old YouTube and things of that nature. I think there's better stuff here, but there's the How Michigan Wins American Politics. This is the last political video that I will watch. Okay, or maybe not even. You know what? I'm just gonna shut this off. Yeah. Did you ever watch that Dantavius vid? No, I did not. I did not. I don't know who this content creator is, but we can watch, I guess, pieces of it maybe. Dave Chappelle's kid Sulaz made a video with you in it. Wait, Dave Chappelle's kid is like aged to make YouTube videos? A chronically online girl
for the last 2 years.
Vlog Squad and why it ended? No, I don't care about this. Watched a coup vid by Ordinary Things. I think Ordinary Things also put a video of mine or put me in one of his videos. And I don't know what I don't know where it is. I found a weird English dub of that Year Hair show. Skipped to the 2 minutes in because the accent choice for the American Eagle is insane. Damn, that's actually, you got me. You absolutely destroyed me. And for that, you must be destroyed. No, please, Moby Knight. You probably should get a week off, actually. I might go back and put a week off for you. Yeah, I think I'm going to improve. I'm going to increase it to a week. Yeah, no offline chatting for you, Moby Knight ass. Yeah, Moby Knight ruin. Horrifying things.
Japanese YouTubers are out of control right now.
What the hell is going on? Here's something I've learned about Japan. They love being 5 years late to the party.
Dude, Japanese YouTubers are also incredibly funny in a way where, like, a lot of what you know they do goes so completely against like Japanese culture. Like the entire principle behind just like being a YouTuber that is a nuisance in public is just like so inherently anti everything that like Japanese people like and fuck with. So like half of the pranks that they do is literally just like running around and yelling at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break. And it's just like people look at that and go, what are you talking about? We're already subscribed. The entire island is subscribed for $5 or for free. Okay? Even with the conversion. And we even gift subs sometimes to no longer see those ads and let others no longer see ads at the top of the hour. That's what we do in Japan. That's what is so crazy about everything. The passage of time is swift and cruel. Yeah, I hit that so smooth. Like, that was crazy. No, all jokes aside, what I was talking about is like very real. Like there's this phenomenon I encounter all the time. They love going nutty mode and yelling at like the Shibuya train station or whatever. And it's like people don't even pay attention to what they're doing because they're just like, this is awkward and cringe. Please stop.
Take Tinder as an example. By the end of 2013, everyone was using it here. But Japan didn't really start swiping until 2018. The same thing happened with YouTube. Our first big YouTubers blew up in 2008 and 2009, but no Japanese YouTubers hit a
Bueller Man, thank you for the 50 gift subs, allowing 50 people in a launch
until
at the top of the hour.
2014. So if my theory is correct, Japanese YouTube is currently experiencing what we experienced in 2018.
I'm Ethan Bradbury. How would your children react if there was a house fire? Get in! Get in the car, bro! Guys coming back! Dude,
this Japan analysis video seems awesome. I am not familiar with this channel, but we should definitely pin it and also go check out their other videos as well. Chatters. So far, so good. 49 seconds in, and I'm already invested. Incredibly invested.
Joey Salad here. Today, we're going to be doing the phone.
Remember when this guy went further and further reactionary and would do like, you know, Trump car in the hood gone wrong, and all of his pranks were fake from the jump. And then famously one, ordinary things shat on you in his 2023 review. Wait, really? Show it to me. I want to see. I like ordinary things' content. Did a bunch of anti-trans stuff, didn't he? Yeah, Joey Salads also went on the Bang Bus. He couldn't get it up. No, that was Vlad or something. But anyway, Joey Salads also ran for Joey Salads also ran for Congress, failed, and famously pissed in his own mouth. Something to consider.
Destroying prank. I hate you!
All right, let's see what they're up to. This is outdoors YouTuber Hadaruko, whose content is normally something like this.
Just being lumped in with an offhanded remark about just how every idiot can talk about the news alongside other commentators. Yeah, I thought it was just like him making a joke about himself as well. I saw like a clip from his video where it was like every dumbass can like say whatever he wants about whatever he wants online, and then he literally makes fun of himself in the next moment. He makes fun of me and then makes fun of himself in the next moment.
But for this video, he was just gonna chill, eat a pizza, and answer viewer questions in a completely safe part of the woods until...
Oh, I'm assuming this is happening when like bear attacks are popping off in Japan too, right? Yeah, this like, I think what, like 35 people have died in Japan over the past year in bear attacks. Bear attacks are huge in Japan right now. They're popping. So what they did was actually deliberately try and go and find bears. Why do I know this about Japan? Because I follow like weird accounts of Americans that live in Japan that cover what's going on in Japan in English, because I am an otaku.
They decide to
look, yeah, between April and November 2023, there were 212 victims of bear attacks, including 6 deaths. Akita Prefecture recorded the highest number of victims at 70. In November, 28 bear attacks occurred in 14 prefectures in Japan, involving 30 victims. Bear attacks are popping off in Japan.
To hide in the car, but all of a sudden, don't forget to like and subscribe.
What?
And then he says, I almost died. You'll have to come back tomorrow for part 2. Thank God they're safe inside the car, though. Imagine what would be.
Bro, that's insane that they're like deliberately trying to get the bear. You need to go to Japan and give the bears the drug that makes you dap people up. Agreed. I would dab up a Japanese bear. It's like 2 of my favorite things, dude. Japan and bears. I feel like the Japanese bears would be extra chill with me. They'd be like, dude, you are sick.
Going through your mind after encountering a bear. Yeah, now he cares. The bear is locked in on that delicious smelling pizza.
Dude, I hate these. I hate this so much.
The bear gobbles up their pizza and takes a souvenir when she leaves. They run the engine to scare away the bear and wait for a while, and then they go back to check on the campsite. The pizza and wet wipes are gone, but it's not all bad news for our heroes. Seriously though, if
I wish the bears destroyed that bag and pooped in it.
I encountered a bear, I'd be shitting my pants. These guys have some nerves, huh? And to catch it all on video, what a lucky event. Oh, sorry, let me skip past another subscribe screen. But yeah, it's lucky he was filming. I mean, that could have gone so much worse, but instead he got some amazing footage. And look what it did to his channel. 12 million views in a month. That's more than triple any month he had before. Wow. Some people were skeptical though. There was one very weird coincidence. This forest they were filming in, there was a bear sighting in this exact spot 24 hours prior. There were 4 big warning signs up.
Yeah, no, I told you, this is why man, look at me, adding valuable feedback and commentary on a video, especially because the video is obviously about Japan. He 100% went there deliberately because he wanted to take advantage of the trends in Japan about bear attacks. Are people in Japan not taught how to deal with bears? Seems like a lot of deaths for a place with a lot of bears. I don't think that. I don't know actually what the difference is, but like there's probably plenty of fucking bear attacks in America too.
Which I guess he didn't notice. And that's not the only part of the story that people thought smelled a bit fishy.
Bro, he went to a place where there were bears being spotted, and personally brought food deliberately into the middle of that space, knowing full well the bears are gonna go there.
But hold on, let's not jump to conclusions. It's not like he's the kind of YouTuber who will do anything to find a bear.
ヒグマに会えるまで帰れま10やっていきたいと思います。お願いします。クマ、見つけるまで帰れま10第2弾。ヒグマを見つけるまで帰れま10第3弾。
Alright, fine. He likes bears and he wanted to see one. What's the big deal? Well, it turns out the city of Sapporo takes bear sightings very seriously. Japan has a big bear problem right now, and it's only getting worse as hunters age and people move away from the countryside. Citizens who run into a bear are to call the emergency hotline immediately. The city puts up those big red warning signs within hours and logs the info on a special web page that tracks recent bear sightings.
And this guy's like bear sighting website, more like new content sighting website for me, and fucking went there with food.
But they probably never expected someone to use this.
Bear fatalities in the United States is really low. In 2022, I think we had 1 black bear and 2 grizzly murders. That's kind of crazy. I am shocked. I wonder why the Japanese bear attacks are much higher. Maybe because it's like smaller area, higher population density. People go out into the woods to walk around, and then like there isn't exactly. They just said the hunter are aging out. Bear attacks in Japan are a record high. Climate change and an aging population are making the problem worse. When I saw them, I was so close, I thought I was in deep trouble. He survived the attack, but not without plenty. Dude. What if, dude, they send me to Japan? I'll sick me at them bears, dog. I will befriend them. Okay? Put me in a situation with a bear. We're becoming homies for life. I am telling you. Okay? Send me to Japan specifically to solve the bear issue. This kind of shit happened in America. Not only the government would not give enough of a shit to warn people, a deluge of yahoos with guns would rush over salivating at any chance to kill helpless animals and themselves. What is this? Brown bears in Japan are a lot more different than... What are you talking about? You sent me a Jabay for the top of the hour ad break. I already ran it. Pied Piker strategy. Exactly. Japanese bears don't encounter humans very much. So if they see us, they're not scared and we'll fuck people up. NA bears are pussies because we do so much shit to them that they learn not to fuck with us, which is why guns should be regulated. In America, it's because bears, it's human overpopulation, but in Japan, it's because country people don't have guns. Hasan, only Russians are born with a wild animal handling perk, specifically bears. It's not in your mind. I mean, yeah, I have a natural predisposition towards horses, being Turkic, coming from the Asiatic plains, the steppe, being a steppe rider, you know what I mean? But I think it could translate the bears too. I don't know. Everything that had to go wrong for Grizzly Man to meet his demise. What the hell is Grizzly?
Will not die.
Oh, is this M-Hud's like uncle or something? Who used to live with bears? No, M-Hud's uncle never died from bears because he wasn't an L taker.
This webpage to track down a bear and then attract it with something like hot food. And the worst part about this story is what happened to the bear. In case you didn't know, it's very bad to give bears human food. A single taste of human food is enough to turn a wild bear into a food-conditioned bear. Bears that obtain human food may become a threat to public safety.
Oh,
when that happens, the bear pays the ultimate.
Bro, it's like, dude, but like you can't even. This is yet another. This is a Matt Cushman theory. Okay, the idea that bears are guys is a Matt Cushman theory, which I 100% align with, 100% agree with. It's the best theory that he's ever had, and it's like, yeah, dude, if you taste pizza, and before that you're just eating whatever the fuck bears eat. You're just going to be like, no, dog, I want pizza forever, okay? Yeah. Why wouldn't you want to, for the rest of your life, do everything you can to eat pizza again? Straight up. Okay, but what if by giving the bears human food, they realize that they too become civilized enough that they could eat human food and integrate into society? Okay, now you're thinking. I do agree. I like this forward thinking. I'm back on board with giving bears human food, specifically so that they will become chill with it. Okay. The Grizzly Man documentary is a Herzog dog. Dude literally thought he was besties with all the bears and would routinely go to Alaska to visit the bears he had befriended. Okay, bro. Spoiler alert. You literally ruined it. He stayed in Alaska past the date allowed since bears get particularly vicious in the winter and got fucking mauled to death. Excuse me. You guys literally spoiled the movie. We were going to do Moby Night, and you ruined it. Messed up. It's not a spoiler. It's literally what the documentary is about. It's still a spoiler.
Ultimate price. It is destroyed. But Hadaruko must not have known that, or else he wouldn't have... Oh. The city of Sapporo asked Hadaruko to take down his video, and he refused. Over the next couple months, the pizza-eating bear kept returning to human neighborhoods seeking food, until eventually on July 8th, the city was forced to put her down.
Yeah.
So essentially, Hadaruko...
Because if they don't do that, the bear's gonna kill someone.
...orphaned 3 bear cubs for YouTube views. That still wasn't enough for him to take down the video, though. There was only one thing that would make him take it down: losing clout. Only once YouTubers and massive Twitter accounts started calling him out did he finally take down the video and release a statement.
You know, it's just universal, honestly. It's just that, like, every person, including myself, that makes internet content is just a ginormous piece of shit. I fucking despise it so much. I despise this industry. And here it is. Classic YouTube apology, I assume.
He basically spends the entire video denying that he did anything wrong. He says he had no idea about the bear sighting the day before and he did not intend to attract a bear.
I did not.
He says he did call 110 after the bear encounter, even though city officials say he didn't, and he says the city never told him to take the video down. He finishes by threatening legal action against people who defame him online. You could say the public's
Yeah, except, unfortunately, another incredible Japanese L is that, as far as I understand it, and we've talked about this before, you can sue anyone in Japan for defamation, even if they are saying something correct about you. Fun fact, everybody, in Japan, you can get sued for defamation even if what you are saying is literally, objectively the truth. Isn't that crazy? How insane is that? As in, if you are tarnishing someone's reputation, even if it is for good reason, you can still be sued successfully. No, that's the point of a defamation lawsuit. No, the difference there is that in Japan, it is not a legal defense. The truth, in America, we say, what's the truth? What's the answer to a defamation case? The truth, okay? In Japan, however, the truth does not matter. Like, one of the standards of defamation cases is that, yes, as long as the information is truthful, then it's not defamation. It needs to both be not truthful information, and you also, in America, need to be deliberately pushing this narrative with malicious intent, knowing full well that it's not actually truthful. Okay? In Japan, it doesn't matter if it is truthful or not.
Response to this statement was unsatisfied. All the comments basically say the same thing. Bro, this isn't an apology. You're just making excuses. And if that wasn't enough, he's now suing this other YouTuber who exposed him. But
See?
He's still uploading twice
there you go.
a week, so this whole thing doesn't really seem to have affected him that much. You know what I learned from all of this? Making a viral video in a Japanese forest never ends well. Remember last time someone tried to do that? The worst part, the whole time he was wearing this stupid fucking hat.
I feel like this was a stupid hat to wear.
But you know what? And you won't believe this, there might be a worse video recorded in one of these hats.
Uh-oh.
This is Jukia, a massive Japanese YouTuber who does street interviews, but they're really, really creepy.
Just the most, dude, come on. Okay, to be fair, I feel like this is more cutting edge than American TikTokers, because American TikTok YouTube interviews or American TikTok interviews on the street revolve around like, gay son or thought daughter, gay son or thought daughter. You have to choose one. Like in Japan, they're just straight up cutting through the fat and they're like, titties, look. Tits, 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 boobs, 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 tits. Look at these tits. Zoom in on the tits.
His titles and thumbnails are so explicit that I can't even read you them without getting in trouble on English YouTube, but Japanese YouTubers have different rules, I guess. Apparently his Asking Women to Show Me Their Underwear series wasn't crazy enough, so in June of this year, he made a video called Asking Girls with Boyfriends to Touch Their Butts. Intense.
Oh God. Oh yeah. This is hitting everything I fucking hate, like at the same time. It's like frustrating. It's the shitty ass YouTuber clickbait title. I hate that. Okay. Paired up with like Japanese pervertry. Japanese perversion, which is like a league of its own. Okay. Paired up with YouTube prank videos, paired up with insane misogyny, and dare I say, sexual violence. It's like all of the worst fucking things you could put together, okay? For the record, you said mommy makeout day or whatever, but like a lot of the stuff that people do in America, like the Joey Styles of the world, they're faking it. It's gross, but they're faking it at least. I don't think these guys are faking it.
Oh, it's so cringe. Oh, but we got to get through it. Basically, they're going to try to find a woman with each cup size. What does that have to do with touching them? Well, this gentleman has a secret plan. Yeah, that's the plan.
Damn, he's a Fantano fan.
Remember when I said Japanese YouTube has different rules? Oh my god, I can't watch this. It's so cringe. Alright, well, at least that's over. Just kidding. There's more.
Well, I mean, that is how you find the cup size. I mean, that's like, I think that is correct, right? Isn't that how you look at cup size? You look at like you look at your chest size, like your rib cage size, and then you look at the tit size, right? Isn't that how it is done? That's not the point of contention here, obviously. Like, that's not the point. I know that's not the point. This is still gross. I'm just saying, when he said just kidding, there's more, I think it was because he was like, it's weird that he's being like so matter of fact, this guy. It's weird that he's like not just hitting the one time. He's like, no, actually, we need to find out like what your number is and your cup size is, like, which is odd.
If you thought they'd embarrassed her enough already, you're wrong. It's time to plug her measurements into an online calculator and accuse her of lying in front of millions of viewers. But hold on. She wasn't lying. As far as I can tell, I mean, I don't know anything about this. Before they can continue this madness, they gotta take a break to sign some autographs. Seriously, these guys are so famous, which is crazy because we haven't even gotten to the worst, most cringe part of the video.
No.
You know, the part that was played on the news.
Oh
So they're back to their antics, and this time
God.
they've got a young couple. They realize they gotta deal with the boyfriend first before they can whip out the tape measure. Luckily, Buddy here knows exactly what to do. Seriously, if you see someone wearing a hat like this, call the cops.
Sick. Brilliant, dude. Dude, this guy, brilliant, dude. This is like the premise to Metal Gear Solid. Like, this is how you do it. This is how Solid Snake went past everybody. So sick. Jav plot, excuse me. If you think this is a Jav plot, listen. Jav is weird. I don't like it. I think it's odd. It's just like the more the woman is not having fun, the more Jav it is. But if you were to talk shit about the plot on Javs, you're wrong. The one thing that they spend like 800 hours on is like the weird ass fucking plot lines that they put together. I don't think that this is far too simple for a Jav plot. Yeah, you're wrong on that front. That's the only thing that I disagree with on Jav. I don't like it, but.
He's yelling, dude, she's so scared. It's like, yeah, bro, I wonder why. This was the last time anyone ever saw this woman. Now, after a while of uncomfortable hesitation, she finally answers.
Jav is a Japanese adult video. Every Jav is at least 2 hours long. Yeah, literally. It's like... It's also the worst foreplay you've ever seen, too. Okay? It's like how I imagine I had sex for the first time in my life. Like... Oh, shit. Oh, no, I got it. I'll grab it. Listen. My timing is excellent always, okay? Always excellent. No. Are you wagging your tail? Anyone who watches Jav is too horny is unwatchable. I agree. I know, like, you're not supposed to yuck people's yums, but, like, Jav is a yuck. A big yuck for me. All right, let's keep going.
Bro, shut up. They just keep making her say it. But at least the boys were having a good time. No, come on, stop. You know she doesn't want you to. Yes, stand your ground. But what do you think they did next? Thankfully, they realized that two men cornering a woman and demanding to measure her body was a little too creepy, and they back off. But not before confirming some vital information. This whole interaction blew up, and people were understandably quite upset. Jukiya made a response, which...
It's like... The thing is, like, in Japan, you know, public... like, being perverted in public like this is, like, pretty standard. But it goes against the other thing that is not standard in Japan, which is, like, disrupting the peace. So I feel like the major problem here is not necessarily that they were being like rampant sexual assaulters, but more so that they were on camera and also doing it in a manner that like absolutely disrupts the peace, which is way worse than the sexual assault part. Japan is a land of contrast. Oh, 100%.
Which he ended up deleting. So, I mean, you can imagine how that went. But honestly, they do stuff like this all the time. Just recently, this Jukia interaction made the news where he met these kids who were fans of his and then asked them if they had seen this famous TikToker's tape. They say no, of course, and he says, "Oh, you should check it out." What? Bro, what is wrong with you? So how are these guys even allowed on the platform, let alone monetized? And believe me, they're monetized. Well, I found a video of Jukia explaining this weird trick that he uses. Obviously they ask him how, given how crazy his content is, and he says he uploads the video with slight changes 5 or 6 times, and if that still doesn't work, he changes the title to "Please monetize me," submits it for YouTube to review, and hopes he gets a nice employee. He says this works often. You know, as much as I dislike these fellas, maybe it is unfair to criticize Japanese YouTube as a whole for this when it's a phase that we also went through. But hopefully it is just that.
Yeah, who amongst us hasn't gone through the rampant serial abuse phase? Someone should start doing that. Yeah. I feel like it's much harder for me to find a favorable YouTube moderator.
A phase, and they can get out of it soon. Something that helps is news organizations and celebrities calling out these influencers when they go too far.
命の危険を感じてたんですか？そうですね。ドキドキしてましたずっと。でも撮影はそうですね。矛盾点だなと思うのが、その命の危険を感じているのであれば撮影を続けるっていう行為が、いや怖いわ、回し続けるもんなのか。正直僕仕事を YouTuber としてやってるんで、染みついてたというか。
There are so many things I couldn't cover here, so I made a part 2 where I go over even crazier stuff and talk about other Japanese YouTube drama and how some of it even connects to Johnny Somali. It's free on my Patreon, anyone can watch it, link in the description. Legit, it's free for everyone. If you're one of the people who's been here since the start, or if you support me on Patreon or anything,
awesome.
Thank you.
Johnny's mom did nothing wrong. Gross. I'm hiccuping. The pepper is too spicy. Johnny Somalia ruined streaming in Japan for everybody.
At their claws and paws, I will fight, I will be strong, I'll be one of them.
Timothy Grizzly Man Treadwell spent 13 summers camping among the bears at Alaska's Katmai National Park. He treated them more like friendly companions than wild animals, and he integrated himself into the bear population at Katmai using unorthodox and dangerous methods. Which raises the question, how did he end up in the stomach of a creature he considered to be his best friend?
I will be the master. Still a kind warrior.
Today, we're going to take a look at everything that had to go wrong for Grizzly Man Timothy Treadwell to meet his fate. But before we get started, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History channel and let us know in the comments below what other tragic stories you would like to hear about. Okay, let's tell the tale of a man who tried to befriend an apex predator. The brown bears of Alaska usually start prepping for winter in September. Knowing that's when the bears' appetites are on the rise, that's also when most of the bear watchers leave Katmai National Park. Indeed, on September 26th, Treadwell and his girlfriend, Amy Huguenard, packed up their camp in Kaflia Bay and headed to the airport. Once there, though, the couple had a change of heart. Treadwell was upset that he hadn't seen his favorite bear, a female he had named Downy. He also noted that the weather forecast was calling for rain. That meant more fish would be moving through the bay's waterways, attracting more bears. Treadwell was also put off by the cost of plane tickets back to his home state of California. After a verbal altercation with an airline employee, he decided to return to the park. The couple knew what they were up against. September was a dangerous month in the park due to all the hungry, feeding bears. In a letter dated September 2nd, Treadwell told friends, "I'm going to make it, unless one of the unfriendly bears gets me." Kaflia Bay along the Alaskan Gulf Coast was one of Treadwell's favorite spots for bear watching, and he spent time there every summer. In his 1997 book, Among Grizzlies, he labeled this part of Katmai National Park the Grizzly Maze, because in order to access it, campers had to navigate the web of intersecting grizzly trails in the thick brush surrounding the bay. Treadwell and Huguenard ventured back to the park on September 29th. In order to remain undetected by the Park Service, who'd recently imposed a new rule that primitive campsites had to be moved every 5 days, the couple traveled deep into the maze. Despite the fact that Treadwell had witnessed some alarming bear behavior.
Let's keep it a $150. I will not have the primary takeaway from this documentary or the summarization of Werner Herzog or whatever, which is supposed to be like, oh, don't fuck with bears, like they'll kill you. The only takeaway I have from this is that his vibes were off and the bears could smell him. The bears could smell his vibes were off. Normally,
while in the maze the previous August, he still set up camp in the most isolated part of it. Treadwell wrote on August 21st, "Much danger for me. I felt a great deal of paranoia, and rightfully so." He also mentioned that a nearby creek was loaded with bears and trouble. In addition to traveling deep into the grizzly maze, Treadwell also made the risky decision to establish his camp along one of the major bear trails. He was intent on instigating as many bear encounters as possible, and the location would make that easy for him. According to biologist Larry Van Dale, Treadwell chose the spot he did to ensure that bears wishing to traverse the area would have had to either wade into the nearby lake or walk right next to the tent. In Van Dale's estimation, a person
Okay? Obviously, nothing bad happened to the guy. Stop.
If you're wondering how close Treadwell got with the bears, he actually named every single one he encountered during his 13 summers in Alaska. He also spent time each year inserting himself in their habitats and camping along their trails. By all accounts, he was pushing the boundaries of human-bear interaction. In his videos, Treadwell hoped to show the world that grizzlies were not as sinister as they appeared. He even touched them, even going as far as kissing one on the nose. He and Huguenard spent previous summers together in Alaska, and she joined him in his quest to be a human among bears. "You haven't lived until you've bathed in a river with bears," she told a friend. In September, before they left and returned to their camp, Treadwell recorded an interaction with 2 large male grizzlies he had named Demon and Machine. He was
The bear was getting a taste test. Like, damn, I'm gonna remember this, dog. This shit. Oh. Anyway, listen. All I'm stating is this guy, for multiple bear seasons, was able to maintain contact without issues. Why? 13 years, bro. Think about all the years where the bears didn't eat him. Think about all the years, bro. He gets eaten one time. I say that's a success. They were aging him like fine wine. Bro, 1 out of 14 of the years, like, the bear attacks you one day, okay? But you're there for 14 years on bear season. I say those are some pretty good fucking odds that bears are not violent at all. Okay? It was one time. It was one time. There was probably a disagreement. The bears didn't like his vibes. And some things happen. You know, disagreements occur in the wild.
excited because he felt like he had earned Demon's trust. According to Treadwell, "I am being let in very close to Demon and his food source, and in a further sign that he trusts me, he has actually turned his back to me." However,
how about it was because his girlfriend? We haven't even talked about the real speculation. Why killed the bear? It has a taste of human flesh. It's Jover.
So what do you think? Poor guy, or did Grizzly Man have it coming? Let us know in the comments below, and while you're at it, check out some of these other videos from our weird history.
Dude, I'll never understand. I like bears, but like I'm not touching a bear in the wild. You know what I mean? Because like I never go out in the wild. I don't like that. And I will never understand the type of dude whose brain is like, I'm going to go into the wild.
You've seen the 2007 movie or even read the 1997 book, but the real story of the man behind Into the Wild is a lot more twisted and confusing than you'd probably ever think. Chris McCandless' death was far from straightforward. Rife with missteps and miscalculations, his final fate may have been completely out of his hands. Today we're exploring everything that had to go wrong for Chris McCandless to meet his fate. Before we get started, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History channel. Leave a comment and let us know what topics you would like to hear about next.
More bears, please.
Forget the boogeyman or Freddy Krueger. After learning about Chris McCandless, the subject of your nightmares is going to be potato seeds. In his 1996 book, Into the Wild, author Jack Krakauer asserts that McCandless perished from starvation caused by consuming, you guessed it, poisonous potato seeds. In one of McCandless's final journal entries, he wrote, "Extremely weak, fault of potato seeds." In his research, Krakauer found that based on the number of potato seeds in the proximity of the bus, McCandless had probably been eating poisonous wild potato plant seeds for weeks, not just for a day or two towards the end of his life. In Krakauer's own experience, wild potato plants were growing everywhere I looked in the surrounding taiga. I filled a 1-gallon bag with more than a...
Yeah, guess what, dog? Here's why Freddy Krueger remains on top as, you know, being in my nightmares. Because I ain't going out in the fucking wild like that. Okay? Guess what, dude? I'm never thinking about potatoes like that, ever. Okay, because all the potatoes I have, well, I'm having them in the confines of my home, right? I'm having them at McDonald's. Like, I'm not going to be having them out in the fucking wild. You know? See, this is like equivalent to people being like, bears are actually very cute. You should pet them. You know? Like, people that say camping is great, you should go to Yosemite, while we're in the middle of looking at what happens when camping goes wrong, is like, are you a campsite serial killer operating out of Yosemite? Why do you want me to go there? Awfully suspicious of you. To just say, hey man, don't you even think about it, okay? Things are so chill.
Pound of seeds in less than 30 minutes. But wild potato plant seeds were not considered to be poisonous, so the potato plant theory was dead in the water. But then, after reading a paper by Ronald Hamilton, a metaphorical light bulb appeared over Krakauer's head. The Hamilton paper recalled an experiment conducted by German forces in World War II, in which camp inmates were slowly poisoned using a ground-up legume. Their symptoms reminded him of descriptions of McCandless's final days, so, following his hunch, Krakauer sent the seed samples to a Michigan lab. The lab results confirmed Krakauer's hunch. The disease brought on by this type
experiments
of poisoning is called neolatherism, or, if that's too much of a mouthful for you, latherism for short. Latherism involved a neurological breakdown that results in weakness, paralysis, and, ultimately, loss of life. So even though his initial report said McCandless died of starvation, the real answer was clearly a little bit more complicated than that. As an able-bodied 24-year-old dude, you would think Chris was in the best shape of his life, but that may have actually worked against him when it came to his bad luck with wild potato plant seeds. Remember that paper by Ronald Hamilton we were just talking about? Well, Hamilton based his theories on medical experiments conducted at the Vapniarka concentration camp during World War II. At Vapniarka, located in the Ukraine, prisoners were given pea fodder in their bread to assess potential side effects. Individuals at the camp started limping and, within just a few months, were so weak that they had to crawl around the camp if they wanted to get around. The more the men ate, the worse the effects were, and there was no way to reverse it. After World War II, scientists used this information to explore the toxicity of the poison, Lathyrus sativus. Dr. Arthur Kessler, a doctor who was actually a prisoner at Vapniarka, spent the rest of his life in studying and caring for victims of Lathyrus sativus. Further study determined that while all individuals exposed to the toxin were susceptible to its effects, men between the ages of 15 and 25, especially those with low-calorie diets, regimens of heavy physical activity, and nutrient deficiencies, were impacted most severely. Initially, the seeds from the site where McCandless died were tested at the University of Alaska Fairbanks and came back negative for swainsonine, an alkaloid poison. It was only after Krakauer came into the picture that more seeds were analyzed for the presence of OKBUDDY, the toxin protein from Hamilton's paper. Dr. Craig Larner from the Michigan lab found levels of OPAD in the seeds.
What caused him to go into the wild? Was he poisoned by the potato beforehand? Because I feel like that's the weird shit. Not him dying. No, it's not a plane crash. This guy actually went out there, no? No. This is the guy who literally was like, no, I want to live out there.
Concentration significant enough to cause lathyrism. Given the large number of seeds McCandless was likely consuming, his age, and his overall malnutrition, he would have been highly susceptible to the debilitating condition. Krakauer ultimately agreed with Hamilton, who concluded, McCandless did indeed starve to death in the Alaskan wild, but this only because he'd been poisoned, and the poison had rendered him too weak to move about, to hunt or forage, and toward the end, extremely weak, too weak to walk out, and having much trouble just to stand up. He wasn't truly starving in the most technical sense of that condition. He'd simply become slowly paralyzed. Considering his final journal entries stopped containing full words and morphed into a series of slashes, we can only guess just how weak and in pain he really was. When Chris McCandless set out for his post-college Alaskan adventure, he was determined to live off the land. In 2007, chemists posited that McCandless's seeds were contaminated with Rhizotonia lumicola, the mold that causes swainsonine. Some thought it was possible that when McCandless stored his food, it got moldy. There's no way to be certain how Chris stored his seeds, berries, and the meat of small animals, but we can probably guess that they weren't stored in Ziploc freezer bags. However, in an experiment to test this mold theory, scientists Edward Treadwell and Thomas Clausen attempted to grow mold on two types of legume seeds found near Bus 142, aka the site of Chris's death. Interestingly, no trace of swainsonine was found. McCandless's final resting place was in his homemade base at an abandoned bus along the Stampede Trail. Hikers and hunters who traversed the area used the bus as a place of refuge, and so did Chris. 2 weeks after his death, his remains were discovered inside the rusty shelter in September of 1992. A note on the door read, "Attention all possible visitors. SOS. I need your help. I am injured, near death, and too weak to hike out of here. I am all alone. This is no joke. In the name of God, please remain to save me. I am out collecting berries close by and shall return this evening. Thank you, Chris McCandless." August.
So what happened? I guess someone said he wanted to die out there, but turns out he didn't.
Other than the no-joke note, Chris never did anything to draw attention to his position. In a twist of bad luck, the bus wasn't near any flight paths, so he couldn't have signaled for aid that way. However, some theorize he could have lit a fire large enough to be seen in the nearby town of Healy or at other hunting camps in the area. According to his sister Corrine McCandless, Chris would never ever intentionally burn down a forest, not even to save his life. Anyone who would suggest otherwise doesn't understand the first thing.
He was brave and he's a hero to many autistic people, so you better stop the slander. We've seen two different people that got the worst kinds of autism. One, bear autism. The other one, nature autism. Both of which ended up killing them. Turns out, like, the best kind of autism is just map autism, okay? All of the other types of autism, or train autism, the other types of autism ends up killing you, okay? That is not for you to decide. No, just like indoor autisms are far more preferable to like any kind of autism experienced outdoors. with the exception of train autism or plane autism. See, Murat immediately went, dude, planes are the best when he heard that.
About my brother. Regardless of whether Chris could have avoided his untimely fate or not, it's clear that his journey made a lasting imprint on the world as we know it, since it was popularized by John Krakauer's article and later his 1996 nonfiction book Into the Wild. It's gone on to be a 2008 movie directed by Sean Penn, starring Emil Hirsch, and even scored by Pearl Jam's Eddie Vedder. Additionally, in 2011, Twin Star Press published Back to the Wild, a book of photographs, journal entries, and postcards from McCandless during his journey from the western U.S. to Alaska. In 2015, McCandless' sister Kareen wrote a celebrated memoir, The Wild Truth, about her struggles with her brother's legacy. Later that same year, PBS released a 60-minute documentary on McCandless called Return to the Wild. To say Chris's story is an inspiration is an understatement. His spirit, attitude, and determination, especially during the end of his life, continue.
Okay, am I crazy? Is this because there was a lot of media surrounding this guy? Because what is inspiring, dude? Inspired to do what? Die outdoors? What the fuck? No, I thought they made kids read this because it was like, it was to show children like to not go outside. You know what I mean? Like, oh, as a warning. Because everyone's like, oh, dude, like, you know, they taught us this, like, we had to read it at school. And I thought it was because, like, oh, you live in, like, Alaska or something, and they're just trying to teach you a valuable lesson that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And, like, you have to defend yourself against that. And the easiest way to do that is by subscribing for $5 or for free. You know? That's right. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Continues to inspire people long after he's been gone. Regardless of how many factors it took for Chris McCandless to meet his maker, it's clear the world lost a bright star on that 1992 day. What do you think about Chris McCandless' story? Let us know in the comments below, and while you're at it, check out some of these other videos.
The Revenant.
I don't get it. Like, I don't understand it at all. I do think that it comes from a place of privilege. To constantly want to seek out death like this, like to go out of your way to seek out death like this must be a byproduct of a profound amount of privilege. But then again, I grew up in a pretty fucking affluent family, you know? Like, I was very privileged. So why the fuck don't I have that? I don't understand it. I've never fucked with any of this shit. I've never been like, yeah, I can't wait to put myself in a horrible situation. I don't get it. You've been talking about your need to vibe with bears for like the last hour. You're just lazy. No. No. People don't understand something. When I say I think I would vibe with bears, like the only time I'm going to encounter a bear is going to be in a inside style environment. Because I'm not going to be outside. I'm not going to go to the bear's home. But if the bear comes to my home, then, you know, that's chill. Because the bear is going to respect me. Because he's come to my home. And he's going to see the vibes, and he's going to go, let's be fucking friends. You know what I mean? Like, let's be tight. Whereas, well, I do live in West Hollywood, and I'm not talking about those kinds of bears. But like, if I go to the bear's home, it's different. Then, you know, then the bear could be like, I'm having a bad day.
Revenant is based on a true story of a man named Hugh Glass, portrayed by
Hugh Glass. The failed, this could have been really funny if it was Hugh Janus.
Leonardo DiCaprio in the movie. But the true story of Hugh Glass is even more insane and badass than what's shown in The Revenant. Hugh Glass was born somewhere near Scranton, Pennsylvania in 1783 to Scotch-Irish immigrant parents. In his early years, Hugh was a man of the sea, until of course his ship was boarded by the infamous French pirate Jean Lafitte. Hugh was given a choice to die or become a pirate. Glass chose to become a pirate over being killed, and he lived the next few years of his life being forced to go out on murderous pirating raids and do all the things that pirates do. Finally, after about 2 years of that, Hugh escaped his pirate captors, jumping off a ship and swimming ashore in Texas. Of course, when Hugh swam ashore, he wasn't exactly safe. The Karankawa Indians patrolled those shores, and they didn't take too kindly to pirates. At the time, it was rumored the Karankawa were cannibals, and they loved nothing more than to capture, kill, and eat a European pirate. So, Glass had to make his way through their territory without a map or anything, which he did, making his way to Kansas. Glass was traveling with one other man who escaped the pirate fleet. Though they thought they were out of the woods once they got to Kansas, they weren't. They were both promptly captured by a band of Pawnee Indians. The Pawnee then hung Glass's traveling companion upside down and rammed pine needles into his skin all over his body, and then lit him on fire. Glass was forced to watch, and he was next in line. However, just as the Pawnee were about to stick his body full of pine needles and light him on fire, Hugh Glass offered the Pawnee a large packet of vermilion, a bright red powdered dye that could be used for war paint and other purposes. It worked. The Pawnee loved it, and ended up inviting Glass to live with them. And he did. He lived with the Pawnee for about 2 years.
I feel like the story, if you look at it from this framework, story seems kind of wild. Like, these guys are perfectly, I mean, they're very violent if they think you're like a murderous white guy. But then they're super chill if you're like, hey, I'm actually not a murderous white guy. Here's some gifts. Kind of doesn't make sense. They just didn't know he was chill like that. I mean, dude, same principle behind the Bears.
Even taking a wife, before continuing on his life's journey, making his way to St. Louis. That's where Hugh Glass first got into the fur trade and became a mountain man. Basically, his job was living in the mountains, living off the land, trapping beavers, and selling and trading their pelts with fur companies and Indian tribes. Hugh responded to an advertisement in the Missouri Gazette by General William Henry Ashley of the Rocky Mountain Fur Company, which called for a corps of 100 men to, quote, ascend the River Missouri as part of a fur trading venture. During their journey, the corps of 100 stopped to trade with a band of Ree Indians, but the Ree didn't want to trade, and they killed a huge portion of the mountain men. Not to be outdone, the remaining mountain men set the Ree's village on fire. Many men, women, and children died in what ended up being an all-out war, which Hugh found himself right in the middle of. When all was said and done, Hugh survived, and he and 13 other mountain men started making their way towards Yellowstone to trap beavers. One fateful day on their journey, Hugh walked into a suspicious...
I like the idea of just like surviving many different onslaughts, many different slaughters, to just go back and be like, all right, time to trap beavers. Time to trap beavers, I guess. He's like, yeah, just survived the gruesome murders of all of my friends that I've been working with for the past 5 years. You know, just another Thursday.
Cleared area, which ended up being a bear's nest. What happened to Hugh in that bear's nest is basically exactly what happened in The Revenant. He was mauled within an inch of his life. The bear ripped chunks off of his body and threw it to her cubs to eat. Then the cubs joined in, slashing him and tearing at him while their mother held him down. By the time the rest of Hugh's men got to him and were able to kill the bears, he was a mangled mess. He can't see, he can't speak, he can't move. The men did the best they could to bandage him, but the assumption was Hugh would be dead by the morning at best. However, Hugh survived the night. Needing to make headway, General Henry decided to have the men make a makeshift stretcher and carry Hugh the rest of the way. But after some time, trying to carry the 98% dead Hugh on a stretcher.
It's kind of fucked up that, like, they just keep taking L's the bears and then murdering the bears as a consequence of the L's that we took. It ain't the bear's fault, dog. You're tasty. He's 1 HP.
Over rough terrain through the mountains was starting to not make sense. Still believing Hugh was on death's door, the general decided to leave Hugh behind, leaving 2 men with him to wait for him to die. Those 2 men were Fitzgerald, an older man about the same age as Hugh, and Bridger, who was just a teenager. After 5 days, Hugh was still alive. Now, they weren't alone in the mountains. The mountain men were being pursued this whole time by the Ree Indians, you know, because they burned down their village. Sensing the Ree were close, Fitzgerald made the call to take all of Hugh's provisions, his rifle, his shot, etc., and just leave Hugh to die. Since he was so close to death anyway, Fitzgerald and Bridger dragged Hugh's mangled, unconscious body down to the edge of a creek and left. But Hugh didn't die.
One HP and he's causing you to potentially die. I feel like he's out of his fucking mind. Like, what do you mean, dog? Like, what are you gonna do? Vengeance on me now? Like, I'm glad you survived, but that's pretty insane. You know what I mean? In the movie, they kill his son because I assume they wanted to make it more like they wanted to give like legal, not legal, but like moral permission. Because the OG, I assume the original story makes it seem ridiculous that he went and killed them. So they wanted to make it make sense. They left him to die or stole his stuff. To be fair, they could have put him out of his misery, and they really thought he was. If they really thought he wasn't gonna make it.
Hugh had crawled, stumbled, and walked his way 250 miles. This boat upriver would take him another 300 miles in his quest for vengeance, and it did. But when Hugh, along with the French fur traders, made it to their destination, a Mandan Indian village where they would trade beaver pelts, they found the village had been overtaken by the Ree, who then murdered Glass's entire company. Again,
oh my God.
Hugh was alone.
Here we go, bro. These guys were so effective, it seems. Like, they were just constantly ripping everywhere they went, dude.
In the woods, being hunted by Indians. Again. Just as the Ree were about to capture Hugh, a heroic group of Mandan Indians swooped in. They
Stop! Again? Come on, bro. Let him die, dog. What the hell is going on?
Rescued Hugh from certain death and delivered him to safety at the Fort Tilton trading post. At Fort Tilton, Hugh could stay and rest and take a breather. But he didn't. He didn't want to rest. All he wanted to do was hunt down Fitzgerald. 6 months after he was attacked by a bear and left for dead. 6 months of crawling through the mountains in frigid temperatures, eating raw.
Why are you hating on him, though? I'm not getting it. Dude, sometimes you just gotta let it happen, dude. Listen, this many attempts, like this many instances where like nature almost murks you, you gotta be like, all right, it's done. I can't. Like, I'm not meant to survive at this point. It's like Final Destination shit, dude. Jesus Christ.
Buffalo with maggots all over his back. 6 months of nothing but focus on getting his revenge. Hugh found his old company in a stockade, which
say he was involved with the burning of a native village, but it seems like he was also kind of chill with the natives as well. Like, weirdly enough. So, time frame adjusted, he was probably the most woke guy. He was doing DEI for the time. You know what I mean? Like, it was more of a he lived with the tribe. He lived with a tribe. So he was more so like, you know, this is some DEI shit. Like, I'm telling you, this is like, he is the most woke of his era. Like, think about it this way. He's chilling and living. He's chilling and living with the natives. His kid is part native. No, I don't think he had a kid, man. Like, it's kind of like, you know, you're just participating in the action at that point. Like, you're getting involved in activities that they're doing. Like, if one tribe is blowing up the village of another tribe because the vibes are fucked, like, what are you, not going to participate? Just saying. The natives would not, like, I guess the standard is this. Would the natives let him wear a headdress? Or would they cancel him? And I feel like the answer is they would have let him wear the headdress. Not the chief headdress, obviously. Like, that's unacceptable. Y'all are so white.
Which was the new Fort Henry along the Bighorn River. But only Bridger was still at the fort. After talking to him, and since Bridger was just a teenager, Hugh came to realize that Bridger was...
He had a native wife, not sure if it was consensual. Wait, what? Yo, not every circumstance is like a fucking What are you talking about? It seems like he lived with the natives, chatter. Like, it's at that point, it's like I'm sure there was a tremendous amount of misogyny. Not entirely certain on like whether native societies were like matriarchal or patriarchal, but it's like it's not the same as like a slave owner having sex with his slaves or something, or raping his slaves. Someone said passport, bro. That's from the movie. Did the narrator say this and I missed it? No, I think he did live amongst the natives for like years, actually, not even for a little bit. Even before the second time he went amongst the natives and they fixed his ass up with bear skin.
Basically an innocent bystander in all of this, and Fitzgerald was the sole person responsible for the last 6 months of hell.
There's no historical evidence Glass had a native wife or son that was invented solely for the movie. Not the son, but I thought someone in the chat said he had a native wife.
Severe winter weather kept Glass at Fort Henry for a few months, but as soon as he could, he jumped on a boat and headed downriver on an official mission for the fur company to get to Fort Atkinson, which is where Fitzgerald was said to be. On their journey, the group came upon what they thought were Pawnee Indians along the river, but they ended up being Ree-Indians, and Hugh found himself in yet another battle for survival. In the chaos of the fight, some of Hugh's companions escaped on boat and made their way to Fort Atkinson, but Hugh, of course, wasn't so lucky. He was left alone in the wilderness, again, with the Ree on his tail. After walking another 400 miles through the unforgiving wilderness with nothing but a pocket knife, Hugh made it to Fort Atkinson, and he found Fitzgerald. But there was a problem. Fitzgerald had joined the US Army and was now government property. Hugh Glass wouldn't be allowed to kill a soldier, so he never got his revenge at the end. Seriously, that's it. After all of that, that was the end of the line. No dramatic stare down, no knockdown drag-out fight. Hugh Glass came back from the dead and crawled through a year's worth of hell you can't even begin to imagine, just to be told by an army captain, yeah, nah. And that's the real story of Hugh Glass, which is somehow even more insane and badass than how it's shown in The Revenant.
Thanks for watching this video. Be sure
There's more. It's not this abrupt. Oh, no evidence of a native wife or son. Glass not kill or fight Fitzgerald. Very little is known about John Fitzgerald. However, he was a real person. Dude, I feel like that time is so shitty. It's so shit. The video says he took a native wife. I guess it's speculation. God damn, dude. It's just like so nasty. It's real like dying of dysentery hours. I don't know. There's like points. There's points in history where you're like, oh, it would be kind of cool to live back then, right? Regardless of not having, the internet or unlimited access to pornography or hamburgers, okay? Like Roman Empire era, like at its peak, is kind of chill. Not if you're black. No. I'm talking like, there's literally the same principle applies to like African empires as well. So like Egypt or some shit at its peak. Like there are definitely areas where it's like kind of chill, right? And for the record, Roman Empire too. But then you think about like, I know people are going to get mad at me, but like the Dark Ages and be like, that's not real. That's not a real concept. Or you think about like this exact period in time in America, and I got no love for that. I feel like it was just gray. Like it was just so awful. There is literally nothing that I can think of in this circumstance where I'm just like, man, that's so sick. It's just like everyone is a barbaric animal constantly looking to fuck one another, fuck each other over. It's just like so painful, the existence. No real working sewage structure and none of that. It's just nasty. All the pussies died? Yeah, totally. Bro, it's been horrible until like 50 years ago. I mean, some might say still the horrible. I'm just saying, like, specifically, this is the worst time, I think. Like, one of the worst. Yeah, the Roman Empire had black emperors as well. They were woke and gay. They were so woke and so gay. Yeah, ancient Indian cities had sewer networks that weren't replicated in Europe until the 1800s. If I'm a time traveler and get a toothache, I'm begging for a mercy kill. Roman Empire was woke like Lockheed Martin is woke, though. That's actually a really funny way to approach it. I mean, it's worse than Lockheed Martin in many respects. Duh. Yeah. I'm afraid I'm gonna say the classic take of, I mean, come on. It was a really long time ago, dude. We're talking people were using communal sticks to wipe their asses, okay? It's like, I feel like it's a little bit different when you talk about the Roman Empire versus like when you talk about America in 1809. You know what I mean? Like that's a whole ass like Roman Empire's worth of time before the Roman Empire almost. I mean, I fucked up the math on that, but you get what I'm saying. All right, let's watch a bear expert rating 9 bear attacks in movies and TV. How real is it?
It scrambled down the tree, and that type of speed is real. They can.
We need return ass motherfuckers with communal ass sticks. I feel. What's the earliest you'd be down to live in America, dude? I think there's no. I mean, it depends. Am I able to hide amongst the white population? Like no one will even suspect me of being Italian? Huh. In that case, if I'm just being considered a normal white, like, what's up? Damn, bro, you took my phone for like 3 hours. Jesus Christ. Var ne kadar? Var burada cüzdan. Al. 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 Oh God. Ama yeterli olmayabilir. Hold on 1 second. I gotta deal with something.
Run up to 25 miles an hour. Hey y'all, I'm Dr. Raywin Grant. I'm a wildlife ecologist and I've been studying bears for
Oh my God! Okay, this job is sick. This job is sick. This job is sick. This job is sick.
years. Today we're going to be looking at bear attacks in movies and on TV and judging how real they are. So already in this clip, I see the very like cinematic trope of a giant brown bear standing up on its hind legs and like roaring at a person. Honestly, in real life, bears are very quiet. They really don't do a lot of growling. They don't do a lot of roaring. But if there's a territory dispute, 2 big male alpha bears might actually stand up on their hind legs and roar at each other and fight. But if there's a big bear and a small person, that bear isn't usually going to go through all that trouble. You You saw that big swipe of the ground. That's something that brown bears and
Bro,
black
look at
bears
this.
do. In fact, I
Look
have
at this.
experienced a bear do a bluff charge on me, and it is frightening and terrifying, but really they're just trying to freak you out so that you back up and walk away and they don't actually have to attack you. This is great for TV, but it's not biologically accurate. This bear, even though it looks like it could be 1,000 pounds, it could scale that wall no problem. Those claws could dig into the wood and it could climb up all the way and then terrorize all those people that are watching. I'd give it a 7 out of 10. I really wish the bear had climbed up at the end. Let me make it clear, that is what you don't do. Even if it looks like you might be attacked by a bear, you never run. It's because humans cannot outrun bears. When humans run, it signals to the predator that you're prey. Like that's what a little deer would do or a little rabbit would do. But when we stand still, that's so different than what prey would do that they get the message. No way. Bears, as big and burly as they are, can also like get into teeny tiny small spaces. I mean, I've seen bears like squeeze themselves into anything they want. So again, if it wanted to hurt him, it would. This is interesting. So we see that they made a ring of fire, and that's their tactic of protecting themselves. First, no one should ever do this in the wilderness, okay? It will start a forest fire. But two, there really is something to this, and that's that most wild animals are afraid of fire. It's just something that they haven't experienced, right? They can't make fire themselves. So as much as I don't want anyone to ever use this tactic, I believe it would be effective to keep you safe.
How are we going to lure him?
Blood! Did you see him? Blood! That's not gonna work, okay? So like,
dude, that's not a shark, dog. What do you mean?
bears are driven by hunger. Blood does not necessarily signal this is something to eat, right? A bear wants to smell something delicious. It wants to smell honey. It wants to smell rotting meat. I think they're getting this from the shark thing. Like sharks are drawn to blood. It's not the same with bears.
Oh, even the shark is false? Now you're going to have a marine biologist be like, actually, sharks are not drawn to blood either. I thought blood in the water signaled weakness, and it was like easy pickings for the shark. You know what I mean? Is it false? No, I bet it's not false. I bet some woke-ass, DEI-ass marine biologist decided that it was like no longer real because sharks are actually very woke and don't go after weak meat or something. That's right, dude. You're doing DEI on the sharks. I sound exactly like a reactionary. The concentration of an odor in water is measured in parts per million. One odor molecule for every million molecules. Sharks can smell blood from hundreds of meters away in concentrations as low as 1 part per million. No, it was Mythbusters. It's the fish oil. Mark Rober made a video about it. What did Mark Rober say about it? Why is Mark Rober doing a video about sharks? Sharks are attracted to blood because it signals something is dumping or injured. That's what I said. DEI marine biologists are doing great anti-white shark racism. Yeah. I feel like you could take on this bear. Wait, why is the mother shielding the son's face like, don't look, the bear is eating our food? Like, this is shameful. She's like, it's shameful. Is this another fucking dumbass Stanley Cup ad where it's like, look, the Stanley Cup survives a bear mauling? Oh, look at that bear go. This is some real Yogi Bear type situation. This is literally like, the bear's just hungry. Let him eat. Chill. Break off a piece of that. That's a baby. You can scare that away. Unironically, it's very small. Just scream at it. Yeah. Well, I think the real problem is, I think the real problem is not the bear, but mama bear. Because I feel like when you see a cub, you should be really scared, because the cub itself is not the problem. The cub you can scare. It's just that means that a very angry mama bear is also around, right? Or is that also a myth? And then someone in the chat is going to be like, actually, that's a myth. Philip DeFranco did a video about it. Actually, that's a myth. Ray William Johnson did a test on it. What's next, chat? Did PewDiePie do a myth video? Did he bust the myth? Is everything I know about bears wrong? See, Stanley Cup is safe. No, dude, the Game Theory did a video about it, and we found out that you can game theory the bear. If you tell it about Freddy Fazbear's penis size, all of a sudden the bear goes, I'm going to kill myself in a video game.
So this is actually something that we use in real life. If we want to lure a bear to something, maybe we set up a little trail cam and we want to get information on the individual bear, we'll put out what we call a scent rag. And so it looks just like that, like a little piece of cloth, and we'll put some kind of scent on it. We could literally use like vanilla extract. They'll come right to that rag to see what it is.
Run! Vsauce Michael here. Have you ever been chased by a bear?
Is it realistic that that bear might come looking for you again because you are still in its territory and haven't left? Yes. However, is it realistic that a bear is going to attack over and over when there's 2 or more people? No. So bear attacks happen usually when there's just one person by themselves. If you have 2...
Damn, dude. See, dude, bears can't catch me one-on-one. I mean, I'll just be around other people if I'm in the wild. There you go. GG's. And the bear will know. Like, he's a chill-ass dude. He obviously is a chill-ass dude. He has friends. Okay? Get it? That's the reason. Like, bears see you out in the wild, and they see that you have a friend with you, and they're like, oh, dude, you're tight. Like, you must be chill. Because why else? How else would you be able to bring someone out here with you, right?
2 or more, it rarely happens, which is another way that people can be safe when they recreate in nature. It did look real, but like the probability.
Tell that to Timothy Treadwell. We already established that the vibes were messed up. Okay? Yes. They were like, Timothy, you got no chill. Like, you're fine, but your girlfriend is kind of killing the vibes. Okay? We're out here eating salmon and shit, eating berries, and your girlfriend's like, you know, talking about how it's a life-changing experience to shower next to us in the river and stuff. It's messed up. Sorry, we're going to have to maul both of you and eat you.
Of something like this actually taking place, like, I'm going to give this a 5 out of 10. The first shot we see of the bear is of its claws, right? Those are real claws. They did a great job modeling that. It looks like a real animal. And then the other thing we see is the bear like sniffing, right? Meh. Bear's sense of smell is so precise and can go across such a long distance that they're not going to be sniffing around for a person when they're literally like 2 feet from them.
Bears can't climb trees.
Of course I can!
This little kid just said, we're safe because bears can't climb trees, right?
Yeah, that kid's a dumbass, dude.
Already, I'm like, oh no.
Dumbass kid.
Like, they're doomed. Bears are the best tree climbers.
They love climbing trees, dude. You stupid kid.
No! Henry, move!
Go higher!
He's kicking downward with his leg. If you ever find yourself like above a bear on a tree, you should do that. But climbing higher, no. There's a phrase out there when it comes to bear attacks. If it's black, fight back. If it's brown, lay down. And it's important to note that this is for bear attacks.
Yeah, it's called racism, okay? And people need to address it. Wait, isn't it if it's white, then no. Immediately get in flight, you're dead. You're dead. White bears will kill you. If it's white, good night. Oh, that's the one. Okay. If it's white, say good night. Yeah. Even I know that. I know that, like, listen, there's one type of bear I don't fuck with, and that's polar bears, okay? Pandas, on the other hand, I feel like are, the cutest.
This is not for bear encounters. Even if a bear is near you, even if it's approaching you rapidly, that's still not an attack until it's actually like physically touching you. That is a really important difference. Because if a bear is not attacking you, that's when you back away slowly, you make yourself look big. If it is attacking you, the kid did it right.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen those like videos of Japanese hikers and stuff where they just like get big and like they start like they'll have like the hiking stick or whatever. They start hitting it on like trees and stuff. They go ha, and then like the bear just kind of leaves, gets scared and leaves. Panda is technically not a bear? What do you mean? Polar bear said they don't fuck with you either and it's on site. Yeah, that's just the normal position. Polar bears is on site with everyone. I don't think there's anyone I've ever seen like chilling with a polar bear. Like there's footage throughout history of man and bear chilling. Oh, there is one? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Okay.
Barcroft TV, what a throwback. We haven't watched Barcroft TV in a minute.
Like millions of people around the world, Mark Dumas loves nothing more than to take a morning swim. But for him, there is a rather massive difference.
Yeah, this is I assume somehow domesticated, probably like grew up in captivity ass polar bear, right?
As Mark swims with a polar bear.
You think there are grizzlies just vibing with humans in the wild? No. But, like, every bear, I feel like grizzly bears and black bears are not going to fight you randomly. Unless they're, like, really hungry, if we're being serious. Whereas polar bears will fuck you up 100% on site. It's 100p. This music is so bad. A dude living with a panda bear. I mean, polar bear.
We're here together.
Bro, he's taking like selfies and shit. Dude, I swear to God, Kaya is literally a bear. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Come here. Kaya. Oh, I did see that, yeah. Why is this guy also doing like the he's doing a sexy face? What's up, babe? Just me and my polar bear. He's risen. Look at this goofy ass. Okay. This is like propaganda and it's working. Yeah. It's propaganda and it's working. I'm now convinced I could be friends with a polar bear too. I went to China with my school when I was 15 and a girl stuck her hand through the cage and the panda ripped her finger off. There is... What? Why? That makes no sense. They don't eat... I don't think they eat, like, meat. Clipping and sending to Mayo. This guy has been trying to get me to watch the fucking Polish military bear.
1942, a band of Polish soldiers recently released from prisons and work camps stumbled upon an unlikely mascot.
This is a phenomenally rare Polish W, okay? Like unimaginably rare. And that's probably the reason why all the Polish motherfuckers in the chat are like, bro, you have to watch this. Kurwa!
A brown bear cub. Enamored,
astronomically rare Polish W.
With his antics and friendly personality, the troops took on the cub as one of their own. The bear grew and the war progressed. As the men ventured into combat, Wojtek the military bear served right by their sides, distinguishing himself enough to become an official part of the Polish military forces. Today on Weird History, we're going to find out about Wojtek, the bear who went to war. But before we get started, take a minute to subscribe to the Weird History channel and let us know which crazy historic animals you would like to hear about. Now let's crawl out of hibernation and head back to World War II. On September 1st of 1939, Poland was invaded by German military forces from the north and from the west. On September 17th, Poland was invaded by Soviet forces from the east. As a result of the invasions, more than 400,000 Polish prisoners were sent to work camps in Siberia. This double whammy on Poland was made possible by the German-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact, a pact which fell apart when Hitler directed German forces to invade the Soviet Union in 1941. Not one to take a double cross very well, Stalin ordered Soviet troops to release those same Polish soldiers taken prisoner a few years earlier to join the fight against Germany. As these Polish troops made their way out of Siberia and into Iran, they met a young shepherd. The shepherd carried with him a sack, and in that sack he kept a Syrian brown bear cub. Makes carting around your Shih Tzu in a purse seem kind of lame, doesn't it? The bear was an orphan. His mother had been killed by hunters. The playful spirit of the cub won the troops over, and they made a trade with the shepherd. The newly adopted bear left his old life to go on an adventure with Polish troopers in World War II. The fighting men gave their new friend the name Wojtek, which means joyful soldier.
It's wild to think about a dude just casually carrying a bear, but that's just how fucking Iranians roll, man.
A brown bear in the ranks of soldiers tends to stick out. A Syrian brown bear is a rather small bear, at least as far as bears go. As an adult, they can measure up to 4.5 feet long from nose to tail and weigh up to 550 pounds. Their fur is light brown, closer to the color of straw. The hair between their shoulder blades is often a different shade from the rest of their body, sometimes appearing as a dark stripe. And it is the only bear species known to have white claws. Very stylish, but boy do they show dirt. The bulk of the responsibilities to care for the brown bear cub fell on two men, essentially his adoptive parents, Dimitra Shaluga and Henrik Zakarowicz. Henrik, in particular, formed a close bond.
When does the fun part of Saturday Funday start? Bro, if you're not having fun watching bears fight in World War II alongside Polish soldiers, I don't know what to tell you. What do you want me to do? Watch Playboy Cardi all day? Is that what you want? Is that the fun for you?
In most of the films and pictures that exist of Wojtek, Henrik can always be seen nearby. Apparently, Wojtek had a helicopter parent. In the wild, a Syrian brown bear eats fruits, berries, seeds, plants, grasses, nuts, grubs, and small mammals. If particularly peckish, he will eat cultivated grains and livestock. The military was ill-equipped to care for a bear cub, so the troops made do with what they had. Wojtek was initially fed condensed milk from a bottle. But as he grew, his tastes expanded to include, well, basically anything that was available. Not a real foodie. The larger Wojtek got, the more bold he became to roam around the camp's kitchen, scrounging up a snack. In the rare moments when his military family wasn't doing military things like packing, moving, working, or fighting, Wojtek was always up for mixing it up with his human friends. Whether Wojtek was entertaining the troops or the troops were entertaining Wojtek is hard to say. In any event, he threw back beers like one of the boys. But big talk over beers was not Wojtek's style.
Bro, that is the most Polish thing you could do. Oh my God. It's also the most Russian thing you can do as well. That's so funny.
He was a bear of action. The larger he grew, the more he enjoyed wrestling.
Just overall very Slav behavior to just fucking give the bear alcohol.
The brown bear loved to roughhouse with men, though it was a rare soldier who was brave enough to earnestly tussle with Wojtek. No troops ever got seriously injured, but it was common for a wrestling match to end with someone's body getting scratched or someone's clothes getting shredded. And that someone was never Wojtek. Perhaps
I'm so jealous. Oh my God.
That's why most of the men prefer to watch from the sidelines. As a side note, a friend who urges you to wrestle with a bear may not be your friend. Wojtek's behavior was influenced by his peer group, who happened to be war-hardened men with advanced skills in carousing. It's a tough environment for an impressionable young bear. Wojtek adopted their habits and fit right in. He had his own mug that he used to drink beer and wine from, and when it was empty, Wojtek would look mournfully at the cup until it was refilled. He also begged for cigarettes, though he insisted someone lit them before he would accept. Typically, after one puff, Wojtek would swallow it whole. Come to where the flavor is. When the troops arrived in Palestine, they were organized into the 22nd Transport Company, Artillery Division, Polish 2nd Corps. The men, however, would not abandon Wojtek, who was immediately
Wait, what does that mean, Palestine? I'm confused.
adopted as the company mascot. But it wasn't just a symbolic gesture. Wojtek was part of the team. One evening, while the camp was asleep, a thief crept into the compound looking for something to steal. Unfortunately for him, he awoke Wojtek, who rose to investigate. With a massive brown bear lumbering towards him, the frightened thief, understandably, forgot he was a thief. He made such a clatter that he woke the troops, and he was quickly apprehended. As a reward for his vigilance, Wojtek was given a bottle of beer. Hey, barkeep, how about a bottle of suds for my furry friend over there?
Oh my God, the memes.
When he was young, Wojtek traveled with the company from site to site in whatever cab of whatever truck had room. But as Wojtek grew, he tipped the scale at 500 pounds, and it was harder to find any vehicle that had room for him to ride shotgun. So he was upgraded to one of the company's recovery trucks. A recovery truck is like a tow truck, but military-sized and used to move tanks. For Wojtek, it was a traveling home, like an RV built for a bear. He spent his trips lounging on the recovery truck's bed and alleviating his boredom by climbing the crane to get a view of the surroundings. Wojtek wasn't the only animal who accompanied soldiers in the Second World War, although he likely was the only bear on the battlefield. Some animals, like anti-tank dogs, served grim but useful purposes, while
Wait, what? What does an anti-tank dog do? What's the purpose of an anti-tank dog? It's exactly what you think it does? No. No. I don't want to know. Do not Google if you're a dog lover. I don't want to know what anti-tank dogs do. Walk a bomb under a tank, obviously. Yeah, and then just drop the bomb and then come out safely, right? That's what you mean. Yeah. Surely. They would drop the bombs under the tank and then run away safely and then explode them after the fact. That's what I'm going to go with.
Others were brought to battle as a mascot. Whenever he encountered other animals, Wojtek was always friendly. The soldiers of the 22nd Transport Company loved to talk about the encounters between Wojtek and Kasia the monkey and Kirkuk the dog, two of the war's most famous animal combatants. Consider them the A-list celebrity animals of the day. Wojtek never suffered a bullet or shrapnel.
Okay, so you can just shit on Cass so normally, but can't handle a little history? Yes.
A wound, but he did encounter a life-threatening injury. Wojtek was once stung on the nose by a scorpion. Such an injury is often lethal. In fact, his friend Kirkuk the dog succumbed to a scorpion sting.
Damn, bro, how many fucking scorpions were out there?
Wojtek's friend Henrik was beside himself. He refused to leave the bear's side, doing all in his power to help nurse Wojtek back to health. For the first day and a half,
scorpions also demonstrating cat-like behavior.
The situation was critical, and it looked as if Wojtek might not make it. The soldiers feared the worst. But Wojtek fought back, and against all odds, overcame the scorpion's venom. Within days, he was back to his carousing ways. As the 22nd Transport Company received their assignment and was sent to the Italian battlefront in 1943, Wojtek had to be left behind in Palestine due to regulations that prohibited animals in combat. An active war front is typically not an ideal place for a bear, but Wojtek was not a typical bear. To get around the regulation, Wojtek was officially enlisted in the Polish army. He was even given his own paycheck, rank, and serial number. This helped ensure his participation was recorded, and the world knew under which flag Wojtek served. Though there was confusion and likely a bit of aggravation about transporting a bear to the Italian battlefront, the Polish troops eventually got their way. In Italy, there were a series of fortifications known as the Winter Line. In 1944, the Germans held the western portion of that line, and the Allies determined that breaking through that line near a rocky hill known as Monte Cassino would give them access to the Italian capital of Rome. Atop the hill was an abbey that had been converted into a fearsome stronghold. The abbey ultimately withstood 3 assaults before the Allies drove its inhabitants backwards into Rome. During one of these assaults, Wojtek's pal Henrik, serving as an artillery spotter, pulled forward into battle and had to leave his bear friend.
Oh my god! Oh, why did I click that link? Some things you just don't need to know about, dude. Oh my god, if only I'd run the top of the hour ad break and then some of you would have been spared from seeing the shaved bear at the top of the hour. Because there's a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Now, of course, many of you have already subscribed. So you will see the shaved bear instead of the ad. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Actually, that bear isn't shaved. It's alopecia. What? Please read my real crazy bear story. True story. I went on a cross Cascade hike as a rite of passage when I was 14. Didn't run into any bears, but ran into a guy wheeling a cart with guns and said he was going to go have dinner with Bigfoot, and he was dead serious. Okay, that's not even bear related. Thanks, chatter. Thanks, Shadow, but not a bear story. You know what I'm saying?
Behind. Left among the men who armed and manned the guns, Wojtek refused to sit idly by. Mimicking the behavior of the soldiers around him, Wojtek began to lift massive crates of ammunition and carry them towards the cannons, disregarding the gunfire and making himself useful throughout the assault.
That's so sick.
By the time Monte Cassino was in the hands of the Allies, more than 70,000 men on both sides had lost their lives. When the chaos of battle settled, the troops were able to rest, and word of Wojtek—
That abbey did not have soldiers, it had civilian refugees. It is a war crime. Wait, are you telling me the bear actually participated in war crimes? What's going on? Are you saying the bear participated in... Oh, this is World War II, so they didn't really care about that kind of stuff.
Wojtek's exploits spread. His fearless actions and
yeah,
loyalty
Bear got milkshake ducked like while we were in the process of learning
battle
about
made him a hero among the 22nd Transport Company. In honor of Wojtek's deeds, the official seal of the 22nd Transport Company was changed to feature Wojtek marching towards cannon fire, a shell in each hand. The logo was then featured prominently on vehicles, uniforms, and the like. After the war, the 22nd Transport Company moved to rural Scotland.
Bro, how long do bears live? I don't even understand. Like, it's like this thing lived for far too long.
They were stationed.
He lived longer than the average Polish man.
At an airfield near the village of Hutton. The soldiers Wojtek had spent the previous 3 years following into battle were restationed or sent home. One by one, they came to say goodbye to their furry friend. Wojtek's battle adventures were ending, but his time in the spotlight was just beginning. Word spread that there was a Syrian brown bear nearby, and Wojtek became a local celebrity among the Scottish people. He was profiled in stories, visited by locals, and inducted into local organizations such as the Polish-Scottish Association. In 1947, Wojtek left the military. Rising from his initial rank as private, he was discharged as a corporal. He retired to the Edinburgh Zoo. There, he enjoyed a good life as beloved celebrity, doing an occasional interview and appearing on a local children's show from time to time. As the years wore on, Wojtek was never forgotten by his army pals and was visited by Polish soldiers he had served with. As 82-year-old Polish veteran Augustin Karolewski described his reunion with Wojtek, as soon as I mentioned his name, he would sit on his backside and shake his head, wanting a cigarette. Still one of the boys. In the wild, Syrian brown bears live between 20 and 25 years. Wojtek, for all his adventures, lived to a ripe age of 21 and passed away in 1963. So what do you think? Would you want to have a bear in your unit? Let us know in the comments below, and while you're at it, check out some of these other videos from our weird history.
Crazy. Let's smoke up and pour one out for Wojtek, fellas. Is this? Oh my God! It's Pangzai. I feel like he's gotten a little bit. Gotten a little bit heavier, it seems. It's the last time I saw him. Oh my God, this is from 2019. Okay, seems to me like he's gotten skinnier since the first time I saw him, or after this. Did you say, what the fuck is this? This is literally, this is the greatest man in China. Like, what are you talking about? This is literally, this man Listen, the American State Department fears Pangzai because if more Americans were familiar with his behavior, like the entire xenophobia in America would diminish, okay? It would hit zero. Americans wouldn't dare dream of being xenophobic ever again.
Right, but the whole time, also try to get out of there. It scrambled down the tree, and that type of speed is real. So the bear like first slowly went up to get the boy. Of course they can do that, but the way it practically leapt onto the second tree and scaled it in a second, that's really when a bear wants something.
Okay, so she's not factoring in something really important here. And I hate to be that guy, but technically the bear is on cocaine. So I feel like the reason why the bear is that fast is most likely the cocaine and not because this is a normal bear.
I mean, they can run up to 25 miles an hour.
See, that's another bear that was on cocaine. Classic.
So it should be said that like bears don't do drugs. It is totally like hypothetical what a bear would do if it was like on tons and tons of cocaine. But this movie is loosely based off of a true story, but there was a bear in the 80s, I believe it was 1985, that was found dead after ingesting a big amount of cocaine that was dropped from an airplane. But in general, overdoses can kill animals just like they can kill people, and that's what happened to the real cocaine.
Oh my God. How much cocaine can kill a bear? Like, it must have... Also, why did the bear just eat the cocaine? I feel like if I'm a bear, I don't fuck with that. You know what I mean? I guess it didn't really do it in moderation. Like, it just smelled it and was like, this is fire. Someone said it looks like sugar. You think that's how animals operate? Chatter? You think animals smell stuff and go, oh, wow, this looks like sugar. I have no sense of smell. I guess he must have liked the way it smelled, though. He didn't know his limit, yeah.
Cocaine bear. The only thing that I saw in this clip that wasn't so accurate is that they're really not that interested in attacking people, right? Especially black bears. Black bears are the least predatory of all the bear species. They mostly have a vegetarian diet. They love their fruit. They love their nuts. Another thing people should know is that bears do not eat people. Sometimes it's happened, like really, really rarely, but they do not prey on humans. If a bear is attacking someone, it's really because they perceive that person as a threat. I would give it like a 6 out of 10. I can't imagine a bear ever leaving one person to go attack another person for drugs.
Okay, well, but you don't know how a bear would be. You don't know how a bear would be once it gets a taste of cocaine. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's real. Right behind him comes what's gotta be Mama Bear. The female bear raises her cubs, and she dedicates her life to keeping.
Okay, turns out I wasn't so wrong about the bear situation, especially as it pertains to Mama Bear. Turns out Mythbusters was wrong. Turns out Ray William Johnson was wrong. Turns out the game theorists were wrong, okay? I'm just saying the Mama Bear situation is correct. It's not just a myth, okay? How about you busting some bitches instead of trying to come in here and bust the fun I'm having with your fake Mythbusters nonsense?
This guy was technically just standing there, but because he was between the bear and her cub, she sees that as a threat and she
get fucking
ran
owned,
right
Mark
through him.
Rober.
So we often tell people who are like recreating in the wilderness, do not physically come between a female bear and her cub. Even if you notice a bear cub on its own and you do not see the mama, get away from there immediately. You are in danger, okay? They lose their mind and they just attack. So it's actually really, really accurate the way that they showed the attack. The way that the bear uses her teeth the most, like she does a little bit of like paw stuff. She uses those parts of her the most because they're the most effective. And again, she's not trying to like get a bite to eat, right? Like if she wanted to eat him, she would use her claws to tear him apart. But instead, she just wants to have those fatal bites to keep her cubs safe. But the biggest myth that the media shows about bears is that they're always on the attack. In some of the national parks that have bears, take Yellowstone National Park.
Wow. Turns out, HasanAbi Piker vindicated. Turns out, bears are not always on the attack. Guess what? You can chill with a fucking chill-ass bear. Guess she's about to say that. And guess who's saying that? A person who's an expert in bears. That's right. Just saying. A lot of you hated on me because I spoke the truth. I spoke truth to power.
Your chances of a bear attack are something like 1 in 2 million. So truly, bears are peaceful, they're docile. And with that said, don't bother them, don't frustrate them, and don't trigger them, because if you do, you might be in trouble. Like at this exact
See,
spot.
don't trigger the bear. Don't go up to a bear and be like, hey, guess what? Like, I don't think that you're very defensive about your children, or don't tell the bear about facts about sharks, about how Mythbusters busted a myth about sharks and the blood in the water situation. Bears hate that. Don't call the bear a bad mother. Exactly. You do that, the bear's going to get triggered, and, you know, can't do anything about that.
I wish the character knew to play dead, because this is a brown bear, sometimes called grizzly bears. And with that species, it's really important to play dead, because if he just played dead right there, it's more likely that she would like nudge him a little bit more just to make sure and then walk away. But he's like still making a little bit of noise, and it's telling her like, nope, he's still alive. He could still be a threat. This is giving me anxiety. He shot her, and then she just attacked more because she's like, see, I was right. It just tried to hurt me. I'm just gonna like kill it and rip it to pieces now. So I can understand having a weapon and wanting to like kill it and fight back for your life. But again, you're safer playing dead until he can no longer hear or see the bear or her cub. Honestly, I'd give this one a 10 out of 10. It's, believe it or not, a CGI bear, but they really got it right.
How did you get up there? I don't know.
And of course, like, pandas don't really do the splits, but they are flexible. All the little YouTube videos you see
They're
of
so
like
cute.
Pandas in captivity rolling around and being cute, they really do have very flexible bodies, although they're chubby and fat.
I now see that the way to get through to you is with this. Oh, great.
Realistic that they would want to eat a lot of food, but would they eat delicious Chinese pork buns? I don't think so. However, a lot of people don't realize that pandas, although they're vegetarians and some might think they're herbivores, they're actually still carnivores. Pandas have the gut microbiome to digest meat, meaning they have the bacterial community in their bodies to break down meat and synthesize it for energy. So that means that it's possible that ancient pandas were.
Wait, maybe that's the reason why they're not fucking no more. Because, like, we put their asses on an all-vegetarian diet, and now they're just, like, depressed. Except for that one panda that wanted to eat the chatter's schoolmate's finger.
Carnivores and ate meat all the time, and probably if they wanted to, they still could.
Wait, did I literally solve the panda crisis? Like they're just low T. Put them on that Joe Rogan On It diet or that Jordan Peterson all meat diet and watch them fuck, dude. Watch them thrive. You can't even stop them. They'd be porking left and right, dude. You give them pork buns, they're porking left and right. You are wildly misinformed.
So, you know, this panda is learning martial arts, which is atypical for wild pandas. But believe it or not, pandas can fight. Pandas have claws and they have fangs, long fangs that could rip through tissue really easily. So they have the physical structure to be very, very aggressive and violent if they want to. I love this movie, but I have to give it a 1 out of 10. I'm always happy to see polar bears. They're awesome. They are not only the largest of all 8 bear species, they're also the largest carnivore on the planet. And they are very aggressive. So to have a very violent interaction between 2 alpha male polar bears is realistic. We're not gonna have like an audience of other polar bears.
Okay, why? Okay, I don't want to hear that. Like, it's fine if you're talking about, you know, bears attacking humans, but like, why you gotta ruin our vibes here? You don't know. You've never been to the North Pole. Okay? You don't know that.
Maybe if there's like a big common food
See?
source, they would
Look!
congregate together. Other than
They're
that,
doing it!
they're not really cooperating like that.
You cannot prove that the polar bears don't wear armor and fuck each other up.
The other thing that we wouldn't
The only time they ever address white-on-white violence
really see in a
Makes you
polar bear fight is the running and slamming together. Usually when they're fighting, they approach each other slowly, they'll do all the bluff charges to each other, and then they'll get up on their hind legs and start fighting.
they're having
But they
fun.
won't kind of knock each other back and then run at each other together again. They don't eat people, they don't eat each other, but they're more likely to be extremely aggressive. Polar bears are what we call obligate carnivores, right? So that means they just want to hunt and kill and eat. And because of that, it impacts their behaviors. They often say, like, if it's white, good night. It means that if you are in an attack with a polar bear, it's not looking good. As well done as the art was, I would give it like a 2 out of 10.
Bear fight!
I think it goes without saying that this is like extremely exaggerated. The bear was like slapping back, and that was actually kind of realistic. In fact, like, it doesn't take a lot of energy for them to like slap you across the face. But punching a bear in the face is just a really great way to irritate them and to get them to really hurt you.
Hey, Ron! I'm riding a furry tractor!
You can't ride a bear. It's kind of worth explaining that
I don't know about that.
over the years, bears have been used in like circuses and
Would you try to fight a bear? Absolutely not. I'm telling you, dude. Catch me with a bear, we're chilling. You catch me with a bear, we're just hanging out. We're kicking back, maybe eating some honey together, you know? Some jam, some berries. Not a big fruit guy, but, you know, I'll have a little bit. Yeah, we're just kicking back, smoking blunts, having fun. It's just like they're chill. We're chill like that.
Capacity. Don't train wild animals. There's a lot of ethics around this. Probably bear riding has been a thing.
Wow, don't train wild animals. Why? Because they'll be too cool. Okay, I see the agenda and I don't like it. Okay? No, I get it. She's like, oh, no, only I want to hang out with bears. Like, don't train the bear to, like, smoke weed. Don't train the bear to blast cigs and be super cool. And then maybe even do war crimes. Or maybe they weren't war crimes. We don't know. In Italy, specifically. Like, we don't know. Were there refugees inside of the abbey? Or were they actually Italians with cannons? Well, it doesn't matter. The point is, when you train a bear, the bear becomes extra sick.
These days, you're not really going to find it anywhere. I would give it, again, like a 3 out of 10. Oh, that's something that every camper is worried about.
Yeah, dude, zip the tent up and you'll be fine. You're fucked,
If they're
dog.
camping in a place where bears could be, bears will smell something good in your tent and will come looking for it. So it looks like she just uncapped her bear spray. Really glad to see that. Bear spray is something that I have on me at all times whenever I'm in the wilderness.
Yo, chill. Yo, doesn't she work with bears all the time? She's just spraying them. Oh, Jesus Christ.
It can save your life. This is where this woman went wrong. Bear spray is completely 100% ineffective when you're in close proximity with the bear. It's just going to aggravate it and make it attack you. You use it when there's a bear in the distance. Bear spray is pepper spray, but it's not the same kind of pepper spray that we use to keep ourselves safe. It is extremely powerful and it shoots at a long distance. So if you sprayed bear spray in your tent, you would not be able to breathe. You wouldn't be able to see, like you would be incapacitated. You have to do it in the open, and then you have to get yourself out of there. So what they should have done is at the beginning of the clip, unzip the tent, spray the bear spray, zip it back up, and wait a few minutes and see what happens. That one was intense. It would have to have so many interactions with humans that
Is she not going to point out that black bears are hella timid and would almost never approach you like this? No, she has. She's a literal, like, bear expert. What are you talking about? You can't try to outwoke the bear expert on bears, chatter.
it learns a behavior to become a killer, like a deliberate predator of humans. Also, the bear spray situation could have saved them way before.
Also, yeah, do you remember when you asked, like, why do they kill the bears once they kill humans? This is why, I think. Yeah. Once they get a taste of human flesh, dude, they just gotta be clapped.
Before the attack actually happened, I wish they had just deployed the bear spray the right way. I wanted to give it like a 9 out of 10 because I was like, camping, black bear, fear, like that all makes sense. But then in terms of how aggressive and how like murderous that bear was, I want to give it like a 4 out of 10.
What the fuck is this?
Oh my God, what is that? Kind of has like the humps and lumps of a bear-ish. We can see like it has this extended kind of snout, almost like a horse head, and then like a more flat head. Black bear will either have like the extended snout, but then like a proper hump for a head, or a brown bear or grizzly bear has more of like the flattened face and like a much round.
Yeah, I think brown bears have weirder faces than black bears. Like, it's just weird. They got like weird ass eyes. I'd still chill with them though.
Head. It's all over the place. One of the things that I'm also noticing is that it looks like there's places where it's like missing fur and just has raw skin. And believe it or not, this is actually kind of accurate because there are times when bears can be very susceptible to mange. The same mange that dogs can get. So it's possible that like a mangy bear influenced this animal here. Okay, I'm gonna give it a 1 out of 10. Like that wasn't even a real animal. My favorite bear show.
This is what bears do in real life. Okay, look. That's what they do in real life. They just fucking chill.
Is a show that I've actually been in, and I don't think it's fair to really toot my own horn right here. So I will say that my second favorite bear show was Yogi Bear. And it was mostly about this bear named Yogi who lived in a national park and would steal people's picnic baskets.
See, Yogi, I think that's literally why I love bears so much. It's not even a joke. It's like we had very limited shows when I was a kid, when I was growing up in Turkey, and that was definitely one of them. And I feel like Yogi Bear is so nice with it. Like, it's just, that's where I developed an appreciation for bears and hanging out with bears and why they would be chill.
It's like kind of realistic, right? Like bears are in a lot of America's national parks and they love our food. That's something that
Yogi Bear's a dick. He steals people's food. Dog, he's a bear. You should be literally giving him the food anyway. You're kind of a dick for not giving him the food. You deserve the food to be stolen from you.
humans and bears have in common. Thanks for watching. If you
like, actually, Yogi had his funny up, not his money up, dog. That's what I'm saying. She could have picked Smokey the bear. He saves us from forest fires. Instead, she picked a pain in the ass bear. She chose poorly. Nothing Yogi owns is his. That hat, the tie, nothing. That's so dumb. That's so stupid, dude. God damn, we watched so many bear videos. This has been like a old school ass, like, fell down the bear pipeline moment for this community. Like, I used to do this. Oh, man. No, I'm not going to watch the Tier Zoo video on bears. We're moving away from bears. Oh, God. Van life parents are abusive? No, I'm not going to watch that. I'm not trying to watch van life stuff. Let's go with, and we're not going to do the Chinese cartoon yet. Let's see. The Best of HasanAbi 2023 by freaking BLAMMO.
What's going on, everybody?
Coming out with another banger.
Fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from mostly sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive. First time of the year. And I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because today is a fantastic day. Have you had your first poop of the year? Be honest. Of course I have. My friend, my body is a finely tuned machine, especially as it pertains to pooping. Trust me.
People say best hair because they're coping.
I told my mom I was going to be on your stream today, and she sent me a screenshot of you watching MILF Manor. Is that what it's called?
Hey Hasan, it's Disco Mommy from MILF Manor.
Hi, Mom.
Is B after A? Like on the... Don't get me like that.
Snip it, Kyle. This is first time cutting hair. Here you go. Take that. Put it away. Put it in your pocket. We got what we needed.
Thank you so much for coming on, sir. You watch this video and go, oh, how cute and how nice. I watched the video and I'm filled with rage.
What's wrong with you?
That we shut off access to a 10-minute procedure because we paywalled it and decided that, like, some people just simply can't get it. Remember that video was like, I guess I did get canceled a bunch in 2023 as well. That was yet another classic Hasan cancellation where, like, LSF clips it out of context
and then refuses to like understand the background. Still to this day, people yell at me. Still to this day, people yell at me whenever there's like a news story like HasanAbi raised $1 million for Palestinian children. There'll always be like hella people in the comments like, remember when this clown yelled at MrBeast for raising money? Austin PR year didn't do shit. Yeah, 100%. Oh my god. Oh, what's happening?
Freeze, stop moving. What? Stand next to me now. Now follow with my exact movements.
Where's the bomb?
Come with me. Stop asking questions.
Okay.
Don't show your
Follow my
camera,
movement.
Camera.
Follow my movement.
Flash.
Oh, fuck.
30 seconds left.
How? No, lose.
That's the crazy. 114. I'm so bad. The Valo arc.
I know. I don't know what's happening.
Real rough time in a bit.
Oh, again? Yeah, I quit Valo, dude. I still have it.
Second time!
Oh, my BLAMMO is like this, dude.
Yo, it's a Zoomer boy pig. Yo, he got the Zoomer. Wait.
And one of the people who is, I think, most hilariously involved in this controversy now is Hasan Piker. He used to be associated with the Young Turks.
BLAMMO!
He is...
Stop! Get my name out of your goddamn mouth, Ben.
The problem with the education system these days is there is a fundamental lack of preparation for the top of the hour ad break that is occurring right at this moment.
Messed up.
I used to hook up with transgenders and I would make LGBTQ decisions.
You flammed asshole! Stop! Ooh, everywhere that we've been so far, you don't even hear peep. No one is talking. No one's on their phone. We are probably the loudest. God, it feels... Dude, I'm not even kidding. God, I love Japan so much. As soon as I am overcome with emotion whenever I see videos from my first Japan trip. This was like the first day. This was the first day of my first Japanese trip. And I just like go back to how awesome it felt. When I watch this, I just go back to like remembering the good feelings. And I'm trying to be as like quiet as possible too. Did it meet your expectations? Oof, above and beyond. This is the greatest moment. I'm changing my stance on cops. I like them now. Ah! Oh, it flew! Will I lose service down? First Japan trip was goated. Both Japan trips were goated. At the metro station, a silly question asked by an American foreigner, but we here know the truth that Japan's public infrastructure is simply goated, which means that you get 10K bitrate while you're down hundreds of... I hate this clip. So this is what is known as a payphone. You put some dollary dues in there, and then you make a phone call to your mom, and I call her and I say, "Arigatou gozaimashita, Chat's mom." Yeah. Didn't you meet Jack Donahue on your first trip? What the fuck is Jack Donahue? We'll be having sex later.
You alright?
She junji on my Ito till I'm horrified. I'm just like sitting in here by myself like the not so cool kid. None of these dogs are. Oh, hi. Oh, the DJ from Salem, Lana's ex, the hot guy who's a little zesty. Yeah, I did. Yeah, no, he's the man. He's dope. I did meet him at the Pig Cafe. And he invited me to a strip club. It was crazy.
Oh my goodness. Oh my god. This is the greatest.
Dude, that's footage from the second Japanese trip, interlaced with the footage from the first one.
Good.
I need to do contortion.
Yeah.
All right. I think that's second. Yeah, this is the second Japanese trip.
BLAMMO.
Do not Google camel toe.
Okay. 2023 New Year's resolutions. Go to Japan. Travel even more. I can't believe I'm writing this again. Adopt a puppy. For real this time. One hurdle that many people can't overcome is at least like the adoption fee. So while I can't adopt all of these puppies, I wanted to at the very least pay the adoption fee of every single puppy in this facility. And I'm gonna do that in all of the other places that we go to as well. Oh my God, they're in here. Oh my God, March. Oh. Oh my God.
So we usually don't have puppies in the background.
Going crazy.
Because we want to make sure they're super safe.
Where are they at? Kaya, where are they at?
Which one's your favorite?
I can't pick. What do you mean? These are all my children now.
She went crazy with
I know they're so
me. Oh
good.
my God. She was like, where'd they go? Where are they at? Why are they crying?
Speak to it.
Oh my God. This was your BK era before Kaya? Yes. What's going on, everybody? Today is a very special day. Bam! There it is. My currently unnamed pupper. Puppy name poll is up. You have number 1, Funduk, which is hazelnut. Number 2, Aslan, which is lion in Turkish. Number 3, bear. And number 4, Kuma. And number 5, Kaya, which means rock. Kaya doesn't just mean a rock, it means a boulder, actually. With 52% of the votes, this is a democracy after all. Kaya has it. This is, dude, look
Kaya.
at this. Kaya Piker.
Come here, you.
You can come to me. Which house
Like
is it?
Annie.
What do you have to say? You have to say something? You like to say something to the microphone?
One good look at these mentally
That's
opposing
you as a
dogs makes it
baby.
easy to understand why they are the.
Did you hear yourself? That's you as a baby. Look at that. Look. That's you as a literal child. Wait, stop. No. It's like, I don't want to see that. I don't want to see myself as a baby. It's cringe, Dad. It's like me. It's like when my parents want to show baby photos of me. Cringe. No, don't show me that.
Most expensive dog breed in the world.
Uh-oh.
The desperate hunt for survivors after Turkey's huge earthquake. At magnitude 7.8, it's one of the biggest to hit the region in more than 80 years.
This earthquake happened at a way higher depth, way closer to the surface than the one in 99. It's not as easy to donate to Turkish charities as it would be to donate to American charities. I wanted to create a streamlined process so that we could raise funds with ease, because a lot of people right now do not know how to donate. There is no perfect retaliation to apartheid, only victims everywhere. One party holds all the power to end the violence, however, and it's certainly not the Palestinians living under a colonial apartheid regime that has chained them in an open-air prison it bombs routinely. All right, donation is live. There it is. We're already at $26,200,000 in less than 20 minutes. I gave another $20,000, which has now officially put us at $1 million. They didn't deserve it, you idiot. My goal is solutions. Your goal is the continuation of violence.
What they are doing is consistent with that, isn't it?
No. How Israel is defending itself is collective punishment.
How do you think this happens? You think these people are just like, oh, we were violent because we want to be violent? Or do you think it's because you have entrapped them, bullied them, you have subjugated them, you have humiliated these people? It is official. That's right. We have now officially reached $1 million for the 4 Palestinian charities that are working currently tirelessly on the ground. I'm very proud of this community. You guys are incredible, and you make a lot of the ridiculousness worth it at the end of the day. Jesus Christ. Kaya, that's you as a cake. That's you as a cake, Kaya. Is what Mark says. I don't believe him. Is that a pokey stick in your pocket, or are you happy to see me?
Yeah, pick it up. Why don't you go get the men folks some more beers?
Me on Google cream pie tier list.
I'll do it. What the fuck is that, bro? Wait. What did I type it wrong? Did I type something wrong?
I find myself finding other women more attractive, and I've even tried to envision her friends when I'm having sex with her to try to make me. But then I get really guilty.
Is he gonna smile or is he gonna blammo? Hit him with one of these. Hit him with the flammo. Blue steel. Oh my God. Pay up, bitches. I did everything right and they indicted me. Damn. This shit goes hard on mute. Yo, it's the MAGA king. Let me speak my mind. Got my red hat on. I'm not afraid to shine. I'm the voice of the silent majority. Make America great. That's my priority. We need solutions, not just empty talk. To solve the problems that we face, let's walk the walk.
Wow.
Why'd you do that?
Okay, Baba. Henry Kissinger's dead. Backwatch.
Oh, Norway. I've always wanted to go to Norway. Sounds awesome.
Mom, I'm gaming with T-Pain. That's
Get out of my room.
Yeah, no, it's just like living with your parents. I mean, oh my God.
You know how helicopters fly, right?
What? How?
They're so ugly the earth repels them.
Is that like an aerospace engineer joke? The most nope having profession on the planet, dude. Shut the flammo up.
What a
blammo
clown show, dude. This is my company's conference. My job is to be a
blammo
live streamer.
I don't know what. Sorry, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I don't like this person like that. It's just like I did it because I got.
Because you're a weak man. We know why the f you did it, Greg.
I'm not
respect you. You're waffling all over the place.
You're getting beat by young Sheldon. Relax.
Watch out before I go pet your dog and f your ex, motherfucker.
No, you grab it, Luigi. There, right there. Okay, walk slowly. No, Luigi.
Hurry.
I'm running. What the fuck?
I lost my magic marker. You can jump.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engines full power and lift off.
It's the first day of the year. It's January 1st, 2024. My man did the weird saying it, but we're back. We're so back. Oh my God, we're so blammo back, dude.
Your son's a capitalist sellout.
I'm so proud of my son.
Your son is like the Medici, basically.
Whoo! New year, new me. Best sub community winner is everybody. Great video from BLAMMO. I legit thought Austin and Will were lovers when I first saw them on your Japan stream. Who's to say they're not? I would say that's kind of homophobic to make that assumption that they're not lovers. Like, they are. We're a throuple, actually. Speaking of which, let's do it. It's been a long time coming. Okay, buddy. Okay? We haven't done it in a while, so let's do it. What have you done in Parmesan? Pope encourages Marxists and Christians to fight corruption, uphold rule of law. Blamissimo. That's right, baby. That's right. The Pope is gay and woke and a Marxist. Feels a little 2023, a little late. Full thing in the comments. Oh, we just watched this. Routinely. All right. It was fire. Fumbling the break. Nobody can pay $5 to subscribe to the HasanAbi to the HasanAbi broadcast at the top of the hour. God damn it.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Ah! Botched the delivery. Fumbled it. God damn it. Okay, everyone is being mean to me, and you need to be chill. Okay, sometimes I fumble. It's fine. Y'all are being ruthless. Y'all are being ruthless, chatters. It was gonna be good. The highlights are missing Barry's song. Yeah, we don't talk about the Barry incident where people falsely claimed that I canceled Sorbet. And finally, the Hasan Fear and Bingo card. Wow, this is the first time you guys have done one for me. Constantly moves away from dick talk. Roast Cutie for her weird phobias. Does misogyny. How am I the only one that does misogyny? How? I'll have you know. First of all, every single female guest we've ever booked, I booked them. Number one. Number two, every single time there's a woman on stream or on the broadcast or on the podcast, I have great questions, okay? That's crazy. Has topics ready that don't get used literally every time. Brings up beef with the yard. Okay, fair. Pull it up, March. Gaslights Austin. Playing with a gun. Calls himself fat. He's not. Cutie book Tana. No. No, I did. What are you talking about? She wanted to have Tana on. I'm the one who booked her. What are you talking about? Wants to travel with the cast. Fair. Does an accent with Will. Hasan brings up bottoms rights. Wants to be in Japan. Free. Shits on wine about it. Does an Austin impression. Gets yelled at for not going out. Brings up Taylor Swift before Cutie. Exposes Austin for being a diva. Shares story of Turkey. Shits on Ludwig. Is homophobic to Austin. In perfect sync with Will. Blows everyone's mind with insane TikTok. Brings up hot guy topic. Fall over. Wait, what does that mean? What's a hot guy topic? Like ugly hot? Falls over laughing at Austin's dumb Austin comment. True. It's crazy there was like 8 Austin bingo cards and like multiple Cutie. And then finally one Will one. And then now, months later, you've gotten one Fear and bingo card from me. I found out why Fearan keeps having tragic self-suck accidents. Uh-oh.
Ruin. Has come to our family. You remember a $3 million house gazing proudly from its stone perch above West Hollywood? We lived many years in that ancient rumor-shadowed manor, recording podcasts for all to hear. That is until we made a forsaken trip to an ancient land.
Here's the deal. Fearan is going to Japan. I'm going against my will. I was forced.
Little did we know of the evils this trip would release onto the world.
This is the lottery thing that I was talking about, the fortune thing. So you had to put 100. It's an honor system. If you don't put money in, you're.
Bro, the Austin curse came after me, not him.
Going to hell. You're going to hell.
If you get a bad fortune, you can just
I'm the
tie
one
it
that
to here
got
and it's all
cursed.
good.
Yes.
That's awesome. What if you don't tie it to that? Then you're screwed.
Yeah.
Sometimes foreshadowing is
all you. It's all you, Austin. 41. So in Japan, 4 is a really bad number.
Oh yeah!
It means death.
Oh my God!
bad. Well, that's a horrible way to find out. The final and last fortune?
Oh my god!
No!
Oh my god, you got the death note!
Oh my god!
You may get deficit and harm sometimes. Be careful that your house will be burned. So keep the thick guard around your house. He just bought a house! Dude, you're gonna die.
All right, right now, Austin Fire, Austin Police, and Austin EMS are responding to that major fire we keep telling you about, and officials are giving us an update right now, so we're going to listen in, right?
My name is Brandon Wade. I'm Assistant Chief with the Austin Fire Department.
It actually says the final and last fortune. Okay, but let's tie it off. I don't like this one. Can we tie? So when you tie it off, what does that mean?
You leave.
No! You broke the bad fortune wrap? Dude, Austin, you need to get... You're like breaking mirrors right now.
Yeah.
Oh!
Ripped it.
Oh, no.
Oh! Okay, hold on. Just a minute, we can fix this. Hold on. What does that mean? Is that bad?
Oh, God. Jesus Christ.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God, this is okay. We're staying. You're good, man. You're good. Hey. Have fun.
We thought the worst was over. We were wrong.
The old wives' tale is that if you tap an egg with a spoon and hear the frequency change, you're cursed.
Oh!
You trolled right there, right?
Oh my God.
Wait.
No, I heard it. I heard it. I think this was a fine podcast studio, and I will stand on that forever. I think this studio is perfectly valid and perfectly fine. And everybody was like, it's not good. And it led to me gutting an entire room. Okay. What? 90-degree Hasan take L. White.
May God have mercy on our souls.
Everyone hates that futon you have set up. I didn't set it up. We literally worked with a professional team to build that. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. It's not the equator, guys. It's the red line. Get it? He knows it exists. He's like, what if it's a DEI pilot and they accidentally hit a button? There's just that big old eject the door button there, okay? And they hit it, okay? And then I want to get a custom table built for the new set. We need a table again. I mean, fair. All of a sudden, they're like, oh, no, dude. Uh-oh. That is DEI pilot. They made a Muslim man a pilot and a Lebanese gay man, dude. There's no more DEI pilotry than that right there. Everybody knows Muslims know how to fly, though.
I wonder what this does. Hasan! Oh! 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 Shit! Oh! What the fuck? Put it back up!
Famous Muslim pilot Muhammad Atta. Himbo, follow up to Hospilled full in the comments. I've been using this as well. This is like, I've used this as an intro song.
Are you winning, son? Come on, let me teach you one. Scoot on over in your chair and toss me back that plastic gun. Who is this HasanAbi? Talking tough, is this his hobby? Politics? And that's a shame. You're only here to watch him game? I think you took the bait and this is all in bad faith. Log off before it's too late. You should have stuck with Andrew Tate. This guy ain't a leftist, he's got money, he gets pussy. Look at him, he's really cooking. Wait a second, what's a cussy?
In the animated Pixar movie, Cars, if there are female cars and male cars, I'm gaining with T-Pain. There it is. We watched, I played, this is the intro already. It's a banger. Another Cam Kardashian banger. Apothecary Abi responded to Magewig about yesterday. Magewig. What is happening?
This is what casting forbidden spells does to you. Magewick, want to do a competitive spell casting later this week? Wizzy Ray, casting Scibidius Tolitus. Brother, you were casting various forbidden spells to entertain the townspeople last night outside my cottage. I mean, dude, this is incredibly, I respect it. This is what turning 32 looks like. Hey, would you like to play Mario Kart next to a Skibidi? I say, you were sinking at your gap for the Rizzler the other night, big guy, which is true. He did do this. I mean, that's a fake-ass tweet. No, Ludwig faked this, but my response is very real. He literally was, he straight up was singing Skibidi Phantom Tax. I'm not even kidding. Like, he was trying to do his opera voice that he learned from the opera guy to sing sticking out your gat for the Rizzler in opera voice. Okay? Okay, I might have made up the last part. But listen, Ludwig is a serial liar himself, so it's fair and valid for me to lie. It's just for me to lie. Okay? I'm 19 and I still don't know what those terms mean. Don't worry about it then. Well, you're 19 and you're here. Your brain is broken in a different direction. Bring back the nipple.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
Excuse me. It's not a piece of shit. That's a nippy. Hasan surviving a fall room. What? Hasan surviving a fall from a plane. Like, that's crazy, chat. Yeah, I would survive it. I've decided. Damn, this was 5 days ago and I have 400 upvotes. That's crazy. This went viral for some reason. New 18-month sub gear just dropped. I don't even know what's happening there. Champagne Socialist. I think I did my best yet. Society of the Socialist. Can we get HasanAbi balaclavas? No. Dr. Anya is the real gamer.
Like Assassin's Creed, the one for Paris that they did, I used it in my class when I was teaching them about Paris. And I actually checked it out. I researched it. And people who know say it's the best representation of Paris. It's actually the way it was. I don't know if they have an Assassin's Creed here in Florence, but...
Yes, it's the most famous one.
Well, they look at that because they do a really...
Respect. That's insane, dude. I have to send that to my mom. She's gonna have an aneurysm when she sees that, okay? She's gonna be like, what is going on? What is that? I feel like that's gonna scare her. I'm poor LA bus driver being told about cuck rage bait. Oh, yes. Exactly. The bus driver technique. It never fails, chat. Always do it. And by that, I mean, don't actually do it, but think in your mind in a hypothetical. Could I be able to describe this to a bus driver? One of the worst aspects of Reddit is that it just straight up will not let you. It will not let you click on the YouTube video and just like actually go to YouTube from Reddit. I don't know why. It's so trash that they're like, no, you have to stay on Reddit on mobile. Anyway, Hermie meets Parsi in Florence. Friendship ended with Hasan. Now orange tufted sold back Parsons chair is my best friend. Wait, what? Was this my chair in Rome? I don't even remember. Where is this? What? It's like this meme broke me. Here's the upvote anyway. Streamer becomes a menace in Italy. Bibbidi bobbidi boo. I break your pasta in a half. Had my first Italian pizza in Rome, and let me tell you, it's not good. New York pizza is far superior to the Lunchables that has marinara sauce, bland cardboard I just had. So yeah, we're not allowed to live stream in Italy anymore. That, by the way, that is true, okay? What I said was true. Oh, this is the One Piece related edits. Tony Choppa. Is this Nico Robin washing my hair? Is that what's going on? Hamana. Donnie asked a question with no good answer.
You have a loving and positive relationship with both your mother and your father who are both alive, okay?
This is so traumatic.
Now, close your eyes and envision this. You're 3 inches deep in your mom, and your dad is 3 inches deep in you.
What?
Huh?
Do you push forward or pull back to get out of the situation?
Go! 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 Fluff Productions.
What the fuck? Damn, Fluff Productions is out here putting their name on the map. You got Donald Trump saying it? That's crazy. If you're not watching No Pixel, I feel sorry for you.
Don't you give up, nah, nah, nah. I won't give up, nah, nah, nah.
It's so stupid. Y'all are so stupid. Poor Betelgeuse gets shamed.
You're so hot, Krampus! Oh, please take me with you!
Oh my god, Betelgeuse, what the fuck? What is up with my fucking mod team, dude? Maybe all of the fucking smarmy, annoying, like, manifesto nuke writing fucking lefties on Twitter, or quote-unquote lefties, fake-ass lefties on Twitter are right. My mod team does need a fucking cleansing. What the fuck?
Fluff Productions.
It's true. Don't make anarchists shower. Go ahead. Take a look at that. How does that make you feel? Huh?
Stop it, HasanAbi. He's an anarchist.
Think about the warm feelings that you might get if you stood under that.
Oh no, it's very
water.
good.
Fluff Productions.
Italian version of the intro song. I've seen that as well. But we'll watch it again.
Aspettando Hassan si andrà a guardare un video e poi giù 3 ore a commentarlo sul suo stream per tutto il D o il su che stiamo aspettando Hassan. Chissà quest'oggi che farà. Dai che il casino è aperto, si scommette un po'. So già però che starò tutto il giorno qui seduto aspettando Hassan. Un tempo era dedito alle mie, ora invece parla solo della curva di una Volvo. Dio mio, quanto tempo ho trascorso qui,
quanto tempo trascorro aspettando Hasan.
Aspettiamo Hassan.
A bear wouldn't attack you while singing this song. Good vibes. Exactly. An Italian bear wouldn't. For sure. Look cool. Guns have one goal, and that is look cool, kind of like cigarettes, and also end organic life. Also like cigarettes. Yes, it's true. A true Irish.
There's no gays in Ireland. What? You're confused again. You got the misconceptions inside in that chip-like brain you have.
What do you mean?
There's no gays in Ireland.
We should be blaming the gay guy instead.
Fluff Productions.
Nice. There's no gays in Ireland. I just learned about CapCut, and this fan cam I made is too embarrassing for me to upload to TikTok. That's what you think.
Traders, rattlesnakes, and alligators right away. Come away.
There's way more embarrassing fan cams out there. Trust me. Pilled meme?
Don't stop, we're in luck now. Don't stop, there's so much to be found. We can't find paradise. All we have to do is don't go free, that's all.
What?
This is a bone made of a deep energy. Bones all around, but I won't go fearless and free. I'll make you straight. You give me love, that's how I live. But with
is this Dragon Ball Z intro
if
song?
you're with me, my enemies will never win. We will fight for love and glory.
He didn't watch Kai. He doesn't know how hard it goes.
We will live to tell the story. There is nothing we can really do. Nothing ever dies. We will rise. Yeah!
This is psychotic. The fact that there's no music on it is insane. All right. Still an upvote though. Died 1991. Born 1991. Welcome back, wife of Mao Zedong, Shun King, Ching. This is the first time I've seen this, like, be done for me, which is insane. Into the Alex verse. Wait, they're all named Alex? Always been? I know, dude. I gotta find new friends in 2024. No more Alexes. Well, we got Tadek. What is this? Italian traveler Hasi. That's right. A piece of hat. I am both a Mario and a Luigi. Me, when I say stupid shit in chat, last time my post was marked as spam. Please clap.
How does the kitty cat go?
Meow.
Very good.
What movie is it? How cold is it down in LA? It's really cold. It's 59 degrees right now. It's actually kind of crazy how cold it is. Cats Don't Dance? I've never watched this. Dude, it's crazy how cold it is. 59 degrees in Los Angeles is like a minus 40 in Iowa, okay? Just understand. You guys don't get it. You'll never understand it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's do it. This is my shit, dude. Oh, I love this. I love this so much. Yo, chill. Luigi Bros Lethal Company, HasanAbi Gaming Trailer.
You are the Ohio Luigi.
What Luigi?
The Skibidi Luigi. Yeah.
Oh!
What is that? What is that?
Okay, I close the door. Goodbye. What the? Mamma mia, I'm gonna open it. Oh God! Oh no! Oh, it's a turret! Watch out! Watch out! Run! Oh my God, you almost died. Thank God you're a gamer. Oh, spider! Spider! Run away! He's coming!
Hey, we found you, Luigi!
I'm leaving the fire exit. There is a fucking thing.
What the fuck's going on?
I don't know.
I started the ship. I started the ship. Get in.
It wasn't on.
Help! Come back! Oh no.
My Luigi Italian company was my most goated character. The Japan app had me laughing. I love Tiny Table Haas. What the hell? This is like a year late, but hey, I'll take it. My friend found this in her sibling's school book. Oh yeah, this is der Livestream von Hasan Piker alias HasanAbi war während der US-Präsidentschaftswahl 2020 extrem populär und machte hinsichtlich Zusauersalen, US-Fernsehsendern wie Fox News und CBS Konkurrenz. If they only know that they put a fucking rabid anti-Semite on there. Dude, Germany is out of control. Okay? I don't even want to talk about Germany. Donnie O'Sullivan joins Weasel News. I want to join Weasel News, actually. You should twat out your reporting. Working on a story. Sex work in Los Santos. Are the terms of service too restrictive? I've lost almost my life.
So who got hit by a tow truck?
I've lost my job prospects. Are you towing my van? What is to be done? But the news never stops. The city is absolute garbage. America's there to be jolly? Wait, didn't we watch this already?
This is so insane. America deserved presents under the tree. Fuck it, I'm saying it.
We're there to partner with them. It's happening.
Like, we fucking totally brought it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit. We did. We fucking did. In a video game, whatever, hypothetically, politically, we fucking did, man. We did. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Look at the way that this Grinch is running his fucking mouth, justifying taking the town's presents right now. Like, how is anything I'm saying controversial? Like, we fucking been good boys and girls. Still to this day, Santa Claus literally went on national television and said,
Merry Christmas!
That's awesome. That's so stupid. Lil Kaya. I want to thank Hasan for his daily beauty pics. When I draw, it helps me cope with my BFRB. Thank you, really. Great job, chatter. Merry Socialismus. All right, let's look at the top clips, or the top from the last month. Okay, let's see if there's anything I didn't cover. Nope. There it is. That's it. There's another OKBUDDY sesh. Oh, three. Just got my 350 marker set from Socialismus. Decided first picture I drew for my king, to my king. Oh, let's go. That's what I'm talking about, dude. Bribery. That's how my head looks. So that's pretty fire. Thank you for putting your markers to good use by drawing correct things. Don't know if this is OKBUDDY style, but here's an edit. I had to Google what POG is. I'm an embarrassment to my generation. Well, video currently unavailable. Wait, where's the link? I don't get it. I see it now. Nope. No, you don't. Upvote anyway. Italy trip related. Hasano Piqueria from JoJo Part 5, which famously takes place in Italy. I am not dressed that much like a freaking JoJo character there. You found it? Here's the link. Okay. Good one. Here you go. There you go. Bullshit. Twice in one day. Really fucked up. Really fucked up. I hope you guys are happy. All right. That'll be the end of OKBUDDY. We did it. Now let's look at Gordon Ramsay sandwich that made MrBeast shave his head.
Yes, it depends. Unless it looks really good, it has to look so good. I want to shave my head to eat it because I have to. I pissed Gordon Ramsay off.
Why is he wearing like a goofy ass Willy Wonka ass hat? Is this like a Willy Wonka ad or something? Because at the top of the hour, there's only one type of ad, a 3-minute ad. You know what I mean? Not a Willy Wonka ad. A 3-minute ad break, which, by the way, of course, if you no longer want to see, well, then all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. You know what I'm saying? Here's the 3-minute ad break right now, as a matter of fact. Here it is. Any thoughts on U.S. and U.K. attacking Yemen? I believe they did it so LNG prices will be able to go higher because of the Red Sea blockade increasing now? What? I don't know. I don't think that that's the case.
Welcome to Scrambled, where I'm cooking my favorite dish, scrambled eggs with some close friends. And today, we have one of the biggest YouTubers on the planet, an entrepreneur, philanthropist, and I just found out this guy is crazy. Please welcome MrBeast.
Thank you. What a great hype man. I love it. Yeah, that's good. All right.
First of all, what a competition.
He didn't even hype him. He just said this guy's crazy. Like, right off the jump, I'm going to be honest, that was the worst hype of all time. Like, it seems like Gordon Ramsay's team was like, yeah, you gotta do this thing with MrBeast. I'm sure your children like love him and stuff. And he's like, I don't know who that is, but all right.
Charlie Chocolate Factory. Where did the idea start from?
Well, okay, so, wow. He just gets right into it. I love how he's so good, he doesn't even need to focus while he's doing it. So, we just got done finished filming my video where I gave away a chocolate factory. And you might not believe this, but it came from the movie, Willy Wonka.
Well, we grew up with that, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And it was that sort of magical mystery tour where it's full of chocolate. But to
Exactly.
create that, where were you when you thought, I'm going to do the whole thing over again?
Yeah. Honestly, someone tweeted it at me, and I saw the tweet, and I was like, they were like, yo, you should recreate the Chocolate River from Willy Wonka Chocolate Factory. And then we were talking about it, and we're like, well, if we're going to make the Chocolate River, we might as well just make the Chocolate Factory.
Love
and
that.
then, oh my gosh, those buns look so delectable.
Love that. Toast that bun. Now, you got the most amazing line of burgers, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and we have our own burger stores.
Yes,
but
you
have
do.
you ever had the perfect breakfast sandwich in a burger?
No, is that what you're making for me?
My most controversial take is that Gordo is a phenomenal entertainer, but he's kind of a mid-chef. Like, or at least his restaurants are not very good. Like, after years and years of consuming endless amounts of MasterChef, I was so excited. And when I finally went to his Vegas restaurant and I had the famed, what's it called? I'm forgetting the thing that he makes, the beef Wellington. It is not very good. Like, the beef Wellington is all right, but it's far from the best beef welly I've ever had. And overall, like, you know, I will never forgive, nor will I forget the grilled cheese. Like, that grilled cheese lives in my mind permanently. Do you think Gordo personally cooked your beef Wellington? Brother, his name is associated with the restaurant. His chefs are supposed to make it to a T. That's actually pretty crazy that you just said a world-class Michelin star having ass chef and his restaurants are not supposed to be up to snuff. What? No, at that point, if your name is slapped next to it, like, you're supposed to act like he made it personally. He admitted on Mythical Kitchen that the grilled cheese was bullshit. Yeah, that grilled cheese, like, broke me. I think that broke the mirage, the facade. Like, everything I knew, everything I thought of Gordo fell apart. Wolfgang Puck's places are ass sometimes, though. Yes. I mean, there's a point, but I didn't go to like a random restaurant. I didn't go to his like burger joint, you know what I mean? Whatever. Isn't there one that's called like just straight up burger? Like, no, I went to the restaurant in Vegas. Burger. Why are you saying it like that? Because the restaurant's called like BRGR or something, I think. It's so stupid. Didn't you also say Nobu was kind of ass too? No. Nobu will have some straight misses, but like Nobu is incredibly expensive, awful, trashy. It's where most people take their like dates, right? When this is like their understanding of what a bougie restaurant is. However, the meat quality is peak. Nobu has some like decent. I hate the ambiance in Nobu. I hate the vibes in Nobu. It's like
it's another one of those like Instagram ass restaurants, but the fucking food is pretty solid. Especially the Wagyu is incredible. If you keep saying this enough, he will make content and cook for you. No, I don't think I will ever be able to do it. Do content with Gordo.
That's exactly what we're gonna make.
Okay.
So scrambled egg, smoked salmon, and what's on that?
Wait, do you want me to take a bite of it?
Do you know what that is?
White truffles, right?
That is the black truffle from Perrigo. That's right.
That would explain why it's black.
Amazing, absolutely amazing, amazing.
I want to take a bite so bad. So I have to also say that I'm doing a video.
God, that black truffle, taking a bite of black truffle would be disgusting. It would never be white truffle, MrBeast. How dare you? Why would I ever use white truffle? Disgusting. Not allowed. Clueless American.
Where I try not to eat food for 30 days, and if I do, I have to shave my head. Which is why this is an interesting opportunity, because I'm gonna try not to eat what he makes, but if it looks good enough, I might cave, is what I told him.
So I'm gonna make a sandwich. Are you telling me now you're not gonna f***ing eat it?
Yes, it depends, unless it looks really good. It has to look so good I want to shave my head to eat it, because I have to. I pissed Gordon Ramsay off. You know, that's probably like the 4th time he's gotten mad at me. But honestly, I enjoy it.
Try a little slice, just take a little bite, right? How do you fast for 30 days? How far are you?
Yeah, so today's day 14. Basically, well, I'm not a doctor, so I don't want to tell you how.
So when was the last time you had a poo?
Oh, God. He asked me that earlier, then he was like, actually, I'm going to wait till we're doing this, because he wanted you guys to know. So I haven't ate food in 14 days.
MrBeast, don't reveal the content secrets, dog. What the hell?
And when I stopped eating, I pooped on day number 2. And then I didn't poop again for a week, and I was like, oh, I guess no more poop since I'm not eating. And then randomly, on day 10, I'm not eating food. I had another bowel movement. And I called the doctor. I was like, I swear I didn't eat, blah, blah. He's like, oh, yeah, that's normal. When your body breaks down your fat, it creates waste, blah, blah, blah.
So why? Why are you doing it? What's the objective?
Oh, gosh. I think, for me, I have Crohn's, so not eating will help lower the inflammation in my gut.
Sure.
B, I also like just pushing myself. That's why I buried myself alive, walked a marathon with long pairs of shoes and stuff. So I just like, I'm just kind of training my mental toughness. So this is pushing me to the max. Oh my gosh, that looks
Will you make it 30 days?
We'll see. Depends.
Oh my God, how many sticks of butter? Butter dog with the butter on it. Gordo, what the fuck are you doing, dog? Gordo's like, oh, you have crumbs. Nice. I'm going to kill you with this butter. What the hell? Oh, hell no. You're going to be pooing. You're going to be pooing for the next week, dude. He put more butter. I've never seen that before. I've never seen that done before. He put 4 sticks of butter for 2 eggs. What's happening? There's more butter in there than there is motherfucking egg.
I'd say there's a high probability I cave now. I'm so hungry. Bro, comment how long you've ever fasted before. Just to look, do you see, can you tell my eyes are getting a little water?
So every high-end restaurant uses nothing but butter on everything, piled with it, everything covered in it. That's why everything's so flavorful. No, I know they put butter in everything. I know. All expensive restaurants use a lot of butter. That's why it tastes so good. There's also overkill though. And that is overkill.
Water, just looking at this food is making me tear up a little bit.
So chefs graze all day long. We don't sit down and eat dinner before we cook dinner. In a kitchen, you graze. So it's small bites. I mean, we eat 4 or 5 times a day, but small, tiny bowls because, you just can't sit down and have that big lunch, that big dinner, and then think, well, where's...
Bro, why is he so, like, anxious isn't the word, but he's, like, rushing through this. Like, I feel like Gordon Ramsay has never kicked back and just like had a casual cook. Like, I've never seen this man cook without intensity. Why? Just like, bro, it's just you, the cameras, and MrBeast, man. Just chill. You're like frantically fucking stirring the butter.
Where's the energy to taste for that level of perfection?
Yeah.
In terms of when you're absolutely nailing dishes and season them to perfection. So we never season these scrambled eggs until they're halfway cooked. Turns them grey, turns them watery, and they'll go so sort of almost like a dark, slurry colour.
Wow.
So I've just got my eggs, touch of butter in there, and we go on for 1 minute, scrape down as we clean, okay, and as we stir, just constantly scrape down, and that way.
What age did you start cooking?
So Mum was a chef in Stratford-on-Avon, this little sort of greasy.
It's fire. It's like the Japanese omelet thing.
Is it a touch of butter? That's dog. That's not a touch. That's a whole. I don't know how that's a touch.
Teaspoon Cafe, and she sort of had 3 jobs. So I used to go and work with her literally straight after soccer practice every weekend. So I think I started around 8.
Dang.
Yeah, 8.
So you've been cooking for 20 years?
20. Yeah, I wish. Now, breakfast. What would you normally, if you're not fasting, what would you have for breakfast?
Honestly, just eggs. Usually eggs, and sometimes I do put a little smoked salmon on it because I think it tastes good. I'm kind of a ketchup guy. I don't know. Sometimes when I go to a steak restaurant and I put ketchup on my steak, they yell at me. So are you like one of those people, or?
Do you know what?
Yeah.
Having 5 kids, they love ketchup.
Yeah.
I think they do is like ketchup. I like a spicy ketchup.
Okay.
Ketchup.
Good. So he approves. That makes me very happy. Because one time we did a video where we ate like multiple $1,000 steak or whatever.
Yep.
And I asked for ketchup, and the chef literally.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. The amount of black truffle that he put into those eggs is akin to eating steak with ketchup. Okay? That's insane. He's just rinsing it with black truffle. Dude, 8 pigs died to find that much truffle, okay? The amount that he just put on the fucking... the amount that he put on the goddamn eggs.
He almost kicked me out of the restaurant. He was just like, what? Did you just say? I was like, oh, never mind. Oh, that does smell good. You're going to make me cry.
So we're halfway through this now, okay? So the butter is melting. I've grated some beautiful truffles in there like that. Okay, and now we're just going to fold that back in, go on and off the heat. This is the secret. So I've got truffle, a little bit of aged Parmesan.
Yes.
I'll use that as a sort of...
Oh my God. Okay, he brought me back. He brought me back completely. Parmesan is probably the greatest cheese, honestly. It's so good. It's so versatile. A lot of people I feel like sleep on Parmesan on anything that's not. First of all, we're not talking about, what is it, Pecorino Romano? We're talking about straight, real Parmesan. This has nothing to do with me going to Italy. I rarely had Parmesan in Italy. It's nasty as hell. You're so crazy. I'm a massive Gruyere head too. Don't get me wrong. But I do think that Parmesan goes with a lot more than people think it goes with.
Salting aspect, so I don't actually season it with salt. Use that cheese. You can
this makes me want to give up on YouTube and just become a cook. This looks so fun.
Now, did you ever think when you were starting out with those videos with your mates, literally 10 years ago?
Who are over there, the goofy goobers?
You'd be into 100 million subscribers.
Well, yeah, kinda. I knew when I was 13 that I was gonna do this till the day I died, just because I loved it from the very first video I made. So I was just in my head, I was like, well, if I do this long enough, eventually I'll hit whatever goal I want. And so it's kind of always been my mindset.
Sure.
What I always say is like, the luckiest thing that can happen to someone is like finding what you love at a young age, and I had that.
Yeah.
And so did you.
Absolutely. And also, it's not a...
People saying his dry ass foot cheese is insane. First of all, you're just describing any good cheese. Hello. Like, all the top cheeses are smelly and, like, I guess to people with baby palates, disgusting American palates, you're like, I didn't like it. Cheese sucks. Whatever. But Parmesan in general, like real Parm, like when it's like, you know, the solid block, is so good. I think I'm gonna go ahead and say it's underrated.
Job, right? It's a passion.
Exactly.
Real Parmesan though, because like everyone eats fake Parmesan.
And those videos started repopulating and becoming
YouTube viewership went up like quite a bit. Yeah.
Crazy.
It's crazy.
So we're literally just coming to the end.
They look so mushy too. They don't look like too hard. I like it.
And to stop them from overcooking, okay, I'm just gonna grab a touch of creme fraiche in there.
Oh my gosh, I don't even know what that is, but
so
it
really
looks
nice
good.
Tart sour cream, fresh.
You know what? Screw it. I think we're breaking our fast here, boys.
And then just look, and then
Chandler, come over here.
Touch. So
I think Gordon's gonna make me. Shave my head. Bro, look at that. I'm watching him cook. It's been 14 days since I ate food. I think I'm gonna cave.
So, a little touch of
Oh, it's
truffle.
literally making me cry.
Aioli. Okay.
Can you tell that I'm like borderline crying?
I think I'm starting to.
Oh my gosh, that was smelled good but strong.
I'm very picky.
From there. So
God, North Carolina ass palate motherfuckers going, I'm very picky. Oh my God.
Little touch of lightly cured Scottish
Yeah.
salmon.
Okay, maybe it's not that I'm hungry. Maybe it's just being over here. You just give me
And
eight,
then
eight.
that comes on.
Oh my gosh.
And then finally, just a little touch.
Do you serve this at your restaurant?
These are so special.
Holy
Jimmy,
crap.
They're not on the menu. Okay? Because if this was on the menu, it would take us all day getting these things done. And then finally, just a little touch.
Bro, I don't
Water
think we need to
cress.
put anything else. That looks phenomenal.
Just a touch there.
Just a touch? Bro, you put the whole tree on there. Whenever Gordo says just a touch, he doesn't mean just a touch, bro. Like, oh, just a touch. It's like, bro, there's a fucking animal on the branch that you put on there, okay? That's how much you put on there.
And
all right. Well.
And there we go.
A
beautiful.
Oh my gosh.
Breakfast sandwich.
I
Young
hate
man,
this.
come in.
I hate
Come
this.
on. At least
Yes.
take a bite. You've been
Yes.
the first person in my entire
Okay.
career that I've cooked something from start to finish you've never eaten. Please. Just.
I guess there's. All right, I'll take one bite, and I have to spit it out technically because of refeeding syndrome, but I still want to just taste it. It's not going to be hot.
So you're breaking the fast?
I'm going to break the fast. Yes. Enjoy this moment. Don't bring up that I got to shave my head. Give me 1 minute apiece before we shave my head. Okay.
Do you get refeeding syndrome from 14 days of fasting? I don't think so, right? And and even then, it's like, I don't think you get it from one bite, right? You definitely do. Chat, it's when you like are in a concentration camp and you eat food for the first time, you can die. Like, if you watch Band of Brothers, like when they first go to the concentration camp and they start giving food to the survivors, and then the doctors come in and they're like, no, you have to stop giving them food. And they're like, what the fuck? Why? And it's because if they eat food immediately for the first time ever after, like, they eat enough food for the first time ever after, months of not having, like, proper food, you'll die.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be sloppy, rich, delicious.
I love it. I love it. I mean, it is, bro. I'm supposed to spit this out because of refeeding syndrome. What is it? You know what I mean? It's the best thing I've ever tasted in my life. But you can't just have an influx of carbs after not eating for 14 days. Let me show you something. Okay. First off, f you because I have to shave my head. Second, I don't know if you've seen this, but we ate a $70,000 pizza one time. Did you ever see that video?
$70,000.
Yes. So, where is it?
He spat Gordon Ramsay's breakfast sandwich with like at least 85 euros worth of black truffle on it. At least. In front of him, on camera, subsequently turned around, said, fuck you, you ruined my fucking YouTube video. And then now he's showing him how he ate a fucking pizza that was like $70,000 with like ugly ass gold crusts on it, I assume. I'm losing my mind. There's not a person that deserves that level of disrespect more than Gordon Ramsay. Okay? Gordon Ramsay is like sitting there thinking about the total and utter cultural annihilation he is withstanding by the most American product. Okay? There is nothing I've ever watched that has been more embarrassing for Gordon Ramsay than this. MrBeast is a professional humbler, almost biblical figure to me. That's why I never watch his videos. What do you mean biblical figure? Is mostly butter, 10% everything else? MrBeast is both a mega child and a mega machine.
So we ate $100,000 ice cream. We ate world's largest slice of pizza. Where is it? $70,000 golden pizza. I've ate.
Carl is so fun.
$10,000 steak, everything. This, I don't know how much this costs, but this is literally better than all that. This is the best thing I've ever had, and I've had.
That's, yeah, no shit. Dude, oh really? That's crazy. I can't believe that a fucking banger breakfast sandwich that he made is better than a $70,000 pizza. Of course, the $70,000 pizza is ass, dude. What do you mean? It's not $70,000 because it's the best tasting pizza.
Had food that literally cost over 100 grand a meal. That was crazy.
Amazing, amazing.
Try it, Carl. Try that.
It did cost your.
You know, dude, come on. He's like, he had to have yelled at his PR team after this.
Right, where are the clippers?
Okay, well, technically, it did cost my hair.
He deserves it because, like I said, I think his food was underwhelming.
Can I shave it?
Thank you. That's great. Right. I feel energized just having that in me. Bro, after 14 days, I actually have a boost of energy, even though I didn't even swallow it.
The spike has happened. Here we go. Thanks so much for watching Scrambled, and thanks to the amazing MrBeast. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel to get more amazing videos like this. Take care.
That's hilarious. This was actually much better than I thought it was going to be.
Really? Do it. Okay.
We have an ounce of gold that's covering the crust. The first sauce we put on top of the pizza is a 10-year-old Parmesan bechamel. Of course. We have our Japanese beef has been marinated overnight in a $10,000 bottle of grape juice. Hudson Valley Foie Gras, as we've seared and flambéed with a $6,000 bottle of apple juice.
Not to get all biblical with it, but when I see stuff like this, I totally get why it's like a rich man has a chance to get into heaven like a camel through the needle's eye. It's just like that is insane, brother. It's so funny because it's gross decadence that obviously this video is like literally making fun of, kind of, but
again, I'm not right. With a 6,000 juice, Hudson.
Like the unique components. First of all, the gold is disgusting. I despise it. Okay. It is less likely for a rich man to get into heaven than for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle. Okay, whatever. I butchered it, but you know what I mean. Every single component on this pizza is a banger, except for the gold flakes. That's disgusting. But like, when you combine this level of gross decadence, when you take all of these different components, okay? Like flambéed foie gras is incredible. I'm sure the Japanese Wagyu is great too. Okay? And the Parmesan bechamel I'm sure is fire too. But it is so, like, when put together, you just have, it's like the sushirito phenomena. Sushis are fine, I think. I don't really like sushi. I don't eat any sushi, but everyone says it's great. And obviously burritos are incredible, but you fucking put them together, it's too much of a good thing. All of a sudden it's a bad thing.
Valley foie gras, as we've seared and
You've had flambé foie gras bougie. More than bougie, I'm a fatty. I love foie gras. And yes, I've had it many, many times. I'm a big fan.
Flambéed with a $6,000 bottle of apple juice. Again,
Foie gras is fatty duck liver. It's actually illegal in some places. It's extremely unethical. In order to, yeah, it's tortured. Torture duck. Like, it's, the way you make foie gras is like uniquely torturous. They take a duck and they shove like a, they shove a, what is it called? They shove like a, basically like a hose down its gullet, and then you pump the duck full of, yeah, with a feeding tube. You pump the duck full of fat, making the duck's liver extra fatty. But the product that comes out of that process is phenomenal.
Again, I know, right?
Oh my.
But just wait, it's not finished yet. We have other things to put on top.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
gonna shave some white truffle we had flown in from Italy.
Flown in from Italy?
So here is about $4,000 in truffles we got for the pizza.
That's not $4,000. Bro, they're fucking cleaning. No, they're running the price tab. No, they're running the fucking price tab so hard, dude. What the hell? No, the entire thing of truffle ain't even 4,000. Get out of here. Yeah, they're trying to fucking run up the tab. That's why they're like, oh, this is a $70,000 pizza. How are you so moral about everything else, but you'll co-sign duck torture? Legit disappointing, man. Wait, what? What are you talking about? I eat meat every day. I eat like 8 chickens a day. You know what? Hello? I mean, I'm sure the way you're talking about it implies that you're also upset about that too, but in my mind, I'm making no distinction. I'm like, you know, that plane ticket for the personal to go get it themselves. Yeah, okay.
Wow.
We have beautiful albino caviar. It's Almaso cetra. It's like one of the rarest caviars in the world. And this is about $16,000.
It's also nothing works. Nothing here works. Caviar and like foie gras and wagyu and gold crusted shit. They're just piling on. You said it was uniquely torturous? Yes. But also uniquely delicious. Yes, wagyu and caviar surprisingly go well together. There's balance for caviar and maybe even foie gras. I've never had it on foie gras before. But when you put it on top of fucking bechamel parmesan and like turn it into a goddamn pizza, it's just like, it's disgusting at that point.
$16,000 in caviar.
Yo, that tin is $16,000.
On the pizza crust right now, there is an ounce of gold leaf. And we're just gonna throw some more gold leaf.
Caviar not fishy. Asking because you don't eat any fish. Good caviar is not fishy. Bad caviar is very fishy. Good caviar is just creamy salt with a cool mouthfeel, from what I understand.
Flakes on top.
We were like, we want the most expensive pizza in the world. Like literally Guinness record, most expensive pizza, and you legitimately delivered.
Then we're gonna finish the top of it just with some awesome smoked sea salt.
Ooh, crazy and stuff. This actually looks really good.
Here we go,
No, it
guys.
doesn't.
All right, let's do it.
Oh man. Oh,
No, it
boy.
doesn't.
How do you feel cutting this right now?
Pretty awesome. I mean, when's the last time you made a $70,000 pizza?
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, Chris, you taste test Super Pizza first. This slice is $4,400. I know, that is so.
The thing he's describing is just a whole bunch of salt and umami. Like, there's no acidity, no balance.
Just the cheese is amazing. Everything else is even more amazing, but I can't get past the cheese yet.
Dude, the crust is golden. Go for it. Oh my God.
This is incredible.
Yo, this is really good. No, like, I'm not, like, straight up, I really
I don't understand how a moral person can justify such inhumane torture for the sake of mouth porn. What? Because I don't care about ducks. Like, I don't place a lot of value on the life of a duck. I think animals, for the most part, Kaya, don't listen to this. I've talked about this before. I'm a speciesist. I don't think that, like, human beings and animals are on the rest of the animal kingdom is on the same playing field. I don't feel like it's immoral to consume animal products. And I guess, like, the immorality comes from the anthropomorphized animals, or like how close they are to like humans. I feel like there's a, you know, I'm a speciesist and a hedonist, yes. That's why. Like, I eat meat. So why would I make that distinction between meat and like additional kinds of torture? Like, you think, yeah, but torturing them is like a bit much. Fuck you mean? Like I said, I eat chicken. What are you talking about? What do you think the chicken likes being fucking cooped up until its head's chopped off? What? Why make that distinction with pets? This is a fun question. The vegans have oh my God, you know what? I just realized we haven't had a vegan stun log in a minute. I've thought about this quite a bit back in the day, back when, like, I was on my debate lord shit, and everyone always used to love trying to debate me on veganism. And I think, like, the reason why I care about animals, like dogs and even cats and horses and whatnot, even though horses, I do understand when people eat horse meat, even though I had a horse and I love horses. But specifically, super domesticated pets like dogs and cats is because, like, it's a pretty simple answer. You just are socialized with them. And you feel like eating them is fucked up. I don't even like cats, and I think eating cats is like weird and fucked up. Ducks are fairly super domesticated. Tell someone with duck pests that you love the taste of foie gras. I mean, I don't care. I'm sure they'll get mad at me, but people have chickens for pets too. Foie gras is from geese, not ducks. Horse meat tartare is peak food, but olive oil, parmigiano, lemon squeeze, and parsley. Leave it in the fridge for a few hours. Peak, I say peak. Opinion on dog meat? I already gave you my opinion. I think it's like, I understand. I find it to be weird, and I understand why others do too, because of the proximity we have to dogs. Like, the primary function of a dog is not consuming it. Like, it's not the primary function of a dog historically for humans has been, a domesticated companion that helps you, if you're like a shepherd, or helps protect your flock, helps protect your farm. So, same with cats, kill spiders and eat rats and shit like that. This is such a weird take, Law. No, I don't think it's that weird. I think it's like, I mean, sound like your grandpa right now. I mean, it's true though.
Yeah, only vegans will look at that and go, that's such a weird take. That's like, first of all, I'm not even making a fallacy of like everyone agrees with me here, but everyone literally does agree with me. Not that it matters in this situation, because you're asking me to rationalize why what you perceive to be an inconsistency, which I don't, and I'm trying to explain to you why I don't see it as an inconsistency, and you're like, weird take. Meanwhile, like, you think anybody gives a shit? Get the fuck out of here. Of course they don't. So don't say that it's like weird take. Don't say that it's a weird take, because it's not a weird take at all. Yeah, it's an obvious evil. Have you ever been around people who are comfortable with an obvious evil? I mean, I don't think you guys understand. I don't consider it to be an obvious evil. That's the difference. You do, I don't. And no, Toxic SJW, you're wrong when you say vegans are lying to themselves. Come at me, bitch. You don't believe in an animal is worth as much as you. No, vegans don't believe that. At least smart vegans don't believe that. Smart vegans believe that, yes, of course, in a hypothetical situation, an animal is obviously going to be, a non-human animal is obviously going to be worth less than a human. However, that doesn't mean that you should consume them when there's like plenty of other alternatives available for all of the macronutrients in modern society. That's at least what a smart vegan believes. Maybe dumb vegans believe that it's like immoral in every condition to consume animals or whatever. But I think most smart vegans will openly state that, yes, of course, like when push comes to shove, if you were on a plane with a bunch of human beings and a dog, and the plane crash, you survived, like who are you eating first? You're eating the dog when you have no more, when you run out of food. Every vegan would agree with that, or most vegans would agree with that. There's definitely some dumbass vegans. That still doesn't mean that you should eat animals in every other scenario, which is, I mean, I get it. Like, I understand that argument. I don't think it's a weird take, and I'm ultra psychotic vegan. It's literally the reason why people find it odd. Most of the world is a cultural association with dogs being companions that we don't have with other animals. As far as the dog is concerned, they're probably just as unhappy or the pig or the cow. I highly doubt that the dog is unhappy. At least not this one. This one's a little fucking baby. Most dogs live phenomenal lives. I mean, I will admit, Kaya lives a better life than like 99% of humans on this planet. 96% of this chat is not vegan, and y'all get Reddit atheist about it so fast. Yo, can we move on and not alienate vegans from this community? I used to duke it out with vegans way more. When I stopped debating vegans, they stopped showing up. If animal lives are worth as much as humans, we're going to put your fucking cat on death row for killing all those birds? No. Well, vegans will also say that animals kill other animals because they don't have the same level of consciousness that humans do, and it's natural for animals to kill other animals. A lot of the arguments revolve around like baby vegans being hyper passionate and being like the loudest evangelists for veganism. But like many vegans are just normal and chill and don't fucking like saying, oh God, how will you know someone's a vegan? They'll tell you is such like a fucking early 2000s era meme. Like most vegans, especially now when it's like readily available as a vegan option in most restaurants that you go to, even globally, like because it's like way more accessible. I think that they're way more chill. I literally lived with a fucking gold star vegan, okay, who never had meat since birth for years and years and years. He even went so far as to try and go raw diet. Like he tried to do like a fucking like full blown for a little bit. Not vegetarian, I'm talking vegan, okay? Never had any fucking animal product whatsoever. And he was super chill. And I ate pounds and pounds and pounds of chicken in front of him every goddamn day. So I guess my opinion on this, on vegans, is like a little bit clouded by that. But, it's fine. They are lesser, and the majorities behind me has been the justification for a lot of messed up human practices. Wait, what? First of all, I didn't even make that as an argument. I literally openly admitted that the majority is behind me is not like a reasonable argument to make to justify not being vegan. It is, however, a reasonable argument to make if a vegan person says, wow, you're weird for that take. When like, no, it is not a weird take, because if you're thinking about what is weird and what's not weird, yes, being vegan as opposed to being fine with meat consumption, vegans are, even with like, I mean, not even India, because I guess India isn't vegan, right? They're vegetarian. Like vegans are still in the fucking minority, okay? Vegetarian here. If we were able to lab grow meat or create plant-based meat alternatives that tasted and felt exactly like real meat, would you stop eating real meat? Fuck yeah. I don't give a shit. I'm a hedonist. I care more about the taste and the mouth feel. I care more about the pleasure I get from it. That's it. That's it. That's like my major my dog in the fight, I guess. There's a common take is an immoral take, though. Eating animal products is immoral, but people getting mad at you over it are silly. I don't think it's immoral. I think you think it's immoral. That's the point. If I thought it was immoral, I would not do it. It is immoral, LMAO. Objectively speaking, it is. No. And then people go talk about factory farming and shit. Like, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking like a perfect society. Okay? You're not objective. I think that it is ridiculous. A lot of people don't remember this probably because like now it's been so long. But Austinox started off in this community as the vegan editor who used to compile all of my takes on veganism and dunk on me and say that I was wrong for my advocacy against veganism. Well, not advocacy against veganism, but more so that I just am a speciesist. Do you believe that? Do I believe what? At the top of the hour sub break? Top of the hour ad break can be avoided with a $5 Prime account or a gift to sub? I do believe that. I do. You got me. It wasn't that good, but... Only old heads know Bao Bao? Oh my god, I wonder what happened to Bao Bao. Yeah, this is the first Austinox.
God, vegans. Oh, God. Fucking vegans, dude.
Old Austinox from 2021, September 3rd, 2021.
God damn, it's been a moment. X Hickory, thank you for the 10 of the subs. Animals experience suffering, so causing them needless suffering by definition is immoral behavior. And wait, what do you mean? Causing needless suffering? Yeah, no, I don't think it's needless. What do you mean? I'm not like fucking torturing an animal and just like casting it aside. I'm eating it. No, see, this is where you go wrong. Okay? I am eating the animal, okay? I don't want fucking animals to die for no reason. I don't want to throw the animals aside. I want to eat the animal, okay? Yum. In many ways, I am an animal that eats other animals. Apex predator, baby. Oh, the verdict on the pizza. Let's get back to that. I'm an animal that eats other animals. Isn't the point that you can eat it without torture? I mean, not necessarily. This sounds so evil out of context. Haas says meat yummy, just to stun a guilt trip. Oh, it will never work. I've had these arguments a million gorillion times over. And then there's also the classic, listen, we haven't even gotten to the name the trade argument yet. Chatters, we are dealing with many vegans who are holding themselves back, either A or B are like not even tier 1 vegans in here. Back in the day, people would immediately hit me with the name the trade. Like these are vegans that are either holding back their power levels or straight up are oblivious to expert level vegan arguments. And they're simply doing you're contradicting yourself, dog. What the fuck? You said it? Duck torture? How do you say it's torture when it's not needless? Wait, what? No. The only way to make the liver as fatty is if you fucking shove lard down the geese's gullet. So it's not needless. The need is yum. The better argument that Chatter was making is that since you think making others suffer for your own enjoyment or your own bias is immoral, like Israel versus Palestine, therefore, since animals also experience suffering, would it be immoral to make them suffer for your own enjoyment? What? I know I place more value on humans than I do animals. That's why I eat animal products. But you do too. As in every single person values. The way I see it is this. Okay? Here. The way I see it is this. Every single human, vegans and non-vegans alike, intrinsically understand and are somewhat specious, right? Intrinsically understand that human beings are at the top. Okay? Right? Maybe human beings that you love at the tippy top, and then human beings that you don't love, depending on how ethical of a human you are, maybe a little bit lower. Okay? Nazis, that sort of thing, like super low. But ultimately, they're still human beings, right? So they're still above non-human animals. Okay? That's number one. Everybody agrees with this, including vegans. Vegans, however, don't think that, as far as I understand it, vegans, however, don't think that like non-human animals, despite not being as important as human beings, are so less important that the pleasure we derive out of consuming animal products is worth the suffering that they endure. They find that to be immoral. I, on the other hand, don't have this moral conundrum. I personally think that my enjoyment for the consumption of animal products outweighs the suffering that the animal experiences. That makes sense? The distinction is that that's the major distinction. It's not that like vegans think humans and animals are the same, or like humans are and every other non-human animal is like at the same level. That's it. I never thought this was what would do it, but you lost me. What? I already ran the ad break. I got you baited. Silly. Where do you draw the line on animal torture for food? For example, eating fish alive in Asia. I mean, I don't really draw the line at that. I just think it's gross, personally, but I don't really give a shit. They're fish. It's like fucking bugs, bro. Being upset that like someone's eating a bug. Most animals eat their prey alive to not waste energy, and that is torture too. I agree. But your logic is consistent, but how is it moral to think that your enjoyment outweighs animal suffering? Because I don't think that I don't think that human animals and non-human animals are the same. I place them at, I guess, much lower of a value. There's differences between different species of animals too. And I personally believe that it still comes from like either closeness or how much we've like anthropomorphized the animal, or like historic, I guess like historic use and utility that we've like what kind of utility we've gotten out of the animal. Because human beings and every type of non-human animal have coexisted for a very long time in perpetuity throughout the beginning of time. And some of those animals we use for different purposes, like horses, right? And no, it's not like slaves. It's so silly that you try to, like, vegans always lose the PR battle immediately when they actually personally try to make comparisons to human beings, because they don't fucking believe this comparison themselves. That's the difference. You don't believe that either. You're just saying that currently to, you know, maybe shock people for the first time ever. It's a real dumb bitch argument. You don't agree with that either. And it's always so odd when vegans will sometimes, like baby vegans, will make that argument so quick. You know? You can't tell people what they do and don't believe. I do actually believe that about horses is pretty unfair. What? You believe that about horses? That horses and humans are equal? Of equal value? Why do you even talk about value? There's no intrinsic value in any life. It is all extrinsic, imposed upon them by us. You are unmaterialistic and idealist. You should be ashamed of yourself. I've betrayed my Marxist school of thought. I am ashamed. I apologize. Just curious though, would you kill the animal yourself? Yeah. I think I'm not like grossed out by that at all, partially because in Ramadan, like there's a thing called Kurban Bayram in Turkey, okay, and it's all around the Muslim world, and ever since I was a baby, I've been around like at least once a year a sacrificial lamb. You know what I mean? Like you just sacrifice an animal very publicly. It's a big celebration. Remember when we used to have these exact discussions with the exact same talking points in 2023, 2022, 2021, 2020, and 2019? Yes. But it used to be way worse in like 2019, 2020. I eat meat, but foie gras is objectively torturous process with no way to make it more ethical, like for factory farms where you can make bigger pans, more field time, etc. Clear moral distinction you yourself draw earlier, uniquely torturous. Yes. Yeah, the practices are uniquely torturous. Why people have made it illegal. But it's still uniquely delicious. Factory farming of a chicken and free range of a chicken still tastes the same. Chicken, it tastes good. Foie gras, on the other hand, can only be derived through what I understand, as far as I understand, through torturous methods. And it's fucking delicious. If there was a more ethical way to create foie gras, then great, I'll have it. The needs of the hungry outweigh the needs of the duck. Yes. You can still think humans are more important than animals while still expanding the scope of your morality and say the suffering of cows and pigs, for instance, is wrong. Yeah, that's vegan speak. I understand that is the major point, major difference in opinion between myself and a vegan who has thought this out. Yes. There is a thing as ethical foie gras,
or fattened goose liver, is a costly and controversial fine dining staple.
Mm.
And this foie gras is 6 times as expensive. Here in Extremadura, Spain, Eduardo Sosa is one of the few people in the world making what his supporters call ethical foie gras.
Toma, bonita, toma, 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 bonita, toma.
Many consider foie gras to be unethical because it's typically made by force-feeding ducks or geese to fatten their livers.
Okay, another one of my favorite baby vegan techniques is like one documentary, dog. You got to watch this documentary and then it'll change your mind. And it's like, maybe that's what happened for you, but it certainly has not for me. I've seen the documentaries. Okay?
Eduardo does things differently, and it makes his product incredibly pricey. A 180-gram jar costs over $200. But what exactly makes this foie gras ethical?
Fuck, that looks good.
And why is it so expensive?
Foie gras is illegal in California, not just because everyone's a vegan. No, because everyone's gay as hell in California. Yeah, listen, dog. California also has no pistol grips for AR-15s. You don't see me fucking championing that either. Sometimes we write legislation around shit just to satisfy chirpers, okay? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not... a lot of gun control regulation is actually fucking great. Some of it's dumb as hell. Okay? And it's just simply written because some fucking dumbass legislator was like, this is great. We'll really get a big boost here, okay?
Mi familia lleva haciendo este sistema desde que sepamos nosotros el año 1812 y desde entonces no hemos parado. Nuestro foie se produce pues de una forma muy sencilla. Nosotros tenemos una serie de gansos salvajes domesticados.
When the weather turns cold and the bird
You just buy a glass of water and get foie in the States, it's illegal? What?
migration season begins, wild geese join the tamed geese on Eduardo's farm. Here, the geese feast upon grass, acorns, olives, figs, and different seeds.
Fijaros cómo lo comen y que les encanta la bellota.
Instead of force-feeding the birds, Eduardo simply relies on the geese's natural behaviors. There are no fences here. The geese are free to come and go as they please. Eduardo says the geese eat more grass when they're free to roam. He says this is essential because the grass apparently makes the
Is it okay to hunt something to extinction for a delicacy? Genuinely wondering your take? No. No. I mean, I have limitations. It's not like fucking... No. Like, dude. And I would feel the same way about fucking chicken too, okay? No, I don't think that because I eat a shit ton of chicken doesn't mean that, like, I think we should make chickens extinct. Like, no, I'm not pro extinction of species. What the fuck? Bro, there's geese everywhere, dog. Let me tell you, I'd stop eating foie gras real quick if geese were about to be extinct as a consequence of the foie gras.
Acorns taste sweeter to the geese.
How much longer are you going to shit on vegans tonight? It's pretty tired and it's everywhere already. I haven't shit on vegans in like years, I think. I haven't had a vegan stunlock, a good old-fashioned vegan stunlock in years. I think I did not have a single vegan stunlock in 2022, nor did I have a single vegan stunlock in 2023. I think it's been literally like 3 years or some shit since I've had a good old-fashioned vegan stunlock. Last one was in like 2021 or maybe 2022. Are you a bad enough dude to champion extinction? Fuck yeah, dude.
And the more acorns the geese eat, the tastier and yellower their livers will be. While Eduardo prefers to let the geese eat what they want, he does provide them with organic corn to make their livers more yellow.
Hace años nuestro hígado era mucho más oscuro que el que es ahora, y entonces viendo en el mercado que la tendencia era una cosa más amarilla, más blanquita, más tal, pues se nos ocurrió.
Who knew sharing your POV was shitting on vegans? Yeah, I mean, vegans are a little sensitive. It's fine. Like, I get it. They ain't got no creatine in them bones, okay?
Ecológico,
in that muscle mass.
Nos dimos cuenta que
Talking to a fucking big old FDA-approved buck steak, baby. I'm out here fucking taking 4 creatine pills in the morning.
During this time of year, geese stuff themselves full of food to prepare for their winter migration. This quickly builds
Transgender Frylock, it's such a privileged take to say that my joy outweighs animal pain. Only then do animals matter to you. He's not shitting on vegans. He's actively saying torturing animals is cool. No, I'm saying torturing animals for yummy mouth pleasures is okay. For food. Why are you saying that he thinks torturing animals is cool? If you fucking torture a geese and then you don't fucking eat its liver, you're a piece of shit. If you torture a geese and then you derive a tremendous amount of pleasure from eating its liver, then yum. Good. I'm not even vegan. Oh God, why am I talking to you? You're not starving. Eat something. Doesn't need to be torture free to eat. Oh, shut up. Okay, stop. You're not even vegan. Shut the fuck up. Literally fucking yum, yum, yum. You eat your fucking, you drink your goddamn milk, okay, with your cereal every fucking morning. And then you're over here being like, oh, listen, wow, I really put my foot down on the torture side. Like, okay, get out of here, dude. All of you fucking dumb meat-eating motherfuckers think you got, like, the moral high ground of the situation. Like, okay, dude, you got it. Yeah, no, you guys are really doing the world a favor. This is why I was saying the California foie gras ban is for these people. People that are like, no, I'm doing my part. Yeah, like, are you starving, chatter? Is that why you're not a vegan? Because you're fucking starving? You live in a food desert and the only thing you have is meat. I live in a food desert, and guess what? The only product I can consume in my food desert is McDoubles. So that's really fucked up that you're saying that.
Fat and enlarges their livers, the perfect conditions for creating foie gras. When it's time for the slaughter, Eduardo uses a traditional technique to stun the geese: hypnosis. He says this makes the process as painless as possible. It happens only once a year during the coldest part of winter, when the geese have the most fat. It also has to be a moonless night.
Pues que localizamos las quedas, ¿no? Donde están los grupos de gansos, y luego con luz, vamos con una luz LED muy potente y hacemos que se queden hipnotizados, ¿saben? Las aves cuando le da una luz fuerte, pues se quedan quietas y se quedan hipnotizadas.
This guy is still torturing them. He's hypnotizing these fucking birds, man. It's messed
De esa
up.
forma las podemos coger fácilmente y además el animal pues no sufre absolutamente nada. Es una muerte dulce, como se dice, ¿no?
Uppercut for geese. Oh man. Where was it? There was someone who said like, "Oh no, I live in." Someone in the chat said, "I live in New York," and I think no, foie gras is torture is disgusting. No, the reason why you have a separate distinction for that, despite the fact that you don't go and fucking seek out ethical, free-range, organic chicken, is because you just don't eat it, and it's fine because it's a delicacy. It's very expensive. I think it's very expensive. It's a delicacy. It's also not for like every single person. Even people who try it, they might not like it. So yeah, that's the reason. It's super easy to be like, yeah, I don't want foie gras. I think it should be banned. And I'm not gonna like ride for it either. I don't give a shit. Yeah, if they ban it, they ban it. Who gives a fuck? The people that want to eat foie gras will, I'm sure, figure out a way to do it. And even if they can never have it, that doesn't change the dynamic all too much. But the reality is, like, you're not making a moral position or a moral argument. You're just making this argument because you can. It's super easy. If I were to take away whatever tasty treat you got, okay? If I were to take away whatever tasty treat you got, you'd be like, fuck no. There's a moral reason for this tasty treat to exist. I'm assuming you eat free-range chicken. Not always.
Eduardo's foie gras is so highly sought after because of how flavorful it is. To preserve its unique flavor profile, Eduardo prepares his foie gras very simply.
Oof.
Hemos cogido el horno, le hemos metido
That's
leña,
crazy.
lo estamos calentando y luego lo que vamos a hacer ya en estos envases especiales para conserva es calentarlo para que se cocine y como si fuera una cocina normal, ¿vale? Esto
Look
es lo
at you
que
debate
llamarían los
perving your way out of
franceses
this. I mean, look, there's,
hígado
you
en
know,
tier.
been a
El
while.
tier es que es una pieza entera del ganso metida en el frasco.
This guy's a piece of shit. Wait, why? Bro, this guy's taking care of more animals than you have in your entire life. The only meat I eat is chicken. I'm the New York guy. I live in South New York. I have plenty of options, but I don't eat things that are bad for the environment. This is fucking horrible. Okay, you eat chicken. You know how bad? Listen, anytime you've gone to a motherfucking bodega and you say, can I get it the Aki way? And they chop that shit up for you alongside the cheese. Let me tell you something, okay? That chicken was fucking awful, okay? That chicken was stuck with a bunch of other chickens, okay? Some of them beaks were falling off and shit. Get the hell out of here. Fuck that chicken. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Fuck you mean? That chicken deserves it. Thank you. That's what I'm talking about. Get out of here being like, oh, dude, but the torture of the duck liver is fucking raw. It's ridiculous. No, you don't give a shit about the chicken you're consuming because you just don't eat the foie gras, which is fine. It's like a ridiculous treat. It's a ridiculous delicacy anyway.
Y cocinado, no tiene mayor historia.
Yeah, this guy's making free-range foie gras. Like, if you think that what this guy's doing is like worse than the chicken you're eating, let me tell you, you're wrong.
No lleva absolutamente nada. Es 100% natural. Y el sabor, pues, maravilloso. Un sabor muy suave. Una crema, algo increíble. Es un sabor extraordinario.
Oh.
Sabe a naturaleza.
Can you describe how this tastes? There's no way I can describe it. It's like gamey butter, I guess. I don't know. It's like, it's so unique. It's his own thing, but it's fucking incredible, dude. You get a fucking, let me tell you something, okay? Go to the bakery and you get a fucking nice warm sourdough bread. Bring that sourdough bread to your house. Fucking put it on top of a cutting board, okay? The powder off that thing flies everywhere. Take out the bread knife and you cut a big ass, cut off a big ass slice. Then get the foie gras out of the goddamn fridge, okay? Put that shit down there. Bam. What else do you need? I tell you, it doesn't stop there. Then you go back into the fridge. You take out some, depending on what you're into, I'm a raspberry jam kind of guy in that situation. Take that big slab of sourdough bread. Take a fucking nice heaping foie gras and you fucking put that shit right on it. And then you dip that motherfucker back into the raspberry jam and you put it on top too. You take a bite out of that. You're nutting right then and there. You see a fucking geese, you are going to shove lard down its gullet the next time you see it. I promise you. And that's before we get to the flambéed foie gras. God damn, dude. I went to that motherfucking Michelin star French restaurant in New York last time I was there, and I had that flambé foie gras there. I would literally kick a duck in the face if it meant that I could have that again. Okay? Oof. God damn. I would be punching ducks left and right. Okay? Oh my Lord. You don't understand how much I love food, chat. You are so silly. Oh, fuck ducks, dude. Yo, ducks can suck one, okay? They can suck the hose full of lard directly down their goddamn gullets so their livers get fatty enough so they can make this delicious concoction. Huh. I don't like duck meat. Yeah, no, it's so much better than duck meat. Yeah, no, duck meat is, I feel like duck meat can be a little bit dry. Like chicken is still, in my opinion, the peak of the bird. Okay. But foie gras is the best part of the duck. Chicken is the driest. What? Not the American shits we eat out here. Are you kidding me? Have you ever seen American chickens? They are so fucked up. Are you out of your mind? American chickens are so juicy. They got titties for days, brother. American titties are so roided out that American titties. American chickens are so roided out. Their one titty is the size of like a French chicken, okay? And hell no, chicken ain't fucking dry. What are you talking about?
Sabe una mezcla entre bellota, semilla, hierba, un toque dulzón por los higos y da, pues bueno, es algo único, algo único.
My controversial take is that I actually prefer straight white chicken breast to the dark meat. That's my most controversial take. A lot of people find that to be weird and repulsive when I explain it to them. But yeah, no, I much prefer the breast. Great. It's got incredible macros. If it's actually done well, oh my God.
What? All the rich people get flown out to eat foie gras, and then they get busted, and duck-free Epstein gets suspiciously murdered in prison by a duck humanoid correctional officer. This is what you want me to... Their next take was, you don't need all that house. Get a tiny apartment and house. Some random homeless folk crying. What? What you wanted me to read? What's happening? This guy justifies animal torture and says it's controversial take. No, guys. Animal torture for consumption. Okay? Not animal torture because I see it and I like watching it or anything like that. That's not allowed. But when I eat it and it tastes good, then yeah. Yeah, only if it tastes delicious. A lot of you, I think, don't understand that. Or some of you understand it and refuse to acknowledge it because you feel like it's a better argument to make it seem like I'm out here going around doing, oh, mini F there. What's happening? Drop some frames there. Do you think eating a 70K pizza is moral? I mean, I don't give a fuck. People spend their money on dumbass shit nonstop. But it's only immoral because it's gross. Like, here's what I think. I think the $70,000 pizza is immoral, not because like, oh, it's gross abundance or whatever, but it's fucking immoral to put that many incredible, like, pieces, incredible, decadent pieces of meat and foie gras and like, you know, bechamel parmesan together like that and just like serve it as this slop. It's no different than taking a big ass fucking cauldron and dumping all that shit in there and just like mushing it up and serving it to you like that. It's disgusting. It's dishonorable, okay? I think that you shouldn't be allowed to be a chef if you do stuff like that. It's thoughtless. So instead of saying all torture for animals is immoral, you stipulate only if it's yummy? Yes. But the torture has to contribute to its yumminess. Like, directly. Does that make sense? That's the most important designation here. That's the most important distinction here. Like duck liver, people aren't just like torturing the ducks for no good reason, you know? They're torturing the ducks because they need to get the liver fatty. That's what makes it delicious.
Entonces, cuando hacemos el proceso,
You'd be shitting your pants if we were talking about eating dogs. I guarantee you can make dog taste good. Let's hear your take now. I don't think so. And I don't feel the same way about monkeys either. Like, I don't think you can... Like, there are certain meats that are not that good. First of all, I think a lot of animal meat is not that good. People think that, like, oh, you could do it for any other animal. I low-key feel as though part of the reason why we don't do that is not because of, like, ethical considerations or because we, like, really love them or whatever, but actually because it's entirely up to, like, over the 6,000 years that we've been alive, because the world is only 6,000 years old, we obviously decided on which fucking animals taste good and which don't. You know what I mean? We figured it out. So that's why, like, if you ever have a lot of these, like, other, like, rare, more exotic meats, like, they literally don't come near a cow in taste. It just doesn't. It doesn't even come near it. Like, I don't even like pork all that much, other than, you know, jamon iberico or bacon or other varieties like that. But those are super, I guess, like, that's very unique. But, like, pork chops on its own, not the biggest fan. And I think, like, it's just not that tasty. Like, the dog and cat and all these other kinds of animals are just not not that tasty. We've decided which ones are, and we make food with it. As far as like dogs and cats, like people eating dogs and cats and shit, like, yeah, the reason why I think it's like weird and kind of gross, is because, yeah, we have bred and domesticated dogs and cats for a very specific purpose, and like eating them is not one of them. That's why I use the horse example. Because like horse is the one fucking animal that, you know, you use for different, well, not the one animal, but one of the major animals that you use for different, you've bred and domesticated for different purposes, but you can still eat its meat. And even then, it's not that good. Thoughts on veal? I think it's mid. Yes. I mean, I've had good veal, but veal is, yeah, of course it's mid. It's just fucking not as fatty. That's why it's best served as veal parmesan, breaded and fried. Veal is not premium meat. Here, I'll take it one step further. Hasan using his preconceived biases to justify mainstream unjustifiable views again. What a surprise. If you can defend not eating dogs and cats, you should go vegan or at least play some scary games at the end of the stream. Fuck you. What was I going to say? Yeah, veal is not that good. Oh, the other thing, the best cut of the meat, chatters, for those of you who don't know, the best cut of the meat is not fucking filet mignon, okay? Everybody, that's also marketing. Ribeye, and chefs will tell you this, ribeye is the best cut of the meat, okay? It's not filet mignon. Filet mignon is simply a marketing technique, okay? Filet mignon does not have fat. It's the marbling and the fattiness of the meat that makes the meat good. It's not just simply the fucking it's not just simply the protein part of it. It's just more scarce, so people think it's better because it's more expensive. Thoughts on the allegations of you being a liar? You've been in a constant stunlock, LMAO. What do you mean? I don't think this is that big of a stunlock. It's just like we're just having a normal conversation. Not every conversation with Chad is supposed to be stunlock just because Chad is always contentious with me. I gotta pee.
También aprovechamos las pechugas para hacer este delicioso jamón. Que publicitamos siempre que el foie es algo que se debería consumir una sola vez en la vida, ¿vale? No queremos que se abuse, no es un alimento que por mucho dinero que tenga una persona no debe abusar del consumo. Es algo que hay que probar, disfrutarlo en una ocasión muy, muy, muy especial.
So despite the high demand, Eduardo won't make more than 2,000 batches a year. He says he's committed to maintaining the wild geese population and heavily discourages overconsumption, unlike most foie gras producers.
Bueno, pues la industria lo que ha hecho es aprovechar la capacidad natural del ganso de generar grasa en su hígado, pues para hacerlo industrialmente. Les ponen una temperatura para que los gansos se crean que están en invierno, le ponen un aire acondicionado muy frío, entonces, y le empiezan a dar mucha comida con una máquina que le entra en el estómago y le empiezan a meter comida. Pues que le dan de comer muchas veces durante el día para generar muchísima grasa. Entonces el hígado se le pone bestial. Imaginaros, puede llegar a pesar hasta 2 kilos el hígado de un ganso, más o menos. Entonces, y eso lo hacen en 7-8 días, ¿vale? Cuanto en la naturaleza pues necesita un año, una vida, en fin, hay mucha diferencia. La industria ha inventado un foie aprovechando los genes del ganso y entonces inventó un animal hecho en laboratorio que es el pato que le llaman pato mular o pato mudo. Entonces es un animal hecho en un laboratorio y entonces lo que hacen que lo han hecho mudo para que no moleste, para que no esté dando chillos y tal, y consiguen un hígado muy grande. Ese es el foie que come todo el mundo en los restaurantes, en todo el mundo, que es lo que hay, es una barbaridad.
God damn, that's nah, he's wrong with that. He's wrong about that. That's just tasty as hell.
Years, climate change has pushed back the farm's traditional foie gras making timeline.
En la época de mi padre, pues los gansos se elaboraba el producto a finales de octubre.
I just remembered my uncle in Mexico raised a pig as his pet for a while, then ate him, LMAO. That's the craziest part, is like pigs are smart as fuck too. What are they like? They have the intelligence of like a 9-year-old kid or something. I don't know how. I don't know how you do that. Is this your anti-animal jacket? What? No, dude. It's not like fucking fur or some shit. It's fake. 9-year-olds ain't smart. Yeah, but for a fucking animal, it's pretty smart to be as smart as a 9-year-old. What are you talking about? I know 9-year-olds are pretty stupid, but if your dog was as smart as a 9-year-old, you'd be like, this is the smartest dog on the planet, okay? Hello? Yes, pigs are smarter than dogs. This was the point I was trying to make. Oh, it's the intelligence of a 3-year-old. Okay, eat that dumbass. Who gives a shit? 3-year-old? Get the fuck out of here. Thoughts on octopus meat? No, I don't care. I know they're very smart, but they freak me out. I think it's gross. You shouldn't eat octopi, because they're fucking weird looking and gross. You're like eating an alien. The hell? Hubris. That's what that is. One day they will take you over and kill you. Me, on the other hand, I will be saved, because they're going to be like, oh, this guy respects us. He's never eaten an octopus.
Y ahora pues nos vamos a noviembre, diciembre, enero, incluso algún año en febrero, algún año hemos tenido marzo, pero bueno, que al final lo importante es que haga frío, que las bellotas y las hierbas.
Thoughts on sea urchin? I find it unethical because you're basically removing the urchussy and eating it. Sea urchin is fucking disgusting. Like, every time I've been in an environment where I've like encountered sea urchin, everyone always swears like, no, this time it won't be fishy, I promise you. And it always is, okay? Anybody that fucking likes sea urchin is insane. Every time they're like, no, you don't get it. This is a Michelin star sushi restaurant, okay? This sea urchin was yelled at on its way to execution. Do you understand? Your literal worst take? I think people are LARPing. I think people that say they like sea urchin are fucking LARPing, okay? Straight up. Imagine shedding 5K viewers just ranting about vegans. Dude throws on a fur coat. I love the mentality of people thinking that like 5,000 vegans left, and not because it's 7 hours in and people already know that I'm going to end the broadcast soon. And that's the reason. That's the reason why there was 5,000 vegans in here, and they were like, "Oh, I'm so upset. I'm leaving." We know how many vegans are in here, okay? Vegans back in the day used to comprise like 55 to 60% of the stun locks, despite only making up they used to make like 50% of the stun locks, despite making up like 3% of the chat.
Y todos salgan, eso que lo mismo nos da un mes más, un mes menos o 2 meses, ¿no?
Regardless of when it's made, Eduardo's foie gras, or natural foie gras as he calls it, has an extremely long waiting list every year.
Yeah, bro,
there
I'm
was
on it
limited
now.
demand for Eduardo's foie gras until 2006, when he and his team won the coveted Coup de Coeur award at the Seal Food Expo in Paris.
God damn, this shit
Desde
looks fire.
entonces comenzó de verdad la demanda. Bueno, fue cuando el CIFOG, la Asociación de Productores de Foie de Francia, no quiso impugnar el premio diciendo que nuestro foie al ser natural no se podía considerar foie.
You like awful meat like brain, eyes, tongue? No brain, no eyes. Tongue is sometimes fine. I love sheep intestines. It's like one of my favorite things to eat in Turkey is kokoreç. And I've had tongue too. I'm not a fan of tongue, but
Están continuamente poniéndonos demandas y demandas y demandas y están siempre que si el nombre,
so you're
que si
eating
tal.
sheep
Entonces,
shit?
para no tener conflicto.
Yeah, no, definitely. Like they famously don't clean the intestines before you eat it. Famously, like that's how that goes.
Conflicto con ellos. Siempre decimos que nuestro producto no es foie gras, ¿vale? De esa forma, nosotros ahora le denominamos foie natural gras, no foie gras.
Despite challenges and criticism from other foie gras producers, Eduardo's product has only continued to become more popular.
Te das cuenta que los grandes chefs del mundo, los mejores chefs del mundo, pues alaban el sabor, ¿no? Dicen que es algo increíble. Tenía el caso del chef Dan Barber en Estados Unidos, que dijo que era lo mejor que había probado en su vida, ¿no? La experiencia culinaria más grande de su vida. Es algo diferente.
La batteria de Sousa's natural foie gras
56 mantıdır buradasın. Duymadın mı hiç kokoreç
and
sevdiğimi?
sells
Yuh.
out every year.
El precio no creo que baje nunca, puesto que mientras se siga produciendo a pequeña escala, pues bueno, tenemos que compensar el coste de pocos animales en muchísimo territorio, pues con el precio es algo lógico y normal.
Despite the hefty price tag, Eduardo says he doesn't see much of a profit from his foie gras. Geese require more land than other livestock. Most people in his area prefer to raise Iberian pigs, which are very profitable.
Por eso la gente, los vecinos, pues no tienen mucho interés en criar ganso. A nosotros nos ven como un poquito los locos del tema. La cría del ganso, pues bueno, es mi pasión, ¿no? Claro, no, es que es una pasión, es mi vida, es mi pasión. Mi padre me enseñó, yo estoy
How does foie
enseñando a
gras
mis
taste?
hijos.
Does it taste like liver? No, actually, I don't like liver. Liver is very... I'm actually not a fan of liver at all. But duck liver, on the other hand, is incredible.
Y lo que queremos es que esto no se pierda y que la gente, ojalá saliera más gente a producir ganso.
But it wasn't Eduardo's family who invented the natural foie gras tradition.
Fueron los hebreos los que vinieron a la península ibérica y trajeron esta cultura del antiguo Egipto, ¿no? Es una forma muy inteligente, primero, de respetar al animal, segundo, de obtener grasa, pues...
Why do you gotta always do this? This is the most embarrassing, cringe argument you can make. So if someone considers brown people to be less than human, it's like, vegans, don't immediately make the weirdest white supremacist argument challenge, please. Like, this is... I used to hear this so much from vegans who were completely oblivious. It's like automatically the whitest argument you can conduct. And it literally goes back to the... Like, it straight up goes back to the same thing that we joke about all the time, that, like, white women care more about, like, dogs than they care about black people. Like, a white woman will see, like, a black 14-year-old getting pressed into the fucking hot pavement in the summer by a cop and go, what did he do? He must have deserved it. But that very same white woman will walk, you know, for 5 minutes and see you walking your dog on that same pavement and stop you and go, what are you doing? Take your shoes off and touch the pavement with your feet right now. That's what your dog is touching. Vegans don't have to make that argument all the time for no reason. Very alienating. Because everybody understands that humans, like, we all have a little bit of speciesism in ourselves. We intrinsically believe, and it's like impossible to describe, but we intrinsically believe that humans are of higher value than non-human animals. Every single human believes this. And as a matter of fact, people that don't believe this are probably demonstrating some level of like antisocial personality disorder. Like it's literally objectively psychotic to not feel that way. Like there's a mental health complication going on if you don't feel that way. Okay? You are assuming everyone agrees with you? No, I'm taking it one step further. I'm saying that if you don't agree with me, there's something wrong with you. Like 100%. Like if you look at a situation where you think like an animal, okay, when push comes to shove, in a hypothetical scenario, going back to the same classic example, you're in an airplane crash. There's some livestock in the plane. They survive. Some humans survive as well. Every single person, including vegans, unless they're fucking insane, would probably eat the animals first. It's not even just livestock, though. They would then also eat the dogs first, too, before they reach the humans that they need to consume. I'm a white woman, and that was serious bullshit what you just said? Okay. Yeah, the example I gave you was totally fake and made up and not relatively commonplace. Regular life isn't life and death situations, though. I agree 100%, which is precisely why I agree with you. I 100% agree with you. I'm just simply stating that means that everyone understandably has some intrinsic speciesism and they favor human beings over non-human animals, which is precisely the reason why when people make the argument, the extreme argument of like, well, what if white people didn't see people of color as human? Then, like, could you eat them then? In order to make this comparison, I'm trying to describe to why vegans are actually unironically, one, making an alienating argument, and two, an argument that they don't personally believe either. No, in a life or death situation, people eat other people too? Yes, of course. But before they eat other human beings, they would eat the animals. I don't think this is that difficult of an argument to make, and also an argument to understand. Stop. As a vegan, I'm definitely eating the black and brown people first. Yeah, okay, stop. Please stop saying that. Like, no, this person is probably not even a vegan, okay? This is what I'm saying. This is literally what I mean. Like, there's literally, there are people who actually will low-key, unironically, will do that deliberately to disparage vegans, okay? They come in here and they make these arguments specifically to disparage vegans.
Para la cocina. Ellos tenían la sabia costumbre de instalarse en los pasos de migración.
Animals just don't have the power to fight back, which is why you'd pick them over humans first. I think it's less about speciesism and more about tower dynamics. What? What are you talking about? Even if there was a dude in a fucking coma in that airplane that somehow survived, you would not eat the dude in a coma before you eat the fucking animal. It has nothing to do with being able to fight back at all. What are you saying? Think this through. Motherfuckers be like, nah, dog, we're eating the guy in the coma first, not my dog. People will be like, what are you talking about? That's my uncle. Yeah. Yeah. Babies survive plane crash, get eaten immediately. Vegans are like, no, we got to eat the babies. Sorry. No, you can't touch my dogs and cats that survived the plane crash as well. We are eating the babies. Why? Because they cannot fight back. That's funny. Guy wakes out of a coma while we're eating his leg, and he's like, what are you doing? He's like, sorry, you couldn't fight back. And the vegans made a really compelling argument. I'm so sorry. Oh, Jesus Christ.
De aves, como es el caso de esta granja, ¿vale? Entonces, ellos tenían una serie de gansos salvajes domesticados, ¿vale? Que domesticaban y que hacían que luego que atraían los gansos silvestres a la granja, ¿vale? En épocas de migración. Pues bueno, tenemos que, gracias a estas personas, desgraciadamente, estas personas judías tuvieron que abandonar España, expulsados por los reyes católicos, con el famoso decreto de expulsión del año 1492. Nosotros, bueno, pues nos quedamos con ese legado, con esa sabiduría de estas personas, y aquí queda pues un poquito de su historia. Toma, 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 bonita, toma, vamos, vamos, vamos.
Nice. As a real vegan, I would sacrifice myself to save the animal. Okay, shut up. Simple truth is that animals demonstrate a human language, then we just think of them as weirdly shaped people, but they don't, or we think they don't. So it's most people aren't convinced of their inferiority en masse. Yeah, I mean, I think if animals could demonstrate human language, that would be an entirely different situation. So I guess we're lucky that they don't. Ethical or not, this is pretty unchill of us to do the geese. Oh my God, this is how it started. You're right, the plane crash situation is absurd, but many people think it's equally absurd to torture animals just for flavor. It's time and time again been shown in animal welfare laws passed across the US and EU. Okay, fine. I don't have a problem with this type of thing being super scarce or being forced into being made ethically. It's supposed to be a delicacy anyway. You're not supposed to have it every goddamn day. And not having it forever for the rest of my life would not be a major burden whatsoever. So I'm not like, you know, I'm not in this. This is not my fight. I'm not like, I have to eat foie gras or else I will kill myself. Anyway, how did we get here? Well, we were watching the $70,000 golden pizza.
Like it. Oh, yeah. That.
Also, foie gras is legal in Europe, so that person's like animal welfare argument is a little silly, I think.
Cheese is insane.
I know, I thought it would be gross, but it's actually really good.
I'm pretty sure my life has peaked. I don't know if there'll be any other moment better than this. Exquisite, marvelous, amazing.
Amazing, best pizza I've ever had.
Can I just return this half of the pizza and get like 35 grand back?
Whoa, come on, dude, no.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, $76,000 for a pizza.
That's 2 of my cars.
Wow. How did we end up like this?
It was a really good pizza and a really good experience.
Now I kind of wanted to do a little bit of good. 10 grand. Where are we donating it?
Donate to some food banks, some food shelters.
That's so funny. He just had a $70,000 pizza and he didn't finish it. And he's donating 10 grand to a food bank. MrBeast's content has changed dramatically since 2020, okay? This video got is a 12-minute video of him eating a fucking psychotically decadent $70,000 pizza, 243 million views. He's definitely
We're gonna do a $10,000 donation.
changed it up quite a bit since then. I just realized.
To a food bank, just to not be wasteful. $20,000 donation to a food bank.
All right, fine.
So I think we spent like over $100,000 on food today, and then a $20,000 food bank donation to kind of help make up for a little bit of that. If you could subscribe, that'd be cool.
Yeah, please help.
My merch. Yo, you want me to get this?
You want to take it?
Yo, I got this. I mean, it's gonna say declined, and I'm gonna sprint, but I got it. This should.
Contemporary MrBeast hits different, LMAO. They gave the food bank the leftovers. Yeah. Watch Ukraine news. I mean, he's definitely upped the ante quite a bit since then. All right, well, that's the last ad break that I'm running now, and that is all for today. I think that was a fun day. I enjoyed it. I thought it was fun. We didn't get to watch Chinese cartoons, unfortunately. But I hope you guys enjoyed it. Regardless, love you all, and I will most likely see you tomorrow for some more fun day.
All the chatters trickling in.
All right. Bye, everybody. Peace.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is dreaming. There he is again. Hasan is dreaming. Hasan is dreaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ efforts. The whole left at your fingertips, on it at your door. H3 Crowder debate, the Young Turks online show. 3-4 fucking years of this and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. Trump rally live reaction, a mess riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat fights. And line can suck you in our line. JCS react, floor frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monsters streaming in your home. Total radicalization coming out to find the system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find some meaning through it all. There is again, a sun is streaming, a sun is streaming. There is again, a sun is streaming, a sun is streaming. Ready, everyone? Ready, chat? This is the new and improved bridge. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute act is through, but he'll play no pixel soon. Can't wait. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but he'll 90 days soon. Can't wait. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but he'll debate viewers soon. Can't wait. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but it'll stop with the ad break soon. Can't wait.